Chapter 242. When Magana saw the dust raised by the cavalrymen, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, "Get into formation! Get into formation! The cavalrymen of the Miracle City are here!" The warriors of the Silver Sword Corps were already in disarray, scrambling for the jewels scattered on the ground. There were only a few officers who responded to Magana's orders, but they were unable to organize an organized army. The 2,000 cavalrymen under Yang Feng's command quickly arrived. As if a sharp sword piercing through tofu, they split the Silver Sword's warriors in two and pierced through each other. Unable to resist, the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps were chased by the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng like pigs and dogs. The brave warriors of the Silver Sword Corps had just gathered, when Yang Feng and the 2,000 cavalrymen slaughtered them. The warriors of the Silver Sword Corps who were scrambling for the jewels on the ground came to their senses. By the time they came back to their senses, they were no longer surrounded by their comrades and officers, but by strangers who had been scrambling for gold, silver, and jewels with them not long ago. The warriors of the Silver Sword Corps collapsed and scrambled to escape in all directions, no longer able to organize themselves. "Damn bastard! Go to hell!" Along with a furious roar, Magana erupted with Star Knight rank Qi, man and mount united, charged towards Yang Feng in a tyrannical manner, and slashed at Yang Feng with his sword with the force of a mountain. Under such circumstances, the only way to reverse the situation was to kill Yang Feng with a sword strike. Magana was a martial arts genius of the Morin's Empire. At the age of 45, he had already cultivated Star Knight rank Qi. With his frightening Star Knight rank Qi, he had slain countless powerhouses and assessed numerous rebellions. In desperate situations, Magana relied on his peerless courage to slay the enemy's generals and reverse the situation. Step by step, he climbed to the high position of a legion commander. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. Without dodging, he slashed at Magana with the magic sword forged from divine blood steel. Ding! The two swords clashed, and under Magana's horrified gaze, his sword was directly cut in two. The incomparably sharp magic sword had directly cut him in two. Virtually at the same time, Yang Feng was also sent flying by Magana's frightening Qi, fell from his horse, rolled aside, and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "It's a pity that your strength isn't weak. It's just that your weapon is too weak." Yang Feng glanced at Magana and left a sentence, then jumped onto another horse and continued to chase after the Silver Sword's main force. If their weapons were equal, then Magana would be able to send Yang Feng flying from his horse, while he himself wouldn't suffer any injuries. Now that Magana was killed by Yang Feng, this was the huge gap between the weapons of the two sides. A good weapon was equally important to an expert. It was precisely because of this that the 5 magic swords in the Miracle City would cause countless merchants to fight over them. Yang Feng took the 2,000 cavalrymen to pursue the Silver Sword's main force for 20 kilometers. After killing about 7,000 Silver Sword warriors, he turned back and returned to the Anchor City. Of the 20,000 Silver Sword warriors, only 5,000 of them fled back to the Zero province, cutting a sorry figure. Zero province immediately gathered the 5,000 remaining soldiers of the Silver Sword to the rear. At the same time, the other main battle legion in the province, the Silver Hammer, was transferred to the border between Zero province and Malinsan province, where they would bide their time. After the Silver Sword's main force was annihilated, the governor of the Zero province didn't think about how to assist his allies, but how to protect himself. If Yang Feng's 2,000 cavalrymen killed their way into the Zero province and turned it upside down, then his position as governor would come to an end. The Anchor City. Standing atop the Anchor City's city wall, Yang Feng gazed at the depths of the Morin's Empire's hinterland and gave a long sigh. "Unfortunately, I have too few troops. Otherwise, I would have already captured the Malinsan province." Yang Feng had the 2,000 cavalrymen carefully trained by Clive break through 10 cities within 13 days, and then set up an ambush to defeat the Silver Sword's main force. After days of fierce fighting, the 2,000 cavalrymen were exhausted, and Yang Feng had no choice but to stop advancing. After all, humans weren't like robots, who could fight 24/7. If Yang Feng commanded the Shizu robot army, he would have seized the opportunity when the hunting Fang Corps was wiped out to capture the entire Malinsan province. As for the 10,000 slave warriors behind Yang Feng, their fighting strength wasn't even as good as that of the Malinsan province's local guards. Driving them to the battlefield would just be sending them to their deaths in vain. In such a large-scale war, the weakness of the Miracle City's shallow foundation was exposed. Even if the Morin's Empire was defeated a dozen times, its vitality wouldn't be affected. As long as Yang Feng was defeated once, the entire Miracle City would be easily swallowed up. This was the absolute gap in the strength of both sides. Amazing, Master Ian. You're really amazing. To have defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps in succession, you're really an outstanding talent. Along with a chuckle, Edith slowly walked out from a corner of the Anchor City's city wall. Smiling like a flower, Faldina followed beside Edith. Every step she took was in sync with Edith's, as if she was his shadow. 3 burly warriors exuding frightening auras and armed with rapiers flanked Yang Feng, cutting off his path of retreat. Behind the 3 warriors stood 2 great wizards, who stared at Yang Feng with ice-cold expressions. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said solemnly, "How did you get in?" Yang Feng had been very cautious all his life. He had also set up many micro-monitoring devices in the Anchor City, with no blind spots. He didn't understand how Edith and them could sneak up to him. Edith said with a smile, "Master Ian, your magic ability is really strong. However, you're not the only wizard in the world. My dearest sweetheart, Faldina, is also a genius arch-wizard. There's no problem in deceiving the perception of a great wizard like you." Yang Feng frowned slightly, saying, "Miss Faldina, I heard that the Titan Empire and the Morin's Empire are enemies. Why did you join forces with Edith to ambush me? Isn't the more damage I cause to the Morin's Empire, the better it is for the Titan Empire? What you said makes sense." Faldina blinked her big beautiful eyes, and then said with a light smile, "But I love Edith. Since he wants to ambush you, I'll help him. As for the rest, I don't care." Yang Feng's thousands of excuses were blocked by Faldina. He was speechless at a woman who was blinded by love and an arch-wizard rank powerhouse to boot. Such a peerlessly beautiful girl who was dead set on love was simply a goddess in the eyes of many men. Yang Feng couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy towards Edith. Edith said with a light smile, "Master Ian, the Hansen family is in great need of a talent like you. Please join our Hansen family. Only then will you have the space to display your outstanding abilities." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said faintly, "What if I don't join?" Still very elegant, Edith said without a trace of anger, "If you don't join, then regrettably, this will be your burial place. His Majesty has offered a sky-high bounty for your head. Even I'm tempted by such a bounty. In that case, then please go to hell with me." A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He operated a secret method, and countless black dragon scales suddenly covered his body. He silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and 30 vampiric rattan seeds suddenly flew out. Under the effect of the spell, the 30 vampiric rattan seeds suddenly erupted and grew frantically into freaks with countless sharp barbs and tendrils. "Master Ian, the magic sword you made is very sharp, I like it very much." Edith smiled faintly and took a step forward. Frightening Star Knight rank chi erupted in a flash, and the magic sword strapped to his waist was unsheathed in a flash. It turned into star-like sword rays that tore apart the defenses of the 30 vampiric rattan seeds and chopped the cores of the 30 vampiric rattan seeds. When the cores of the 30 vampiric rattan seeds were broken, just like a human brain being minced, the vines withered and scattered on the ground, emitting black smoke, and gradually collapsed. Mind Hammer. Faldina smiled sweetly, then silently recited an incantation and took out a dark green legend rank magic staff. She pointed at Yang Feng, and a white magic radiance shot towards Yang Feng. Psychic spells were the most difficult to resist, and it was very difficult for defensive spells to resist psychic spells. Only by strengthening one's willpower was the best way to resist psychic spells. When the mind hammer hit Yang Feng, his mind shook, his head felt like it was splitting, his eyes glazed over, and his body stiffened. In a flash, the three warriors erupted with firmament knight rank chi, and three swords slashed at Yang Feng from different directions. At the moment of imminent peril, the divinity of fear in Yang Feng's spirit sea trembled, and a demonic energy of fear covered his whole body in a flash, pulling him out of the shock of his mind. Yang Feng's eyes congealed in an instant, divine energy of fear erupted, and he issued a heaven-shaking roar. Under the eruption of divine energy of fear, everyone on the scene seemed to come to a standstill for a moment. A sword was unsheathed, and a resplendent sword ray turned into a mysterious arc that twisted around the three firmament knights. Chapter 243. The three firmament knights were instantly cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. The two great wizards behind the three firmament knights finished casting in a split second. They pointed at Yang Feng and cast the level 1 spell Fireball, which was the fastest to cast. Two fireballs carrying extremely scorching flames slammed into Yang Feng, and the terrifying heat and flames engulfed him in an instant. Although Fireball had a simple name, but it was one of the most powerful single-target destruction level 1 spells. If a level 2 warlock didn't cast a corresponding defensive spell to resist, they would be seriously injured, or even killed. Amid the terrifying flames, a figure pierced through the flames and appeared in front of the two great wizards in an instant. With a flash of sword rays, the heads of the two great wizards flew high into the air, and a copious amount of hot blood spurted out of their chests and scattered on the ground. They couldn't believe that someone could withstand the bombardment of Fireball and still launch an attack against them. Seeing this scene, Faldina wrinkled her eyebrows slightly. With a wave of her lily-white hand, 36 rhombus magic crystals suddenly revolved around her and formed a huge magic crystal shield. At the same time, she floated into the air and floated backwards. The ground was the domain of warriors, while the sky was the domain of wizards. It was precisely because wizards had the ability to fly that they could beat up warrior experts. Their status was far above that of warriors. Magic and martial dual cultivation. Great Wizard Ian, I underestimated you. Edith took a step to the left and held his sword horizontally in front of Faldina, a dignified look in his eyes. Besieged by a star knight and an arch-wizard, Yang Feng was still able to kill 3 firmament knights and 2 great wizards. This kind of fighting strength was simply terrifying. You dare to assassinate me? Today, this will be your burial ground. Covered in dragon scales, Yang Feng looked like a humanoid black dragon. His eyes were ice-cold, and a fierce killing intent soared into the sky. He spoke frigidly. Edith pointed at Yang Feng with a magic sword forged by the Miracle City and said solemnly, Edith, a disciple of the star-sacred swordsman Banks, is here to experience your swordsmanship. Faldina's beautiful eyes constricted slightly, and she erupted with powerful spirit force fluctuations. With the magic staff in her hand, she could cast level 2 spells and below at any time. Then let's fight. With a roar, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he jumped off the Anchor City's city wall and fled into the city. If it was a one-on-one, then Yang Feng would still have the confidence to fight Edith. But with Edith and Faldina, even a level 3 warlock might not be their match. Yang Feng didn't have the confidence to defeat them. When Edith heard Yang Feng's bellow, his spirit congealed and the sword in his hand assumed a defensive stance. The scene of Yang Feng slaying 3 firmament knights and 2 wizards with a sword strike was too amazing, so he couldn't help but choose to play it safe. After all, if he and Faldina joined forces, even a great wizard who cultivated both magic and martial arts would definitely not be a match for them. Seeing Yang Feng choose to escape, Edith and Faldina were taken aback. They didn't expect that Yang Feng, who was acting like a hero a moment ago, would choose to escape. Shameless bastard. Go to hell. Faldina's pretty face changed slightly. She clenched her silver teeth and waved her lily-white hand. Ice cones, fireballs, earth thorns, wind blades, and other level 1 destructive elemental spells instantly shot towards Yang Feng. Under the bombardment of Faldina's level 1 destructive elemental spells, Yang Feng was forced to urge his life force field and brandish his sword to chop apart the destructive elemental spells. As for the spells that couldn't be chopped apart, he could only rely on the defense of the black dragon scales to resist them. Faldina's spirit force seemed to be endless. The densely packed level 1 spells bombarded Yang Feng. Before long, he was covered in blood and the black dragon scales were torn apart, dripping with blood. In addition to elemental spells, Faldina also cast various curse spells such as splitting headache, weakness, and perception disruption on Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank life force dispelled some low-level curses and weakened the power of a lot of strong curses, but he still felt dizzy from time to time, weak, and almost fell to the ground. Once Faldina acted, Yang Feng could no longer escape. He could only stand in place and desperately resist the various spells, unable to fight back. Edith's figure shook and, like a bolt of lightning, shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng suddenly barked, "Pagos, you're still not going to act. If I die, you'll all be buried with me." Gravity bind. Dark rays. Fear. Mind shock. Fireball. Web. In a room, more than 100 spells were suddenly cast and bombarded towards Edith in a frenzy. The more than 100 spells covered all fields of magic. Even if it was a star night, only death awaited them. Level 3 warlocks didn't dare to resist the bombardment of more than 100 spells. No. Faldina let out an incomparably mournful shriek, then watched in despair as the 100 spells completely swallowed Edith. With a flash of white light, Edith strangely escaped from the bombardment of more than 100 spells and appeared atop the city wall, his face pale and his back drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't had a one-time life-saving magic item, he would have been blasted to pieces by the more than 100 spells. Edith watched the more than 100 wizards slowly walk out of the room with shock in his eyes. "Master Pagos, how come it's you? How come you're working for him?" Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill them." "Yes, sir." Pagos smiled bitterly, raised his magic staff, pointed at Edith, and silently recited the incantation of a level 3 spell. The 20 mages quickly chanted incantations and cast all kinds of powerful defensive spells on the group of mages. Offensive wizards were responsible for offense and defensive wizards were responsible for defense. Wizard squads that combined offense and defense were the most powerful fighting force of the human race. Retreat. Edith's complexion changed. His figure blurred, and he quickly fled outside the anchor city. Faldina, who was in the air, also cast all kinds of spells and turned into a stream of light that fell from the sky and escaped with Edith. For a magic shooter and a star knight to fight against a team of mages with a magic shooter was simply courting death. Yang Feng frowned slightly as he watched Edith and Faldina escape. How troublesome. It really isn't that easy to kill these top powerhouses. There were many level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts in Yang Feng's dimensional crest. If he released those mechanical battle beasts, he might be able to kill Edith and Faldina. However, in that case, the Morince Empire would once again attach more importance to Yang Feng. The next time they came to kill him, it would probably be a large group of legend rank powerhouses. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Pagos." Pagos responded, "I'm here." Yang Feng said lightly, since your wizard squad is here, then attack the Toes city with the second corps. The first corps was composed of 2,000 cavalrymen carefully trained by Clive. Most of the experts of the Miracle City were gathered in the first corps. The second corps was a new corps composed of 5,000 slaves. The fighting strength of the second corps was extremely low. Even though it was equipped with a large number of weapons and equipment seized from the Hunting Fong Corps, its fighting strength was still much worse than that of the local garrison forces of the Malinsan province. No matter how inferior the Second Corps was, with the support of the formidable fighting strength of the human wizard squad, there was basically no force in the Malinsan province that could contend against it. If the tactics of more than 100 official wizards led by an arch-wizard were proper, they might even be able to kill a legend-rank sacred swordsman. This was the terror of human wizard squads. Of course, if a legend-rank sacred swordsman closed in on them, then the wizard squad would likely be wiped out in less than a minute. Pagos hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master Ian, the strength of the Morince Empire is beyond your imagination. It has the favor of the gods. Even if you capture the Malinsan province, you won't be able to hold it." The Morince Empire was one of the 4 most fertile empires of the Feisua Plain, and it was supported by the Zalia divine system. In the history of the Feisua Plain, there was no lack of geniuses who established their own states and threatened the rule of the Morince Empire. Then, divine chosen, divine descendants, and demigod-rank heroes appeared in the Morince Empire. Under the guidance of the gods, they destroyed the geniuses and the states they established. The Morince Empire and the Titan Empire were almost impossible to destroy. Pagos had no choice but to remind Yang Feng of this cruel fact. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't intend to hold the Malinsan province. I just have to plunder the Malinsan province and sell the population to the Titan Empire, and then I can withdraw." Pagos felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he understand why Yang Feng would plunder the population of a city and transport them to the Miracle City every time he captured it. If Yang Feng did this to the Malinsan province, it would take at least 10 years to recover its vitality. It would be even more difficult for the Morince Empire to attack Yang Feng from the Malinsan province. Pagos hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, isn't this too cruel?" "Cruel?" Yang Feng was taken aback, and then smiled lightly and said coldly, "If I had been the one defeated in the Red Earth wasteland. Master Pagos, you should know what would have happened to the tens of thousands of people of the Miracle City, right? Why didn't you think of the word cruel at that time?" Pagos was speechless at once. If the Miracle City was defeated, everyone inside would be captured by the Hunting Fong Corps, reduced to slaves, and sold to other people. All the wealth of the Miracle City would be plundered. However, at that time, Pagos didn't regard the slaves of the Miracle City as people. He didn't even care about Master Ian, Yang Feng. When he was proud of his success, how could he take the word cruel to heart? Yang Feng said lightly, "Okay, Master Pagos. You are now a member of the Miracle City. Your life, death, honor, and disgrace are linked to the Miracle City. If you perform well in the future, I can tell you the method to promote to a legend wizard and let you become a powerful legend wizard." Legend wizard. When Pagos heard that, his eyes blossomed with the light of expectation. On the Feisua Plain, the ultimate goal of all wizards was to promote to a legend wizard. Once a wizard promoted to a legend wizard, they could master legend spells, level 4 spells. Among legend spells, there were many spells that could strengthen one's physique and prolong one's lifespan. On the Feisua Plain, only after advancing to a legend wizard would a wizard's lifespan reach more than 200 years. This was one of the biggest weaknesses of wizards on the Feisua Plain. It should be noted that on the Zhangji Plain, an official level 1 warlock had a lifespan of 200 years. If they collected some lifespan prolonging elixirs, living to 300 years wouldn't be an issue. On the Feisua Plain, the lifespan of an official wizard was no different from that of an ordinary person. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng threw a stack of magic notes towards Pagos. When Pagos received the stack of magic notes, his expression trembled and his eyes flashed with excitement. The stack of magic notes in his hands described how a magic shooter could advance to a legendary mage. This kind of magic notes about a magic shooter becoming a legendary mage was priceless. They were generally controlled by greater aristocrats, imperial royal families, churches, and other powerful forces. Only by working for the imperial royal family could a commoner arch-wizard like Pagos obtain the corresponding magic knowledge. This was a trick used by the imperial royal family to control wizards. Pagos was already a genius in magic to be able to promote to an arch-wizard. However, due to being ostracized, he hadn't been able to get his hands on magic information on how to advance to a legend wizard. Now that Yang Feng gave him the magic notes on how to advance to a legend wizard, he was overjoyed. Pagos bowed slightly towards Yang Feng and said, "Sir Ian, rest assured, I will follow your orders. I will lead the wizard squads to capture all the cities of the Malinsan province." Yang Feng said lightly, "Go." 2 days later, the Toes city. In the entire Toes city, there were only 2,000 local guards. Due to the actions of the military upper echelon, there should have been 2,000 local guards, but in fact, there were only 1,300 local guards. The Toes city was already full of guards, who looked at the 5,000 warriors of the Miracle City's second corps outside the city with frightened expressions. Chapter 244. In fact, the 5,000 warriors of the Miracle City's second corps were slaves, and they had only been trained for a month. In terms of fighting strength, they might not be able to compare to the guards. However, they were wearing the weapons and equipment seized from the hunting Fang corps. From the outside, they looked very fierce and terrifying. Clive spurred his horse forward, pointed at the city wall with a sword in hand, and shouted, "I am Clive, the commander of the second corps of the Miracle City. Open the gate and surrender at once. Otherwise, after the city is breached, everyone in the city will be reduced to slaves." A city guard officer encouraged loudly, "Don't listen to him. This motley crew doesn't even have siege equipment. How can they capture the Toes city? This Clive is a nobody, he's not the devil Ian. It's impossible for him to breach the Toes city. As long as we hold the Toes city, we'll enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Everyone will be an aristocrat." Yang Feng first destroyed the hunting Fang corps, and then defeated the Silver Sword corps. He slaughtered his way into the Malinsan province and plundered countless riches. The people of the Morince Empire called him the Devil Ian, and his name struck fear in people's hearts. After hearing the city guard officer's words, the warriors regained some morale. Because the second corps led by Clive really didn't have any siege equipment. "Master Pagos, I'll have to trouble you." Clive returned to the second corps and asked Pagos very politely. On the Feisua plain, the status of wizards was extremely high. Even if Pagos was forced to surrender to Yang Feng, he didn't want to offend Pagos, who was an arch-wizard. Pagos nodded and slowly walked out with the more than 100 official wizards. 500 soldiers of the Second Legion stood in front of the magicians with large shields in their hands. Their only mission was to protect the wizards with their lives. Pagos silently recited an incantation, pointed at the city gate with the magic staff in his hand, and conjured the level 3 spell advanced fire arrow. As if a meteor, an arrow formed from flames shot towards the city gate. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the city gate was blasted into pieces, revealing a large hole. Wizards! The city guard officer shouted in despair. Fireball! Shadow ray! Corrosive ray! The magicians silently chanted incantations and pointed at the city wall. Countless spells bombarded the city wall like raindrops. A burst of incomparably mournful screams came from the walls of Toes city. With just one blow, more than 100 soldiers died under the bombardment of various magic spells. Clive pointed to the city of Toes and shouted, "Charge!" 2 Earth Knight level commanders immediately led 2,000 soldiers of the Second Corps towards Toes City. With the city gate broken and the wizard squad suppressing Yang Feng's side, the resistance of the Toes City was quickly suppressed. The entire Toes City fell into Yang Feng's hands. As soon as the Toes K City fell into Yang Feng's hands, Lina organized a slave transport team to loot the Toes K City in an orderly manner like worker ants, looting everything of value in the Toes K City, and then transporting everything in the direction of the Miracle City. These days, Yang Feng has obtained tens of thousands of slaves from other places through various means in order to deal with this sudden war. 10,000 slaves had already been organized into the 2nd and 3rd Corps. Another 10,000 slaves had been organized into a transport team under the command of Lina, which was responsible for transporting supplies. The entire Miracle City was mobilized. As if a clockwork war machine, it operated frantically. If it won all the time, this machine could continue to operate. But once it failed, this clockwork war machine would completely collapse. After capturing the Toes K City, the Second Corps rested for several days before setting out to attack another city, the Jia City. Without any suspense, the powerful wizard squad destroyed the resistance of the Jia City, allowing the Second Corps to occupy the city. On the other side, Yang Feng, who had rested, continued to attack the Malinsan province with the 2,000 cavalrymen of the First Corps. Wherever the cavalrymen went, one city after another fell into his hands without any room for resistance. The governor of the Malinsan province sent letters in blood to the imperial capital and the governor of the nearby Xiero province, begging for support. The governor of the Xiero province firmly implemented the principle of remaining unmoved in the face of difficulties for friendly forces. Instead of dispatching a single soldier, he constantly recruited soldiers from the province to fill the Silver Sword Corps, training them, and restoring the strength of the Silver Sword Corps. The Morince Empire didn't expect that the Silver Sword Corps would be defeated by Yang Feng. It greatly increased the importance it attached to Yang Feng, and began to mobilize the main corps of the several provinces behind the Malinsan province, and then slowly advanced towards the Malinsan province. When an army moved, it needed a lot of provisions. The Morince Empire wasn't ready to fight a war, and couldn't coordinate in such a hurry. According to the original plan of the Morince Empire, the Hunting Fang Corps was enough to take care of the Miracle City. It never thought of the possibility of failure. The stockpiling of provisions was simply insufficient. Now that Yang Feng defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps, the predicament of the Morince Empire's lack of preparation was exposed. The huge empire had countless provisions and elite soldiers. But because it wasn't prepared in advance, it was very difficult to mobilize provisions. Due to logistical issues, the movement speed of the main army that was transferred from the major provinces was also very slow. 10 days later, the 1st and 2nd Corps of the Miracle City finally met in the Bar-Roman city. Yang Feng urged his horse forward and looked at the Bar-Roman city from afar with a dignified look in his eyes. The Bar-Roman city's city wall was 20 meters tall and made of mysterious steel rock. It could even resist some legend rank spells. The city gate of the Bar-Roman city was made of the magic metal star magic iron and blessed by legend wizards. It could completely withstand the bombardment of legend rank spells. Inside the Bar-Roman city, there was a great temple dedicated to the sun god Dragoni. The Malinsan province was one of the main preaching places of the sun god Dragoni. The sun god Dragoni was a powerful intermediate divine power rank existence of the Xalia divine system, second only to the 9 primary gods of the Xalia divine system. His fighting strength was terrifying, and reportedly, he wasn't inferior to the primary gods of some weak divine systems. If the Sun Temple in the Bar-Roman city fully supported the governor of the Bar-Roman city in defending the city, then with Yang Feng's current strength, he might not be able to capture the Bar-Roman city. With the support of the Sun Temple's priests, then with my current strength, unless I use legend-rank mechanical battle beasts, it will be difficult to capture such a huge city. Yang Feng stared at the Bar-Roman city, his eyes flickered, and plans emerged in his mind, only to be rejected one by one. Unless he used poison or mechanical battle beasts, he had no hope of capturing the Bar-Roman city. Just the siege equipment alone was enough to stump Yang Feng. Of the two armies under Yang Feng's command, one was a cavalry legion, the other was a slave legion. Neither of the two legions had much experience in sieging a city. Basically, it was Yang Feng or the Bag's Wizard Legion who smashed the city gate with magic, and then easily broke into the city. The most desperate siege of the city had never been fought even once. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Bar-Roman city, and his eyes flashed with determination. Let's test it out a bit. If it's really difficult to capture, then retreat immediately. The 2,000 cavalrymen and 5,000 slave warriors were the foundation of Yang Feng's miracle city. Without these two armies, Yang Feng's forces would be greatly weakened. If it was outside, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat the army recruited by Governor Melinson, who was already frightened by the mere twang of a bow. But defending a city was different. In defending a city, even the newly recruited green forms would have some fighting strength. The Bar-Roman city had 130,000 warriors. With so many warriors, even if the casualty ratio was 10:1, it would still be enough to exhaust Yang Feng's army. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from the entrance of the Bar-Roman city gate, and the gate weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was lowered. Above the city wall, white flags were raised. Seeing this scene, all the high-ranking officers of the Miracle City, including Yang Feng, were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. They suspected that they had run into a huge trap. There was a huge barrier inside the Bar-Roman city, which was a powerful barrier released by the temple of the sun god Dragoni. Yang Feng didn't dare to take the risk of letting his mechanical flies fly in to investigate. Otherwise, once he was exposed, he might be hunted down by the god's true body. Clive said promptly, "My lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether it's a trap or not, we should send people to take a look." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then he made a decision and ordered, "Elio, take 500 people to take a look. If there's no problem, send the signal at once." "Yes, my lord." Elio, who had an Earth Knight rank cultivation base and was born in the Amon Principality, immediately urged his warhorse and rushed towards the Bar-Roman city with the 500 cavalrymen. Yang Feng and everyone else stared nervously at the 500 cavalrymen. They saw the 500 cavalrymen rush into the Bar-Roman city. Before long, a signal flare soared into the sky. A cavalryman quickly spurred his horse back and shouted excitedly, "The city is breached. My lord, the city is breached." Yang Feng ordered promptly, "Enter the city." With that, Yang Feng led the 1,500 cavalrymen into the Bar-Roman city. As soon as he entered the Bar-Roman city, Yang Feng saw chaos everywhere, with cries, shouts, and screams lingering. Countless people fled in the direction of the other city gate. Chapter 245. A very capable-looking young man came up to Yang Feng and said, "Subordinate Andro greets the Lord." Yang Feng looked at the young man and said faintly, "Andro, you're Artai's man." Ever since Artace obtained the support of Yang Feng's huge sum of money, his power expanded geometrically. Yang Feng was able to be so well-informed and understand the intelligence of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire. Without the intelligence sent by Artace, Yang Feng wouldn't have dared to rashly attack the hinterland of the Morince Empire and turn the Melinson province upside down. In war, information and intelligence were the two most important factors. Yang Feng was very glad that he didn't choose to kill Artace, but instead took him in as his subordinate. Andro said respectfully, "Yes, Lord. I'm the person in charge of the Bar-Roman city arranged by Sir Artace." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What's going on?" How could the Bar-Roman city be seized by you so easily? The governor of the Malinsan province recruited more than 100,000 troops in the Bar-Roman city. This astonishing army wasn't good in the field, but its battle prowess was considerable in defending a city. For the small army arranged by Artace to be able to seize the gate of the Bar-Roman city was simply a miracle. This is all thanks to you, sir. Sir, you've been besieging cities all over these days. Wherever you go, people are swept away. No city can withstand a single attack from you. The governor of the Malinsan province is already frightened. When he heard that you were coming, he quickly transferred his wealth and family members to the East Dantian province. He also dispatched an army to protect them. When the greater aristocrats of the Bar-Roman city saw the governor of the Malinsan province's actions, they lost their will to fight and quickly organized their men to evacuate the Bar-Roman city. Rumors were already spreading in the army, yet the governor of the Malinsan province did nothing. When you arrived in the vicinity of the Bar-Roman city today, the governor of the Malinsan province fled with 20,000 guards. When they saw the governor of the Malinsan province flee, the warriors he recruited scattered in confusion. No one was willing to defend the city. When I saw this situation, I was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble, so I led my men to seize the city gate and welcome the arrival of my lord. Andro said methodically. Yang Feng couldn't help but ask, the governor of the Malinsan province is such a waste, how did he become the governor? Andro said, the governor of the Malinsan province has a younger sister, who is the most favored concubine of the south, the emperor of the Mauryan Empire. It was the southern concubine who begged His Majesty to make her brother the governor of Malinsan province. In the Faisua Plains Mauryan Empire, every adult was allowed to marry 6 wives, 2 official wives and 4 secondary wives. As for concubines, he could marry countless of them. The Mauryan Empire had 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines, which were the 6 most distinguished women in the imperial harem. The status of the other concubines was not as high as these 6 women. The reason for this rule was that the first emperor of the Mauryan Empire was followed by 6 women of noble status. The 6 women were either the most beloved women of the emperor, or demigods with great forces backing them and noble divine blood flowing in their veins. In order to show that the 6 women were different from the other women, the emperor concubines conferred the title of 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines. The status of the other concubines was far inferior to that of the 6 women. In the Mauryan Empire, unless the 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines had no children, the children of the other concubines had no right to inherit the empire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said slowly, the emperor of the Mauryan Empire is so muddle-headed. Andro's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said, the emperor of the Mauryan Empire is a good-for-nothing. Not only is he fond of men, but he's also extremely muddle-headed and uses people in a mess. If it wasn't for the deep foundation of the Mauryan Empire, it would have collapsed long ago. Yang Feng shook his head and said slowly, impossible. No matter how much of a good-for-nothing and muddle-headed he is, the Mauryan Empire won't collapse. Because there are gods watching from the sky. The Mauryan Empire was an empire supported by the Xalia divine system. In the empire, there were countless temples and believers of the Xalia divine system's gods. The gods of the Xalia divine system would never let the Mauryan Empire collapse. If they thought it was necessary, they would use various methods to interfere with the secular world. They would destroy the forces that threatened the Mauryan Empire. As long as each god of the Xalia divine system sent a divine chosen, the terrifying power would be enough to destroy Yang Feng's small miracle city. Yang Feng glanced at Andro and said solemnly, Andro, you made a great contribution this time. I'll definitely reward you handsomely. How about serving me by my side? Andro's eyes flashed with joy, yet he still said respectfully, if Artace agrees, then this subordinate is willing to go to Sir's side and serve you, sir. Yang Feng smiled and tossed a vial of elixir towards Andro, I'll talk to Artace about it. This is your reward. Drink it and you'll be able to extend your lifespan by 10 years and promote to a knight rank powerhouse in one fell swoop. Thank you, sir. Andro was currently just an advanced warrior. After he received the vial of elixir, he immediately had a look of ecstasy on his face and said respectfully to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, who had built a portable fortified stronghold not far from the Miracle City, could synthesize elixirs that could promote people to the knight rank in bulk. However, if Yang Feng took out the elixirs for the slave warriors to use for no reason, then it would seem that the elixirs were too cheap. It might even arouse people's suspicions. In this war, the slave warriors also made great contributions. Therefore, Yang Feng could justifiably use the elixirs to enhance the strength of the slaves and remove their status as slaves. A warrior walked up to Yang Feng and said, "My lord, Archbishop Esteban of the Sun Temple invites you to see him. He's finally here." Yang Feng frowned slightly, then relaxed his eyebrows. He contemplated for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "Take me to see him." In the center of Bar Roman City, there was a magnificent group of divine halls. Among the countless divine halls, there was the most sacred and noble one. There was a sun engraved on top of the divine hall, and in the sun stood a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a golden holy sword. The huge temple released formidable fluctuations of power at all times, shrouding and guarding the entire Bar Roman City. This huge temple was the Sun Temple of the Bar Roman City. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the Sun Temple, he operated a secret method and looked at the temple. He saw a layer of extremely rich faith power shrouding the Sun Temple and exuding formidable fluctuations of power. On the Feisua Plain, basically every city had a temple. However, the size of the temples varied, and the power they possessed varied as well. Along the way, Yang Feng didn't encounter any decent resistance because the clergymen of the temples in the cities didn't put up any resistance. Of course, in exchange, Yang Feng didn't touch any of the clergymen in the cities. On the Feisua Plain, every clergyman was a servant of a god. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Feng wouldn't lightly touch the clergyman. A middle-aged bishop dressed in a bishop's robe with an arrogant expression walked out of the Sun Temple. Behind the middle-aged bishop were a dozen or so beautiful nuns dressed in nun robes. The middle-aged bishop looked condescendingly at Yang Feng and asked coldly, "Are you Ian?" Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then said indifferently, "I am Ian." Act said arrogantly and contemptuously, "I am the bishop of the Sun Temple, Act. The Bar Roman City belongs to the mighty sun god Dragoni, it's not a city that you barbarians can desecrate. Get out. You're not welcome here." Yang Feng smiled faintly, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he took a step forward and punched Act in the face. A few of Act's teeth were knocked out, his face was covered in blood, and he was sent flying several meters away. When he fell to the ground, he twitched and fainted. As a bishop rank expert, the might of Act's offensive divine spells was comparable to that of level 2 warlocks. However, his fleshly body was also extremely frail, unable to withstand a single blow. "What are you doing, barbarian? Do you want to blaspheme the mighty sun god Dragoni?" The complexions of the dozen nuns following behind Act changed dramatically, and they issued shrill screams. The Sun Temple had always been aloof in the Bar Roman City. Even the governor of the Malinsan province had to be polite when he saw the nuns, not daring to act recklessly. Now, a bishop-rank bigwig was punched to the ground by Yang Feng like a dead dog, which was simply unimaginable. Yang Feng swept the dozen chattering nuns with a glance. His gaze turned cold, he unsheathed the sword at his waist, and barked coldly, "Shut up, all of you. Now, I am the master of the Bar Roman City. I can decide your fate with a word. I can let you live, but I can also let you die. I can let you go to heaven, but I can also let you taste the pain of hell." The more than 30 guards next to Yang Feng unsheathed the swords at their waist and pointed at the dozen nuns. So long as Yang Feng gave the order, they would rush into the Sun Temple and kill all the nuns. The pretty complexions of the dozen beautiful nuns changed, they felt a chill in their hearts, and their delicate bodies trembled. Chapter 246. Master Ian, they're just a bunch of ignorant girls. Why lower yourself to the level of these girls? A gentle and magnetic voice slowly came from the shrine. A handsome man in the uniform of the Archbishop of the Sun Shrine slowly walked out of the shrine. He was enveloped in a layer of holy light, giving people a good impression. He was about 31 or 32 years old and wore the clothes of the Archbishop of the Sun Shrine. Behind the young man were 5 bishops of the Sun Temple. All the light was overshadowed by the young man's light. Yang Feng praised in his heart, "What an outstanding quack, he can compete with me." As a most outstanding and professional quack, he must be shrouded in sacred light at all times, giving people a favorable impression of him and giving people a sense of worship, awe. In this way, it would be more convenient to preach. When necessary, Yang Feng would never be stingy with his spirit force and cast a holy radiant spell on himself. This would make him look more amiable and sacred. In many churches, one of the important criteria for selecting priests and nuns was to have good facial features and outstanding looks. The more handsome and beautiful a person was, the easier it was for them to be promoted in the church. In fact, in terms of appearance alone, the young man was more than a notch better than Yang Feng. After all, the young man was a professional quack. When the beautiful nuns saw the man shrouded in holy light, their eyes flashed with admiration. They bowed to him respectfully and said, "Archbishop Esteban." The 5 bishops following behind Esteban glanced at Bishop Act lying on the ground, and then focused their gazes on Yang Feng, and their eyes flashed with anger. Esteban said with a gentle smile, "Master Ian, my subordinates were a bit rude, please forgive them." Yang Feng smiled faintly. He didn't expose the fact that Esteban was hiding not far from the temple when Bishop Act came out. Yang Feng said calmly, "Although I am a believer of the great Weave Goddess. However, I maintain humility and respect for the great gods of the Zalia divine system. This act went so far as to sow discord between the great Weave Goddess and the great Sun God. I guess that he should be a heretic who infiltrated the Sun Temple in an attempt to sow discord between the 2 temples. He should be burned at the stake." When he said this, the complexions of the dozen beautiful nuns and the 5 bishops changed dramatically. Heresy was one of the biggest crimes in the churches of the Feisua Plain. Once someone was convicted of heresy, what awaited them would be the cruelest punishment and burning at the stake. The people of the Sun Temple didn't expect Yang Feng to be so ruthless as to directly accuse Act of heresy. Once this crime was carried out, Act's soul would not be able to return to the divine country of the sun god Dragoni after his death. Instead, he would fall into the netherworld or the abyss. Esteban's heart trembled slightly, but he still maintained a kind smile on his face as he said, "Act is a bit impatient and usually makes some small mistakes. However, I can guarantee that he is not a heretic. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." Yang Feng said coldly with an expressionless face, "Sir Esteban, I have 2,000 cavalrymen, 5,000 warriors, and a wizard squad under my command. So long as I give the order, the Sun Temple in the Bar-Roman city will cease to exist. Do you really want to make an enemy of me for a trifling act? If anything happens to the Sun Temple in the Bar-Roman city, then I'm afraid that none of you here will be able to return to the divine country of the great Sun God after your death." The complexions of the people of the Sun Temple suddenly changed dramatically and their eyes flashed with panic. The Feisua Plain was a world with gods. On this plain, if the clergymen of the churches were pious, then after their death, they could be taken into the divine country of their god and be reborn there. The sun god Dragoni was a powerful god with his own divine country. He could take his believers into his divine country after their death. Many of the clergymen of the Sun Temple were willing to die on the battlefield so that they could return to their divine country. But if the Sun Temple was destroyed, then they would be unable to return to their divine country after their death after committing such a great crime. This would be the greatest punishment for them. Esteban still had a refreshing smile on his face. After a few words, he took a few steps back and said, "Master Ian, the Sun Temple has no intention of getting involved in secular disputes. As long as you don't offend the believers of the Sun Church, then the Sun Temple can remain neutral." Originally, Esteban intended to have Yang Feng not attack the believers of the gods of the Xalia divine system. However, under Yang Feng's aggressiveness, he could only choose to protect the believers of the Sun Temple. Yang Feng asked, "How do I distinguish which believers of the Sun Church are?" Esteban said unhurriedly, "Every devout believer has a temple badge bestowed upon them by the Sun Temple in front of their house. Please don't harass them." Yang Feng waved his hand, a silencing spell shrouded him and Esteban, and said with a light smile, 50,000 gold coins for a badge. Every time I find a badge, I have to collect 50,000 gold coins from the Sun Temple. Esteban frowned and said, "The Sun Temple doesn't have that much gold coins." Yang Feng said in a tempting tone, "You can say that the Miracle City forced you to collect it. There are so many greater aristocrats in the Baraman City, what's 50,000 gold coins for a badge? You can directly collect 100,000 gold coins from them. Didn't the 50,000 gold coins fall directly into the hands of the Sun Temple? The culprit of all this is the Miracle City, while the Sun Temple has no other choice. You really are a fiend." Esteban sighed slowly, revealed a smile, and said faintly, "In order to spread the glory of the great Sun God, I can only be forced to cooperate with a fiend. Gods didn't need gold coins, only faith. However, churches in the secular world didn't lack gold coins. Without gold coins, the influence of churches couldn't expand." Esteban only weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and then made a wise choice. In any case, with Yang Feng as a scapegoat, no matter how high the badge sales fee he collected was, the greater aristocrats would only be grateful to him and hate Yang Feng. Yang Feng and Esteban looked at each other and smiled, and their relationship became a bit closer. Yang Feng said, "Esteban, I need proof of identity as a bishop of the Sun Temple." Esteban frowned slightly and asked vigilantly, "What do you want that for?" "I want to meet the governor of the Malinsan province, preferably in a peaceful manner." "What do you want to do with him?" Yang Feng said with a light smile, "I think that the Malinsan province needs a great hero who can defeat the fiend Ian. I hope that this great hero will be the governor of the Malinsan province." Esteban was silent for a good while, before revealing a smile and exclaiming in admiration, "You're really a smart man." The governor of the Malinsan province was a good-for-nothing among good-for-nothings. Esteban originally planned to take the experts of the Sun Temple to defend the Baraman City. As a result, not only did the governor of the Malinsan province run away, but he also caused the collapse of more than 100,000 soldiers. Esteban's Sun Temple did nothing. If the governor of the Malinsan province was the great hero who subdued the Malinsan province, then it would be the best choice for Yang Feng. In this way, Yang Feng wouldn't have to face the experts of the Morin's Empire, and could calmly return to the Miracle City to recuperate and strengthen himself. After all, the Morin's Empire was one of the most powerful empires on the Feisua Plain, and its comprehensive strength was more than 10,000 times that of the Miracle City. If the battle continued, then once the huge war machine of the Morin's Empire was fully activated, it could easily crush Yang Feng's Miracle City. At present, Yang Feng had already made a fortune in the Malinsan province, looting goods and gold coins in the hundreds of millions. As long as he returned to the Miracle City and digested the spoils of war, his strength would soar geometrically. Retreating and admitting defeat was the best choice. This was an open and above-board scheme, and Yang Feng wasn't worried that Esteban would find out about it. As long as the governor of the Malinsan province knew of Yang Feng's intentions, he would firmly grasp this life-saving straw. Although the governor of the Malinsan province was a good-for-nothing, but he had a huge force behind him, which could suppress all dissent. Esteban said, "I'll go with you to see Busso. With me around, you can easily see him in person." Yang Feng asked in amazement, "You're going in person?" Esteban said meaningfully, "That's right. Although Busso is a good-for-nothing, but the South Royal Consort Katerina behind him is my best ally. I have to give him a hand personally." It was easy to be an official with someone in the court. In order to influence the huge empire of the Morince Empire, the temples would send their agents into the court or the harem. Obviously, the South Royal Consort Katerina was either a believer of the Sun Church or a staunch ally of the Sun Church. In addition to the Sun Church, the forces of the various churches also deeply infiltrated the Morince Empire. In the Morince Empire, the struggle between imperial power and church power had never ceased. If it wasn't for the noble divine bloodline flowing in the royal family of the Morince Empire, the Morince Empire would have been under the complete control of the churches. Although the imperial power was slightly suppressed by the church power in the Morince Empire, but the imperial power was still very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. North of the Bar Roman city, an army of about 20,000 people was fleeing in a sorry state. People were constantly taking off their leather armor and discarding their weapons in order to make themselves more relaxed. Under normal circumstances, this kind of behavior would definitely be stopped by the upper echelons and severely punished. But in that army, no one cared about it. Everyone just kept on fleeing. "Hurry! Hurry up, hurry up! You good-for-nothings, hurry up and protect your master." A fat man with glossy skin and a belly like a huge beer barrel, a sullen expression on his face, holding a horsewhip, kept berating. A high-ranking officer stepped forward and advised, "Governor Busso, the current speed is already at the limit. If we go any faster, the infantry won't be able to hold on." Busso said loudly, "Then let's abandon the infantry. We still have 2,000 cavalrymen. As long as the 2,000 cavalrymen escort me to the imperial capital, you'll all be greatly rewarded. If we go any slower, the fiend Ian will lead his troops to kill me. Now, you have to be fast, understand? You good-for-nothings." The complexions of the generals beside Busso changed dramatically, and they remained silent. Furious gazes were focused on Busso. If Busso hadn't ordered the high-ranking officers to escort him out of here as the governor, the Bar Roman city wouldn't have collapsed. The generals had analyzed it many times and concluded that as long as Busso held fast to the Bar Roman city, he wouldn't fail. Unfortunately, Busso stubbornly gave the order to flee, which allowed the Bar Roman city to easily fall into Yang Feng's hands. A handsome young general immediately echoed, "That's right, Sir Busso is right. With the infantry, when can we escape?" It was time to abandon the infantrymen. If we hurry up with the cavalry, we can escape the pursuit of the miracle city. Busso praised loudly with satisfaction, "Good. Ovano, you said it well. When I'm safe, I'll promote you to a commander." Ovano was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Sir Governor." Ovano swept the indignant high-ranking officers with a glance and said coldly, "You lot, hurry up and carry out Sir Governor's order. Don't tell me you want to rebel?" Busso immediately shouted, "Yes. You lot, hurry up and carry out the order. Otherwise, you'll be charged with treason. That's a great crime that will bring disaster to the family." "Yes, Sir Governor." Helpless, the high-ranking officers could only comply. Under Busso's order, the 2,000 cavalrymen immediately escorted Busso and the high-ranking officers of the Malinsan province and quickly fled. "These bastards! We've been abandoned. Disperse! We've been abandoned. Everyone, disperse!" The more than 20,000 infantrymen issued wails and immediately dispersed, fleeing in all directions. "This guy is really a genius." In the sky, wrapped in a black cloth, Yang Feng looked at the 20,000 scattered infantrymen and couldn't help but praise them. The 20,000 infantrymen were the remaining 20,000 most elite warriors of the Malinsan province. Without using poison, Yang Feng would have to expend some effort to defeat the 20,000 elite infantrymen. Now, before he even made a move, the 20,000 warriors collapsed on their own, which left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Esteban smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "He usually behaves well. When he was young, he was a famous genius in the aristocratic circle. I didn't expect that he would behave so badly when things really happened." Chapter 247. Riding the magic carpet, Yang Feng's group of two smoothly circled to in front of Busso's 2,000 cavalrymen. "I am Archbishop Esteban of the Sun Temple. Tell Governor Busso to come see me." Esteban jumped off the magic carpet, landed on the ground, and blocked in front of Busso's troops. A dazzling sun slowly rose behind him, radiating endless light, indicating his identity as the Archbishop of the Sun Temple. When the 2,000 cavalrymen saw the sun and heard Esteban's words, their hearts shook, and they spurred their horses to a halt. On the Fesua plain, the people that couldn't be provoked the most were churches. Once they were judged to be heretics by the church, their entire family would be burned at the stake. Even aristocrats, once judged to be heretics, would be burned to death and have their titles confiscated. Their entire family would be implicated. Moreover, this was a world with gods. Gods held high in their star-divine countries, and from time to time, they would descend miracles in the secular world. Everyone knew of the existence of gods, and they were full of reverence for the churches that worshipped gods. "Greetings, Archbishop." A dozen high-ranking officers escorted Busso out. After seeing Esteban, they bowed slightly in salute and said respectfully. Esteban was recognized as a genius of the Sun Temple, a powerhouse most likely to promote to a legend-rank archbishop. The high-ranking officers naturally didn't dare to slight him. When Busso came out, he saw the magic carpet behind Esteban. His eyes lit up, and he asked full of expectation, "Esteban, are you here to take me with you?" On the Fesua plain, there were no secret treasures refined by the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks. However, there were still some magic items circulating in the world. As a greater aristocrat, Busso wasn't surprised by magic items such as magic carpets. He had a few life-saving magic items, but he didn't have a high-grade flight secret treasure such as a magic carpet. Esteban swept Busso with a dignified glance and said in an indisputable tone, "I brought someone who wants to have a good talk with you. Let's go over there and have a good talk." "Yes." Awed by Esteban's imposing manner, Busso obediently followed Esteban and Busso away from the 2,000 cavalrymen. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at the surroundings, a magic radiance flickered, and a silent spell was cast, shrouding the three people. Esteban said lightly, "This person who wants to see you is Master Ian of the Miracle City." "Greetings, Master Ian. A friend of Archbishop Esteban is also a friend of mine." "No, Master Ian, you are Demon Ian." Busso spoke straightforwardly at first. Suddenly, he reacted, and his face changed dramatically. He took a few steps back and looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes. Yang Feng pulled away the black cloth covering his face, revealed his true face, and said with a smile to Busso, "That's right, I am Master Ian, the fiend Ian you speak of. Master Ian, please spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I'll give you a lot of money. I'll give you a lot of ransom. Spare my life. I don't want to die yet." Busso knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he begged bitterly. This guy is really of the highest quality. Yang Feng found it funny, but he strengthened his resolve. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Governor Busso, I didn't come here to kill you. Instead, I came here to give you a great credit." Under the leadership of Governor Busso, the army of the Miracle City suffered successive defeats and eventually retreated back to the Miracle City. What do you think of this credit? You didn't come here to kill me? Busso was taken aback. He wiped the snot and tears off his face, got up, and his eyes lit up, saying, "You want to fake a war and lose to me on purpose? What do you want in return?" Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He thought that Busso was a good-for-nothing, but he didn't expect Busso to react so quickly and grasp the crux of the matter. Yang Feng said lightly, "Governor Busso, with such a great credit, can you keep the position of governor of the Malinsan province in peace?" Busso's eyes lit up and he said with a beaming smile, "If it was someone else, even if they made such a great contribution, they would still be demoted to a commoner. However, with the strength of our family, I can atone for my crimes by making such a great contribution and firmly sit on the position of governor of the Malinsan province." It was easy to be an official in the court. In the Morince Empire, the Busso family had great power. His younger sister, the southern royal consort Katerina, was one of the 4 consorts favored by the emperor of the Morince Empire. If he suffered a crushing defeat, Katerina wouldn't be able to protect him. However, once he staged a stunning counterattack, he would be able to clear his name and make a great contribution. Yang Feng said lightly, "I want to scrape 200 million gold coins from the Bar Roman city." Busso was taken aback. He pondered for a while before saying, 200 million gold coins is too much. How about 100 million gold coins? I know that most of the assets of the greater aristocrats of the Bar Roman city are real estate. Their liquid funds are quite small, so it's very difficult to take out 100 million gold coins. However, if antiques, gems, and the like are included, then you can get 200 million gold coins. Yang Feng suddenly said, "What kind of title can I get from the Morince Empire if I request to be attached to it?" Busso's eyes lit up and he said enthusiastically, "Good. Good. Good. Master Ian, please leave this matter to me. I'll help you get it done properly. Don't worry, a hereditary peer title of Earl is out of the question. As long as you leave this matter to me, we'll be best friends." The Morince Empire sent troops to attack the Miracle City, but suffered a crushing defeat. The entire Morince Empire lost a lot of face. At this time, Busso came forward and summoned the Miracle City to surrender, expanding the territory of the Morince Empire. The Morince Empire also gained a lot of face. Busso definitely made a great contribution that gave him a lot of political capital and laid a solid foundation for climbing to a higher position. Yang Feng said, "However, I don't want others to interfere with the operation of the Miracle City. What should I do?" He could surrender to the Morince Empire in name, but Yang Feng didn't want the Miracle City he built to be annexed. Busso laughed and said carelessly, "Haha, that's easy. There are so many bandits in the Red Earth wasteland. It's very common for officials to accidentally die at the hands of bandits. Everyone does it. As long as you do it cleanly, no one will find out about it. With the Cayman family covering up for you in the imperial court, you won't be able to stir up any waves." Although Busso was timid and afraid of death, but he was very clear about the various ways of the Morince Empire. When it came to killing people, he played it down and didn't seem to care. Clearly, his hands were stained with who knows how much blood. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. The behemoth Morince Empire was so chaotic that he could fish in troubled waters. Archbishop Esteban watched with a smile as Yang Feng and Busso discussed how to cooperate and how to plunder the Malinsan province. For Busso, Yang Feng's attack on the Malinsan province was a great opportunity. He could take the opportunity to eradicate his political enemies. He could borrow Yang Feng's hands to get rid of all his enemies and make a big profit. Yang Feng and Esteban could make a fortune out of it. For the Sun Temple, as long as Yang Feng cooperated well in this invasion, he could expand the faith of the Sun Church in the Malinsan province and increase the devotion of the believers. As for the life and death of other people, Esteban didn't care. 3 days later, Busso suddenly led 2,000 cavalrymen to counterattack the Bar Roman city. The troops of the Miracle City were defeated and withdrew from the Bar Roman city in an orderly manner. A day later, Busso personally led 2,000 cavalrymen in pursuit and once again defeated the main force of the Miracle City in the Talon city. Within 10 days, the main force of the Miracle City was defeated 10 times in 10 battles. Reports of their victories were sent to the capital of the Mauryan Empire like raindrops. A peerless general of the Mauryan Empire named Busso gradually rose to prominence. Under Busso's frantic pursuit, the main force of the Miracle City finally returned in defeat. Carrying treasures and goods dozens of kilometers long, they happily escorted countless slaves back to their base in the Red Earth wasteland. The capital of the Mauryan Empire, the Saint Toulon city. As one of the two imperial capitals of the Mauryan Empire on the Faisua plain, this city wasn't something that could be built by mortals. It was a divine city personally built by the gods in a miraculous manner. The city wall of the Saint Toulon city was 200 meters tall and made of the highest grade of mysterious steel rock. Besides, it was blessed by the gods of the Zalia divine system. The city wall of the Saint Toulon city was enchanted with numerous defensive divine spells. Even a demigod-rank powerhouse with a divine armament would find it difficult to destroy the city wall. In the center of the Saint Toulon city, there were magnificent, sacred, and noble temples. Formidable fluctuations of power emanated from the temples and formed powerful boundaries that enveloped the entire Saint Toulon city. Any dark or evil life form that entered the Saint Toulon city blessed by the gods would be purified. Any spiritual type or control type spells that entered this barrier would be weakened and revealed. It was practically impossible for anyone to control the upper echelon of the Saint Toulon city through evil spells. Within the Saint Toulon city, there were only temples of the gods of the Zalia divine system. Even a powerful god like the Weave goddess couldn't have her own temple in the Saint Toulon city and preach openly. Chapter 248. About 10 kilometers away from the magnificent temple complex, there was an exquisite and luxurious imperial palace with a 50-meter-tall city wall. Inside the imperial palace, there were countless blessings of the gods and all kinds of powerful perpetual divine spells. In the imperial palace, poisons, spells, and other control methods could easily be purified by the perpetual spells left by the gods. In the history of the Mauryan Empire, none of the successive emperors had been poisoned to death or had their minds controlled by powerful wizards. In some of the smaller duchies, there would be news from time to time that some of the smaller duchies' kings were controlled by powerful mages or dark creatures. The imperial palace, in the reception hall. An elderly man with a crown on his head and a set of royal robes sat on the throne. He had a burly figure and was quite handsome, but his eyes were slightly swollen. He gave off a dignified aura, but at the same time, he gave off an aura of decay. The old man was the emperor of the Mauryan Empire, Mauryan 2867th. The Mauryan Empire was a human empire born after the War of the Gods. Under the protection of the Zalia divine system, the ancient and huge empire declined, sank, and experienced countless rebellions, upheavals, coups, and divisions. Even so, it was still passed down from ancient times. As long as the gods of the Zalia divine system didn't abandon the Mauryan Empire, and as long as the gods of the Zalia divine system weren't defeated or suppressed by other powerful beings, the Mauryan Empire wouldn't be completely destroyed. This was the difference between a state protected by a god and a state without one. Before the gods of the Zalia divine system were suppressed, any force that threatened the survival of the Mauryan Empire would eventually be destroyed by the gods. Yang Feng wisely quit while he was ahead and returned to the Miracle City with his troops. An official walked to the center of the reception hall and said loudly, "Your Majesty, Governor Busso of the Malinsan province has a report of success." Mauryan 2867th's spirit shook slightly, and he said in a slightly aged voice, "Read it." The official read slowly, "Yes. I, Busso, led 2,000 cavalrymen, caught up with the main force of Master Ian of the Miracle City in the Red Earth City. I fought desperately and suffered 18 sword wounds. In the end, I beheaded over 7,000 people and defeated Master Ian's main force. I recaptured the Red Earth City in one fell swoop. Recover the entire Malinsan province. In the assembly hall, the eyes of the ministers standing on both sides of the Morince Empire flickered with strange looks. The well-informed ministers of the Morince Empire had long since learned through their intelligence network that Busso had fled before Yang Feng's main force arrived at the Bar-Roman city, leaving behind an intact Bar-Roman city for Yang Feng to loot. Immediately after, as if with the help of the gods, Busso defeated Yang Feng's forces again and again. This was the 44th time he reported victory. According to the statistics in Busso's report, he had already killed more than 200,000 people from Miracle City. Morince 2867 said with a faint smile, in the face of adversity, Busso still doesn't give up. In the end, with 2,000 cavalrymen, he mounted a sneak attack on Ian's main force and inflicted heavy damage on him. He's really a pillar of the Morince Empire. As His Majesty said, Governor Busso is really an example for us to learn from. Governor Busso didn't panic in the face of danger. He took the initiative to abandon the Bar-Roman city to win Ian's heart, and then took the opportunity to mount a sneak attack on the Bar-Roman city and defeat the Devil Ian's main force. Furthermore, he defeated the Devil Ian 44 times in a row. His military ability is simply unpredictable. He's really a pillar of the Morince Empire. His Majesty should reward him handsomely. As if they had seen it with their own eyes, the officials of Busso's family loudly praised Busso's achievements and inverted the truth. The imperial court was silent. No one came forward to debunk the big lie. As if a puppet statue, Casimiro, the prime minister of the Morince Empire, stood in place, not saying a word. Morince 2867 said faintly, "Good. Busso has indeed made a great contribution this time. However, he has also lost a lot of territory before. Merits offset demerits, so there's no reward or punishment. Let him continue to be the governor of the Malinsan province. Your Majesty is wise." In the imperial court, countless important officials of the imperial court respectfully said in unison. An official came forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, Governor Busso is a man of great talent and bold vision. After defeating the Devil Ian in the Red Earth City, he finally persuaded the Devil Ian to agree to attach to the Morince Empire. This is the letter of request offered by the Devil Ian. Please have a look, Your Majesty." Morince 2867's eyes lit up, and he said solemnly, "The Devil Ian is willing to attach. Hand over the letter of request." The official respectfully handed the letter of request to Morince 2867. The letter of request was specially prepared by Busso for Yang Feng. It contained many humble words, stating that the fiend Ian was inspired by the great Morince 2867 personality. Moved by Busso's emotions and reasoning, the fiend Ian was finally persuaded to join the Morince Empire as an aristocrat. Morince 2867's face flushed and he praised repeatedly, "Good. Good. Good. This Ian is really sensible. Haha, under my rule, the territory of the Morince Empire has expanded again. This achievement surpasses that of countless ancestors. Haha. Ian and Busso have done a good job, I want to reward them handsomely." Ever since he inherited the throne, Morince 2867 had everything he wanted. His only regret was that he couldn't make any contributions and surpass his ancestors. Now that the Miracle City had chosen to attach, the territory of the Morince Empire had expanded again. Morince 2867 would become the most accomplished emperor among the more than 2,000 emperors of the Morince Empire, which was enough for him to show off to his ancestors and descendants. The official continued to propose, "Your Majesty, Governor Busso believes that Master Ian has attached the entire Miracle City and made outstanding contributions. Only by conferring him the title of duke can he reward his contributions. As for his fief, let the Red Earth Wasteland be his fief. Anyway, the Red Earth Wasteland isn't part of the territory of the Morince Empire. With his miracle city as a barrier, we can resist the military pressure from the three empires, the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Titan Empire, from the Red Earth Wasteland. If Yang Feng's incarnation of Ian was conferred the title of duke in one fell swoop, then the Busso family would gain a political ally of a hereditary peer greater aristocrat in the Morince Empire. It would also be of great benefit to the Busso family. With a flushed complexion, Morince 2867th was ready to accept the appointment. Good. Good. Morince 2867th had long since heard about the barrenness of the Red Earth Wasteland. That piece of barren land had never been on his mind. The mobilization of the Hunting Fang Corps was promoted by some greater aristocrats who coveted the wealth of Yang Feng's miracle city in the imperial court. As long as Yang Feng's miracle city was captured, then those greater aristocrats would be able to swallow it whole. The Morince Empire was huge, but many of its vast territories already had their own masters. The miracle city, which had no background, was the best target to annex. Even if those greater aristocrats swallowed this fat piece of meat, it wouldn't cause too much of a backlash. No. Your Majesty, you mustn't. At this moment, a tall, handsome middle-aged man with a trace of an overbearing aura between his eyebrows stepped forward, came to the center of the hall, and said loudly. Morince 2867th's face sank slightly, and he said coldly, Iser, state your reason. Your Majesty, the fiend Ian killed 100,000 soldiers of the Hunting Fang Corps and 50,000 soldiers of the Silver Sword Corps. At the same time, he entered the Malinsan province and burned and looted, killing hundreds of thousands of people. We mustn't let such a fiend possess us. Governor Busso, reports of success have been coming in every day, and he has defeated the fiend Ian's main force in the Red Earth City in one fell swoop. He's really a peerless general of the Morince Empire. I think we should let him lead his troops to attack the Miracle City, capture it, and offer it to you, Your Majesty. That's the best plan. Iser said with a cold smile to the officials of Governor Busso's faction. The complexions of many officials of Governor Busso's faction changed slightly. They knew very well how Busso won this victory. If Governor Busso led his troops into the Red Earth Wasteland, only death would await him. Morince 2867 swept the patriarch of Busso's Orthox family with a glance and said faintly, Favio, what do you think? Favio replied calmly, Your Majesty, the Red Earth Wasteland is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It lacks water and food. If the main force attacks, the amount of provisions and water consumed will be astronomical. The Malinsan province has suffered successive military disasters, and it will be difficult to come up with the money and provisions to continue attacking the Red Earth Wasteland. If the Empire wants Governor Busso to attack the Miracle City, then I believe that Governor Busso will do his utmost to capture the Red Earth Wasteland for the Empire. But before that, the Empire would like to allocate 40 million gold coins for military expenses. In addition, it is also necessary to allocate 2 corps' weapons, equipment, siege equipment, and a large amount of provisions. Otherwise, if we rashly enter the Red Earth Wasteland without sufficient preparation, we will only repeat the defeat of the Hunting Fang Corps. Morince 2867 frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts. So much money and provisions. Chapter 249. Cold sweat trickled down Duke Iser's back. His mind revolved lightning fast, and he immediately said loudly, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm unwilling to serve you. It's just that after rashly attacking the Amon Principality, I lost more than 50% of my private troops. I can't collect the required 30 million gold coins of compensation for the time being. If you want me to send troops, I won't hesitate to do so. However, Your Majesty, please allocate 70 million gold coins as well as the provisions needed for a corps to fight for a year. Otherwise, even if I go to the Red Earth Wasteland, it would just be a repeat of the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps. Morin's 2867th wasn't willing to cut down on the gold coins that he enjoyed himself and then spend them on military expenses. An official of the Hansen family stepped forward and barked, "Duke Iser has agreed to send troops, but the provisions are lacking. Sir Favio, your Orthox family also has 15,000 private troops, so why don't you take the initiative to serve His Majesty? Are you the one who wants to strengthen yourself with troops?" The official opened his hand and an image crystal shone with light. In the hall, a beautiful girl wearing a silver dress appeared. She had a head of dazzling golden hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to speak. She was like a peerless beauty who had walked out of a painting. Morin's 2867th's turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He looked at the official full of expectation, and a trace of vitality seemed to emerge in his aged body. Favio said with a faint smile, "Your Majesty, this humble servant hasn't finished yet." After the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps, the warriors of the Malinsan province with fighting strength were almost exhausted. Although Governor Busso defeated the fiend Ian in succession, but he also suffered many casualties. It will take at least 2 years to recruit and train the soldiers and restore their fighting strength. Morin's 2867th pondered for a while before saying, "Since it's so troublesome to send troops, then let's forget about it. Since Ian wants to attach himself to us, then let's confer him the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. As for the fief, it's the entire Red Earth Wasteland. Have him contribute 200,000 gold coins every year." An official of the Orthox family came to the center of the reception hall and said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has something to report." Morin's 2867th's aged, turbid eyes flashed with a bright gleam. The wealth of 1 billion gold coins moved him a little, and he looked at Favio. However, Morin's 2867th didn't play his cards according to common sense, forcing Duke Iser into a dilemma. Yang Feng leading the Miracle City to attach himself to the Morin's Empire was a peerless achievement. With this peerless achievement, Busso would soon become an important pillar of the Morin's Empire. He would soon become an important pillar of the Orthox family in the Morin's Empire. Favio also showed a smile. Of Ian. Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger, especially an incapable ruler like Morin's 2867th, who had tremendous power and acted as he pleased. It was even more dangerous. The Isan, and, Ian, and Ian. Ian. Iser said loudly, "Your Majesty, the fiend Ian plundered more than 1 billion gold coins from the Malinsan province. The Empire only has to spend 40 million gold coins to defeat the fiend Ian, and the 1 billion gold coins will be returned to the treasury." Morin's 2867th frowned slightly. He couldn't wait for 2 years. Morin's 2867th's eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and he said with a loud laugh, "Good. Good. Good. Favio, you said it well. Iser, I order you to attack the Miracle City with your family's private army. After capturing the Miracle City, I'll reward you with 100 million gold coins from the wealth of the Miracle City." On the Feisua plain, there was an ancient feudal system. Within their fiefs, greater aristocrats had various privileges such as collecting taxes and enacting laws. It was almost equivalent to a state within a state. However, every year, aristocrats had to pay a portion of gold coins or materials to the empire according to the size of their fiefs and the richness of their fiefs to show their submission to the empire. If the aristocrats failed to pay the specified amount of gold coins and materials to the empire, then the empire had the right to take back the fiefs granted to the aristocrats. Morin's 2867th said somewhat impatiently, what's the matter? Spit it out. When Duke Iser saw the peerlessly beautiful girl, his complexion changed dramatically, and he stared at the smiling Fabio with resentment and anger in his eyes. Your Majesty is wise. The Morince Empire was huge. For this huge empire, 40 million gold coins was nothing. However, most of the taxes collected by the huge empire had to be paid for the huge civil service system as well as the expenditure of millions of troops. Coupled with the fact that Emperor Morince had always been extravagant, it was very difficult to mobilize 40 million gold coins in a hurry. In the court, all the voices disappeared and everyone quieted down. Although Busso was timid and had almost no ability to command troops, but he had a good political sense and mind. He was one of the highest-ranking members of the younger generation of the Orthox family. Iser said coldly, "The Hansen family is His Majesty's most loyal subject. The Hansen family is absolutely duty-bound to share His Majesty's burdens. But when an army goes to war, provisions come first. Without enough money and provisions, how can a war be supported? Fabio, your family's Governor Busso has submitted 44 reports of victory in a row. In the reports, the number of people beheaded has exceeded 200,000. I heard that the total population of the Miracle City is no more than 50,000. Where did the 200,000 enemies come from?" When Duke Iser heard that, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically. The Hansen family had 20,000 elite private troops, which were the lifeblood of the Hansen family and the foundation for Duke Iser to run amok in the Morince Empire. Once the 20,000 elite private troops were wiped out, the Hansen family would fall from a top aristocratic family to an ordinary aristocratic family, and its strength would decline greatly. For Morince 2867, 200,000 gold coins was not a small amount. After all, the Red Earth wasteland had always been a desolate place with no special products. With a sharp gaze, Morince 2867 stared at Iser. Suddenly, he smiled and said casually, "Iser, what do you think?" The official replied calmly, "Your Majesty, this girl is called Faldina, a personal disciple of the Titan Empire's legend wizard Arvita. Reportedly, she has the bloodline of the Titan goddess of charm and is a legendary divine descendant. According to the information I received, she has a close relationship with Edith, the son of Duke Iser. I suspect that Edith may have sold out a lot of intelligence on the Morince Empire for this girl, and that he has very likely betrayed the Morince Empire." Feeling that the Hansen family was about to face a calamity, Iser suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Majesty. The Hansen family is loyal to Your Majesty, to the Empire, and will never have any disloyal thoughts. After this old official returns to the family, I will immediately use all the power of the family to capture this girl and present her to Your Majesty for interrogation." The officials of the two factions, the Orthox family and the Hansen family, stepped forward and accused each other. Fabio said coldly, "Duke Iser, the Hansen family can wage a war to exterminate a principality just for the sake of you, yet you are unwilling to serve His Majesty. You have ulterior motives. On the Fesua plain, unless it was a war between states, emperors generally had no right to order a greater aristocrat to use their private troops to fight for them." Morince 2867 felt annoyed and said coldly. Fabio said coldly, "Duke Iser, don't you want to serve His Majesty the Great Emperor?" An official of the Orthox family stepped forward and barked, "Duke Iser, your family's 20,000 private troops clearly didn't suffer much damage, so why aren't you willing to serve His Majesty? Does the Hansen family want to keep its troops for itself?" Although Morince 2867 was extremely muddle-headed, but he was still the emperor of the Morince Empire and had great power. Offending Morince 2867 was undoubtedly the stupidest decision. Once Morince 2867 bore a grudge against them, the entire Hansen family would be in danger of being destroyed. Just as Morince 2867's words fell, a chorus of voices came from below. "Most importantly, Yang Feng had already withdrawn to the Red Earth wasteland and was no longer a threat to the Morince Empire. Duke Iser wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Finally, he looked at Fabio, who was watching him coldly, gave a long sigh, and fell silent. He had slightly offended Morince 2867th by using delaying tactics. If he continued to annoy Morince 2867th, the situation of the Hansen family would become dangerous. Fabio turned his blade and mercilessly stabbed Iser. "Your Majesty, I have a good proposal. The private troops of the Iser family are extremely powerful. Not long ago, Duke Iser used his private troops to destroy the Amon Principality. It would be better to let Duke Iser dispatch his private troops to serve His Majesty and capture the Miracle City in one fell swoop. Since Duke Iser is His Majesty's most loyal subject, surely you won't refuse this proposal." "Shut up," Fabio said confidently. The population of the Miracle City was indeed only 50,000. However, after he attacked the Malinsan province, he captured slaves on a large scale and filled his army with them. That's why his army swelled up. Every time Governor Busso defeated the demon Ian would replenish his army, which was why he annihilated 200,000 enemies. Chapter 250. Morince 2867th gave a satisfied smile and nodded, saying, "Very well, get up. Remember, I want him alive, not dead." Iser heaved a sigh of relief, got up, and said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." After a long while, the court meeting was finally dismissed. About 2 kilometers west of the Imperial Palace, there was a road paved entirely with white marble. From a distance, the street looked like white jade, exuding white light. Therefore, it was called the White Jade Street. On both sides of the White Jade Street, there were many magnificent mansions. These mansions were the mansions of the ministers and greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire in the imperial capital. Therefore, the White Jade Street was also called the Noble Street. In the middle of the White Jade Street, there was a very ordinary mansion, which was jokingly called the mansion of the puppet Prime Minister, Casimiro. A rather handsome young man shouted somewhat indignantly at the puppet Prime Minister, "Casimiro, Father, why didn't you stop His Majesty? The Miracle City's Master Ian and Governor Busso of the Malinsan province clearly put on a show. Before Ian's main forces arrived, that good-for-nothing Busso fled. How could he have defeated Ian 44 times in a row and beheaded over 200,000 people?" Casimiro stared at his son and suddenly gave a long sigh, saying, "Amber, you're really not suited to be an official. Or rather, you're really not suited to be an official of the Morince Empire. There are so many smart people in the imperial court. Don't tell me you can't see that something is fishy?" Apart from some good-for-nothings, at least 60% of the people understood that it was a show put on by Ian and Busso. However, His Majesty wanted to save face and needed this victory, so this victory was real. Governor Busso made a great contribution. Anyone who brought this up at this juncture would make His Majesty unhappy and the Orthox family bear a grudge. I was able to hold the position of Prime Minister for so many years because I didn't block the path of others. I was just a puppet. His Majesty needed a puppet Prime Minister, and the greater aristocrats also needed a puppet Prime Minister. Only then could I sit in this position. Puppets don't make their own voices, do you understand? Once a puppet makes a sound, it will either be thrown away or destroyed. Casimiro said slowly. Amber felt a chill run down his spine. He somewhat understood how deep and cold the waters in the court of the Morince Empire were. Casimiro looked deeply at Amber and said meaningfully, "As long as His Majesty is on the throne, I can only be a puppet Prime Minister. Only then will I be able to die a good death, and only then will my family be able to live a life of glory and wealth." Amber said indignantly, "Damn it! How could someone like him become the emperor of an empire? Are the gods in the starry sky blind?" Casimiro's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he crushed a magic crystal. A silencing spell immediately enveloped the entire hall, and he berated sternly with a solemn expression, "Amber, don't say such words a second time. The gods were extremely powerful. As long as you silently recited their names, they would be able to sense it. Once he notices that you speak ill of him, our family will be directly destroyed." Amber said loudly with the hot-bloodedness of a young man, "Father, I know that. However, as long as I don't say the true names of the gods, they won't sense our conversation. I just want to know why the gods would let a fatuous and incompetent person like Moritz 2867 ascend to the throne of the empire. That lecherous old man exuding a putrid stench, how could he become the emperor of the Moritz Empire? His ascension to the throne would only bring disaster to the Moritz Empire." Casimiro hesitated for a good while before saying slowly with a solemn expression, "Amber, my son. I'll only explain it to you once, so keep it in mind." Amber nodded with a solemn expression. Casimiro's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "That's because a person like Moritz 2867 is a good emperor in the eyes of the gods." Amber's complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How is that possible? During Moritz 2867's 10+ years on the throne, the entire empire was in a foul atmosphere and the people had no way to make a living. How could he be a good emperor among the gods?" Casimiro sneered, "It's precisely because the empire is in a foul atmosphere and the people have no way to make a living. The people at the bottom of the hierarchy who are in hardship will become more devout and join the church. Only then can the gods in the starry sky get more faith power." Dumbfounded, Amber couldn't believe this fact. After the War of the Gods needed a large number of believers to recuperate, and then chose one wise ruler after another. They let them rule the land and multiply. When the population multiplied to a certain extent, a tyrant would descend and bring all kinds of suffering to the people. People would worship the gods devoutly and pray for the blessings of the gods. Then the gods would send emissaries to behead the tyrant and rectify the court. This was a cycle. Now, it should be time for the gods to harvest a large amount of faith power. Moritz 2867 played the role of a tyrant. He was the good emperor that the gods liked to see the most. Before his role was completed, any action against him would be an act against the gods. "Do you understand?" said Casimiro meaningfully. When Amber heard those cruel words, his blood turned cold. "I understand." The corners of Casimiro's mouth curved into a smile of ridicule, and he said faintly, "For us, the Moritz Empire doesn't matter. The most important thing is the interests of the Cunha family. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Cunha family, it doesn't matter even if the Moritz Empire is destroyed. However, with the gods watching from the starry sky, it will be very difficult to destroy the Moritz Empire." Casimiro said slowly, "The family is the foundation of us greater aristocrats. This is the consensus of all greater aristocrats. Our family is the most important thing. Not the Moritz Empire. Amber, my son, do you understand? I hope you can become a little more mature in the future and not be so impulsive. I'm old, and the future heir of the Cunha family is you. The lives of over 100,000 members of the Cunha family are on you." Amber was silent for a long time, then nodded slightly. As if he had matured a lot overnight, he said slowly, "I understand, father." Casimiro showed a gratified smile. He pondered for a while before saying, "Ian is a very smart man. He didn't let victory get to his head. After reaping enough benefits, he immediately chose to attach himself to the Moritz Empire. This man isn't simple. Although the Moritz Empire has decayed, but it still has many powerhouses. It's not something that his little miracle city can contend with. Amber, if this man comes to the St. Toulon city, you can get in touch with him." Amber replied, "Yes, father." On White Jade Street, in another mansion of the Hanson family. Iser slowly walked into a secret room and carefully turned a vase on the edge of the secret room. Crack! Along with the sound of mechanisms, a dark passageway appeared in the secret room. At the same time, a blank scroll appeared above the secret room. A mysterious magic fluctuation enveloped Iser and scanned him for a while. Then, a black ray of light swept towards him and pulled him into the blank scroll. Only then did the pitch-black passageway mysteriously disappear, leaving only the blank painting hanging in the secret chamber. Iser only felt his vision blur, and very strangely appeared in a gloomy temple that was filled with mystery, terror, darkness and coldness, inscribed with countless profound runes. Iser, what business do you have with us? A priest covered in a black robe, his face indistinguishable, and exuding a mysterious aura appeared from the void and said in a hoarse voice. Iser said coldly, "Do you know the master of the miracle city, Ian?" The priest replied with a smile in a low voice, "I do. He's one of our next targets." Iser frowned and said, "I want him dead." Iser not only pushed the hunting Fang Corps to attack the miracle city, but also obstructed Yang Feng's promotion to a duke in the imperial court. It was conceivable that once Yang Feng's embodiment of Ian joined the Morin's empire, the Hansen family would gain a powerful mortal enemy. The priest said with a gloomy smile, "What price are you willing to pay?" "He's our target." Iser said solemnly, 10 million gold coins, a complete martial art for promoting to a legend knight, and 10 intelligence reports. The priest said with a gloomy smile, "We'll think about it." "Okay, time's up. The barrier set up by the gods of the Zalia divine system is very annoying. We won't be able to appear for long. If we succeed, we'll contact you." A black light enveloped Iser's body, and he felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in the black chamber again. Iser's complexion changed, and he said coldly, "A bunch of stinking darkwalkers destined to live in the dark. If it weren't for me, how could you lowly things enter the Saint Toulon city?" A powerful barrier was set up in the Saint Toulon city. Once dark life forms and dark forces appeared, they would be purified. However, the divine power of the gods wasn't omnipotent, after all. For countless years, the dark races still relied on the bigwigs of the Saint Toulon city to sneak into the god-bestowed city. Chapter 251. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City's City Master's Mansion, in a secret chamber. Yang Feng sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. There was a huge alchemical array engraved below him, and a large number of top-grade magic stones were scattered around him. A tremendous amount of life magic energy slowly gushed out of the top-grade magic stones and entered his body. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, a copious amount of spirit force churned and surged, converged inch by inch, and formed the third spell model engraved in his spirit sea. Dragon Breath took shape inch by inch. After the third spell model Dragon Breath was condensed, an incomparably formidable life force suddenly appeared inside Yang Feng's body, and an indescribable tremendous power welled up all over his body. The Soul Seed, which was the core of the Soul Seed, also suddenly swelled up. It continuously absorbed the life force and grew crazily. A tremendous amount of life magic energy poured into Yang Feng, and then was absorbed by him, strengthening his physique. After a long time, Yang Feng suddenly faced upwards and issued a tremendous dragon roar. He opened his eyes, which flickered brightly, and was brimming with power. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Level 3 Warlock, I finally promoted to a level 3 Warlock. Since entering the Feisua plane, Yang Feng had never stopped practicing cultivation, and now he finally promoted to a level 3 Warlock. Furthermore, he was a genuine level 3 Warlock, unlike those level 3 Warlocks who relied on elixirs to advance. After promoting to a level 3 Warlock, Yang Feng's strength increased by more than several times. Yang Feng left the secret chamber, went to the underground base near the Miracle City, entered the virtual reality battle cabin, selected level 3 warlock rank enemies, and began combat training. A few days later. Master, Governor Busso requests an audience. Yang Feng had just finished training in the virtual reality battle cabin, when the communications magic box next to him suddenly rang, and Lena's voice came from the communications magic box. The communications magic box, a secret treasure refined using alchemy, wasn't as eye-catching as a mobile phone, and could be used on the Feisua plane. Wizards had all kinds of mystical means of communication, so the communications magic box wasn't anything special. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take him to the meeting hall and wait for me." Lena replied, "Yes, master." After taking a bath, Yang Feng left the underground base and went to the Miracle City's meeting hall. When Busso saw Yang Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically, "Master Ian, good news. You are now a hereditary peer Earl of the Morance Empire. The Red Earth Wasteland is your fief." Busso regretfully said, "Our Orthox family has spent a great deal of effort for you to become a hereditary earl. Originally, under the operation of our family, you should have been conferred the title of Duke. However, Duke Iser of the Hansen family appeared to stop him. In the end, our family fought for what was right, but we could only grant you the title of Earl. It's really regrettable." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "When did I offend Duke Iser of the Hansen family?" In the Morance Empire, Yang Feng didn't know many people. He didn't know when he offended a bigwig like Duke Iser. Busso smiled and said, "In the imperial court, the person who ordered the hunting Fang Corps to attack your Miracle City was Duke Iser. He has his eyes on your Miracle City." Killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a light smile, "I understand. Governor Busso, thank you very much for your Orthox family. As for Duke Iser, he will pay for his foolishness." With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng handed a warrior's edge to Busso. "This is a gadget I casually refined. I hope you like it." Busso showed a satisfied smile. He took the warrior's edge, carefully sized it up for a while, and praised, "Good sword. What a good sword. Master Ian, do you know how much this warrior's edge is sold for in the imperial capital?" Yang Feng replied, "I don't know, 2 million gold coins. The Gale Sacred Swordsman Domidio used your sword to defeat the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favila. In the most critical battle between the two sacred swordsmen, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favila's sword was cut off by the Gale Sacred Swordsman Domidio's warrior's edge, resulting in his defeat. In fact, it is generally acknowledged that the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favila should be half a notch stronger than the Gale Sacred Swordsman Domidio. After his defeat, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favila spent a lot of money to purchase a god weapon like the warrior's edge. I heard that as long as you offered him a warrior's edge, he would accept you as a personal disciple and teach you swordsmanship." Busso looked fondly at the warrior's edge and said with a smile, "For a sacred swordsman, a good sword was their second life. Many swords could not withstand the chi of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. Only magic swords fused with precious magic metals such as divine blood steel and mithril could bear the chi of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. A sacred swordsman could casually kill a star knight using a warrior's edge with an ordinary sword. However, in a life and death battle between two sacred swordsmen, one using an ordinary sword and the other using a god weapon like the warrior's edge, the one to die would definitely be the sacred swordsman using the ordinary sword." Yang Feng said with a smile, "In this case, with this sword, Governor Busso, you can also become a personal disciple of the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favila." Busso replied with a smile, "I'm well aware that I'm not cut out to practice martial arts. Besides, after practicing cultivation to the Sacred Swordsman realm, I'm not a martial artist. I have to obey the orders of the court. The status of Sacred Swordsman of the Empire is equal to that of us governors. In terms of power and status, they may not be a match for us. Besides, martial arts cannot be passed down to the next generation. However, the fiefs and territories of aristocrats can be passed down from generation to generation. Being an aristocrat is much more cost-effective than being a martial artist. Martial artists are nothing more than the lackeys of the nobles. Yang Feng was taken aback, and couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Busso. He had always looked down on Busso, who fled at the mere sight of him. Now that he got to know him carefully, he realized that Busso wasn't a pure waste. Yang Feng obtained a lot of first-hand information about the Morince Empire from Artai's side. In the Morince Empire, there were dozens of human sacred swordsmen. Many human sacred swordsmen served the empire, or became enshrined by greater aristocrats. There were very few sacred swordsmen who had a transcendent status. The ultimate goal of the human sacred swordsman who served the empire was to become an aristocrat, preferably a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with a fief. Since Busso was already a greater aristocrat, he naturally wouldn't abandon his current foundation to learn martial arts. Busso hesitated for a while before saying, "Master Ian, you are now an aristocrat of the empire. I have brought you the appointment document. However, you have to prepare to go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty in the near future. This is a necessary procedure. Any hereditary peer aristocrat baron and above must go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty within 2 months from the date of being conferred the title. Otherwise, your appointment will lose its legitimacy." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. To the imperial capital. The Morince Empire was one of the 2 human empires of the Feisua Plain. In the imperial capital of the Morince Empire, experts were as common as clouds, and there were more than 30 sacred swordsmen. The legendary sorcerers and the legendary priests of the major temples were all gathered there. Yang Feng had just promoted to a level 3 warlock. In a place like the Red Earth Wasteland, which was far away from the emperor, his strength was enough to dominate. Once he went to the Saint Toulon city, he would only be regarded as a first-rate expert. In a divine city like the Saint Toulon city, even Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be suppressed and killed by the gods if they behaved atrociously there. Busso said with a smile, "Master Ian, you don't have to worry. This is just a necessary measure for His Majesty to meet you. It's not to lure you to the imperial capital and then ambush you. The news that you were conferred the title of an earl has spread throughout the aristocratic class, and your appointment as an aristocrat has already been approved by the aristocratic senate. If His Majesty set up an ambush to kill you, it would only chill the hearts of the aristocratic class. With all due respect, you don't have the qualifications to make His Majesty do this." Yang Feng thought carefully for a while, then revealed a smile and said, "In that case, I'll make some preparations to go to the imperial capital to have an audience with His Majesty." The people that the Morince Empire had to destroy its credibility to lure and kill were basically demigod rank or even god rank powerhouses. In front of the behemoth known as the Morince Empire, a great wizard like Yang Feng was just a nobody. He wasn't worthy of the Morince Empire doing this. Busso said with a smile, "I'll go back with you. It just so happens that I also have to go back to have an audience with His Majesty." Yang Feng agreed. All right. 3 days later, a convoy escorted by 100 cavalrymen left the Miracle City and headed for the Malinsan province. 15 days later, the convoy appeared in the Bar-Roman city. Before long, a huge convoy escorted by more than 1,000 cavalrymen slowly headed for the Saint Toulon city. Along the way, Yang Feng experienced the prestige of the Orthox family. Wherever Governor Busso passed, numerous officials welcomed him warmly and scrambled to offer him local specialties, gold, silver, and jewelry. Yang Feng, the newly promoted Earl of the Morince Empire, also received a warm reception. Numerous officials sent all kinds of beautiful women to Yang Feng and Governor Busso. Yang Feng didn't refuse anyone along the way. Together with Busso, he accepted all the gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful women. In any case, he could settle those beautiful women in the Miracle City, so he had no worries. Along the way, while tasting the delicacies of various places and experiencing the customs of the Morin's Empire, Yang Feng leisurely headed for the Saint Toulon city. Chapter 252. In a carriage brimming with fragrance, Yang Feng was carefully studying a book on level 3 extraordinary plants. This was a book he got from the demonic fighting sect, which recorded the knowledge of many kinds of level 3 extraordinary plants. Many third-order transcendent plants came from different planes, and each of them had a miraculous power. The offensive power of level 3 extraordinary plants couldn't surpass that of great warlocks. However, many of the level 3 extraordinary plants had special abilities that even great warlocks couldn't achieve. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred slightly. He closed the book in his hand, flipped his hand, and put it into a storage ring. Andrew's voice came from outside the carriage, "Sir, there's a fight ahead." After Andrew made a great contribution, Yang Feng promoted him to the vice-captain of his personal guard. Yang Feng had to carefully observe this young man. If he was of great use, then he would do his best to groom him. On this trip to the Saint Toulon city, Andrew, as the vice-captain of his personal guard, commanded the 100 knights as Yang Feng's guards. "I see." The carriage stopped, and Yang Feng alighted and looked into the distance. A peerless beauty, Faldina, wearing a silver dress, with dazzling blonde hair, a tall figure, skin as white as jade, exquisite facial features, and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to speak, as if she had walked out of a painting, was panting heavily as she frantically fled in this direction. A dozen men with knight-rank cultivation bases dressed in black, armed with pitchforks, lasso sticks, fishing nets, ropes, and other capture weapons chased after her. "So it's an acquaintance." Yang Feng glanced at Faldina and saw at a glance that she seemed to have been poisoned, and her magic power was almost sealed. This was why she was being chased by the dozen knight-rank men. If Faldina still had her cultivation base, she would have been able to kill the dozen knight-rank men with a single hand. Busso alighted from the carriage. When he saw Faldina, his eyes lit up, and he said with an excited smile, "What a beautiful girl. How about we grab her and enjoy her?" Yang Feng was speechless. Busso beside him was clearly not a good person. As soon as he saw a beauty, his first reaction was to grab her. Busso's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "No, this is Faldina, the personal disciple of the legendary wizard Alvita of the Titan Empire. Master Ian, she was a forbidden descendant of His Majesty the Emperor. You can't kidnap her." Although Busso was a bit lecherous, he also knew that there were some women he could touch and some women he absolutely could not. Yang Feng nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards his carriage. "Let's go." Although Faldina was a beautiful woman, but she and Edith ambushed Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't have a favorable impression of Faldina, a stunning beauty from the Titan Empire. He had no interest in her life or death. Busso heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yang Feng would take Faldina for himself. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. Few people in the entire Morin's Empire could withstand the wrath of Morin's 2867th, Master Ian, save me. Save me. As long as you save me, I'll tell you the location of a god armament. Faldina's mournful pleading voice came from behind Yang Feng. God armament. Yang Feng's heart palpitated with eagerness when he heard that. The so-called god armament was a mystical treasure forged by the gods of the Feisua plane and contained a certain law power. Every god armament had a strange and formidable power. If converted to the secret treasure grades of the Tsangji plane, then every god armament would be a level 6 secret treasure at the very least. At present, Yang Feng didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. There were a few level 6 secret treasures in the Tyrannid subcontinent, but they were all secret treasures used to enhance people's soul aptitude or warlock rank strength. There was no level 6 secret treasure that could be used for combat. A god armament. If Yang Feng could get a god armament on the Feisua plane, then his trip to the Feisua Plain would be a huge gain. Even in the main continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, a divine artifact was absolutely a rare treasure. It was a secret treasure that could only be made by alchemists who were rated as divine craftsmen. Every divine craftsman rank alchemist was a terrifying existence above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Each of them had a distinguished status and formidable strength. In the Great Cloud Imperial Court, even Moonlight Warlock rank experts might not have a god armament. Go save her. Yang Feng turned around and ordered Andro faintly. Yes. Sir. Andro turned around, drew his sword, pointed at the dozen-plus men in black, and barked, "Charge!" The 50 knights instantly burst forth with powerful combat aura and followed behind Andro as they charged at the dozen black-clothed men. The dozen black-clothed men were also shocked. Qi erupted from their bodies, and they hastily resisted the attack. Under the charge of the 50 knights, the dozen-plus men in black only resisted for a while before they were killed. Andro escorted Faldina to in front of Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew out, pierced Faldina's delicate arm, and injected the elixir into her. Faldina's pretty face flushed slightly, and a mysterious force erupted from her in a flash, killing the liquid metal nano-robots in a flash. Yang Feng's complexion flickered. The liquid metal nano-robot elixir could even be easily controlled by great warlock rank experts. Faldina was just an arch-wizard, and her physical constitution couldn't even compare to that of many level 3 warlocks, yet she was able to kill all the liquid metal nano-robots. This was simply heaven-defying. Faldina smiled sweetly. I was blessed by the gods when I was born. Mind-enslaving spells, control-type spells, control-type poisons, and control-type magic medicines are completely ineffective against me. Yang Feng said lightly, "Are you mocking me? I'm a wizard proficient in pharmacology. I think that the miraculous pharmacology should be able to make a beautiful lady give me the information I want. If pharmacology isn't enough to make you talk, then the knight Andro next to me is an interrogation expert. He should be able to make you tell me the information I want to know." Andro took a step forward very cooperatively, looked up and down Faldina's private parts, and let out a creepy, lascivious laugh. Faldina's pretty face changed, and she took 2 steps back. Looking pitiful, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she said, "You bullied me. You bullied a weak woman like me. Are you still a man?" When Faldina cried, it was truly heartbreaking and destabilizing. Andro's eyes also trembled slightly, revealing a hint of infatuation. Yang Feng said coldly, "It's no use. Faldina, where is the divine armament? If you tell me that the divine armament is in the all-god sacred mountain, then I can only send you to meet the gods. If that's the case, then I can only send you to meet the gods." The all-god sacred mountain was the headquarters of the churches of the Xalia divine system. The all-god sacred mountain was the place with the most powerhouses in the Morince Empire. It was also the most sacred place in the eyes of the countless believers of the Morince Empire. The all-god sacred mountain of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire's Titan sacred mountain both had divine armament rank treasures. Those who looted the divine armament treasures in these 2 places had all turned into corpses. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses could die in these 2 places if they were careless. Yang Feng wouldn't go to such places to court death. Faldina's tears stopped, her face turned serious, and a trace of misery appeared on her dignified face. She sighed faintly, "Of course not. I can tell you the location of the divine armament. However, there's a condition. I need you to escort me to the St. Toulon city to meet Edith. I want to ask him personally why he poisoned me." Yang Feng was shocked. "Edith poisoned you? That's impossible, right?" For Edith, Faldina even gave up her duty as an emissary of the Titan Empire. She was even willing to follow Edith to assassinate Yang Feng. For Edith to poison Faldina, that was somewhat cruel and unscrupulous. Faldina said faintly, I'm tired. Yang Feng pointed at a carriage and said, you take that carriage. Faldina nodded silently and stepped into the carriage with graceful steps. Yang Feng took a deep look at Faldina's carriage, then turned around and entered his own carriage. Let's set off. The huge convoy started moving towards the Saint Toulon city again. At the same time as the convoy started moving, Faldina's carriage suddenly shook. Along with the shaking, a grain-sized mechanical flying ant flew to the edge of Faldina's skirt, attached to it, melted, and transformed into a part of the skirt. 5 days later, the magnificent and huge Saint Toulon city finally appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The Saint Toulon city, this city looks like it can contend with the Zhangji plain. Yang Feng looked at the huge Saint Toulon city through the carriage, and his eyes flashed with admiration. In front of the Saint Toulon city, a huge convoy lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for permission to enter the city. The huge convoy stretched for more than a dozen kilometers. Yang Feng's convoy barged through and sped towards the passage reserved for greater aristocrats. Along the way, the complexions of the people in the convoy changed dramatically when they saw the crest of the Orthodox family on the carriages, and they consciously made way. This was one of the privileges of greater aristocrats. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant and despotic voice came from the front. Fuck, you lowlifes, you dare to block my way? Do you want to die? Chapter 253. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. He saw a fat middle-aged woman dressed in rags fall in front of an aristocrat's luxurious carriage with a young girl in her arms. A young man dressed in luxurious aristocratic attire, escorted by 6 guards, came up to the middle-aged woman and swore. I'm sorry, Lord Aristocrat. We were jostled by the crowd. We'll go now. We're very sorry for offending you. The fat middle-aged woman embraced her daughter and apologized in a low voice. After scolding, the young aristocrat felt very comfortable. He was about to wave his hand to have the 2 people leave, when suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he stared at the middle-aged woman's daughter, unable to shift his gaze away. Although the middle-aged woman's daughter's face was covered in a faint layer of dust, but if you looked carefully, you would find that her eyes were bright and spirited, her facial features were delicate and attractive, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was very beautiful. The young aristocrat's eyes lit up, and he said with an unbridled smile, "What a beautiful girl. It seems that my luck is pretty good today. Take her away. Take it as a punishment for these 2 lowly commoners offending me." 2 guards immediately stepped forward and forcefully pulled the young girl away from the middle-aged woman's embrace. They then kicked the middle-aged woman, causing her to fall to the ground. The young and beautiful girl let out a mournful cry, "Mother! Save me! Mama!" Some commoners who still had a conscience couldn't help but turn their heads, unwilling to see this scene. When the warriors of the Saint Toulon city standing a dozen meters away saw the family crest on the young aristocrat's luxurious carriage, they fell silent. "Stop!" At this moment, a stern shout came from the side. Gazes focused on the place where the voice came from. The young aristocrat turned his head and saw Yang Feng alight the carriage. What a beautiful little girl! Busso also alighted from the carriage. As soon as he saw the beautiful and charming girl, his eyes bloomed with excitement. The young aristocrat turned around and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Andro took a step forward and shouted, "How dare you? The distinguished sir in front of you is Sir Earl Ian, the hereditary Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland conferred by His Majesty the Great Emperor." Sir Earl. That's a hereditary Earl. When the people near the city gate heard Andro's voice, they immediately revealed a trace of reverence in their eyes. These people mingled in the Saint Toulon city and were much more knowledgeable than people from small places. The power of a hereditary count was more than 100 times greater than that of a court count. A hereditary earl, even in the imperial capital, was an extraordinary person. The arrogant young noble immediately changed his demeanor. He became courteous and said, "So it's Count Ian of the Red Lands. I'm Angelo, the third-in-line heir of the Andino family. What can I do for you?" Yang Feng said lightly, "I've taken a fancy to this woman." Angelo's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated. Busso also came over and said arrogantly, "Angelo, since the Count of the Red Earth Wasteland has taken a fancy to this lowly person, just let him have this lowly commoner. Otherwise, I'll have a talk with your father, Andino." When Angelo saw Busso, his pupils constricted slightly. He revealed a graceful smile and handed 2 invitations to Yang Feng and Busso. "Since you like her, Earl Ian, then you can have these 2 lowly people." "Earl Ian, Governor Busso, it's my father's birthday in a few days. Please do me the honor and come for a chat." Yang Feng and Busso took the invitations. "Then I'll take my leave first." Angelo smiled, turned around, and boarded his carriage. After boarding the carriage, his face darkened and was shrouded in a layer of haze. His eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Busso's slender eyes had been staring at the beautiful girl. A hint of covetousness appeared on his face as he chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Earl Ian. You got yourself such a top-notch little beauty. Her figure, appearance, and skin are all top-notch. With a little polish, she can become a superb beauty in the future. If you don't want her, can you sell her to me? I can pay 300,000, oh, no, 500,000 gold coins to buy this little beauty." Yang Feng said, 500,000 gold coins. That's enough to buy an elven slave. Busso, you're really willing. Busso chuckled and said, "Elven slaves aren't fun to play with. If discovered by the Elven Empire, there's the risk of being assassinated. Besides, this little beauty is even more beautiful than elves. It'll definitely be fun to train her. Mom, don't go, don't leave me alone. Don't go, please, don't leave me alone. How can I live if you leave me alone? Mom! Don't go." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from the side. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the cry and saw that the very pretty little beauty had thrown herself on top of the middle-aged woman, crying her heart out. 2 streams of tears washed away the dust on her pretty face, looking extremely pitiful. Yang Feng sighed slightly and said, "Forget it, I'll keep this girl for myself." Busso sighed with some regret, "What a pity." Yang Feng came up to the girl and said lightly, "Do you have anywhere else to go?" The girl raised her tear-stained face and continued to sob, "Master, I don't have any relatives other than my mother. My lord, please help me bury my mother. I'm willing to stay by your side and work like a cow or a horse for you to repay your kindness." Yang Feng said, "Andro, go and bury her properly." Andro took a step forward and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." The girl showed a look of gratitude and said, "Thank you, master." Yang Feng said, "My name is Ian, what's your name?" The girl replied, "Master, my name is Alarina." "Alarina, come with me, let's go into the city together." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. He grabbed Alarina's little hand and strode towards the gate of the Saint Toulon city. There was a very powerful barrier at the gate of the Saint Toulon city, which was blessed by the gods. Anyone who entered the Saint Toulon city would be subjected to a magic inspection. Fiends, devils, kindred, dark elves, and other dark and evil life forms would be discovered once they entered the Saint Toulon city. Alarina's pretty face flashed with shyness, and she struggled slightly. Seeing that she couldn't break free from Yang Feng's arm, she let him pull her into the gate of the Saint Toulon city. As soon as Yang Feng arrived at the gate of the Saint Toulon city, a resplendent divine light shot out from the gate and shone on him. The nano-robots of blasphemy hidden in Yang Feng's head immediately simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Inside the gate of the Saint Toulon city, even if non-believers entered, they would be discovered in an instant, and then burned to death at the stake. On the Faisua plain, non-believers were unwelcome and regarded as heretics in any country of the human world. They were like stray dogs, unable to be active in the central area of human power. Yang Feng's spirit was taut, his gaze fixed on Alarina, and he was ready to fight. Alarina had a naive look on her face as if she hadn't sensed anything. She allowed the divine light to shine on her body, but it didn't trigger any reaction. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with a glint of doubt. Did I guess wrong? Was I really lucky to meet such a beautiful girl? A girl of Alarina's level could already be called an absolute beauty. On the Faisua plain, once such a beautiful girl was discovered by an aristocrat in a territory, she would either be pocketed by the aristocrat, offered as a gift to a greater aristocrat, or sold to a slave merchant for a big profit. After entering the Saint Tulan city, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at Alarina, and a single target evil detection spell fell on Alarina. Strands of pure white light radiated from Alarina's body, showing that this young lady was a pure person who had never betrayed her conscience and killed any intelligent beings. Yang Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that I was being paranoid. Shortly after entering the city gate, a handsome young aristocrat with short blonde hair, surrounded by a dozen guards, blocked in front of Yang Feng and company. The young aristocrat blocked in front of Yang Feng and company and said with an arrogant expression, "Ian, Busso, get out here." Yang Feng frowned slightly and slowly alighted from his carriage. Busso also alighted from his carriage. When he saw the young aristocrat, his complexion couldn't help but change. Yang Feng asked, "Who is this guy?" Busso immediately whispered to Yang Feng, "He is Bel, the eldest son of His Highness the Great Prince Andrew." Bel smiled coldly and ordered, "Sure enough, Busso, you colluded with the fiend Ian to harm the interests of the empire. Men, capture the fiend Ian." "Yes. Your Highness." The dozen knight-rank guards laughed fiendishly, burst out with tyrannical chi, and rushed at Yang Feng. "You're courting death. Don't interfere." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, a king's sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a step forward, erupted with firmament knight-rank chi in a flash, and sword rays shone like stars. A mist of blood burst out beside Yang Feng and splashed in all directions. Chapter 254. When he saw this, Busso's heart trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear. What a scary guy. That's the fiend Ian for you. Ever since Busso and Yang Feng reached a settlement, the relationship between the two parties quickly became closer. Busso's fear of Yang Feng slowly faded. Now that he saw the blood mist and pieces of corpses exploding around Yang Feng, fear welled up inside him, and he finally understood the terrifying meaning of the name Fiend Ian. Andrew's eyes flashed with fanaticism and excitement. This is our Lord, perfect, powerful, callous, and benevolent. How wonderful. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the warriors who followed Yang Feng on expeditions. To them, only such a powerful monarch was worthy of following. As if a god of death walking in the secular world, Yang Feng walked up to in front of Bel, looked coldly at Bel, and unleashed the divine energy of fear in a flash. As if on the verge of life and death, as if one wrong word, one would be burned at the stake, a great fear enveloped Bel. Bel's face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, his body trembled, his mouth was dry, and he didn't dare to move his eyes away from Yang Feng. "Your Highness, these rebels tried to assassinate you. I'll help you kill them all." Yang Feng looked at Bel with an aloof tone and barked, "Your Highness, are you satisfied?" Face pale, Bel took 3 steps back and said tremblingly, "Satisfied. Satisfied. Satisfied." Overbearing, divine energy of fear permeated his body. Yang Feng took a step forward and said threateningly, "I killed these people, are you satisfied?" "Yes." "Still not satisfied." Bel said tremblingly, "Well done. Well done. Yang Feng smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, you can go now." "Yes. Yes." With a look of fear on his face, Bell mounted his horse and frantically fled into the distance. Busso said with a look of worship, "Ian, you're really amazing." Bell was an idiot who didn't even understand the rules of the aristocratic game. It was really difficult to deal with him. You scared him away with just one sentence. "You're really amazing." Ordinary princes still basically followed the rules of the game, and at least on the surface, they were very respectful to the greater nobles. As for Bell, he directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Feng, which in the eyes of aristocrats was the most foolish behavior. However, Bell was of noble status. Busso did not have a good way to deal with him in a short time. Sirens came from afar, and the police of the St. Toulon city's imperial garrison hall were finally dispatched. Dozens of police who had been lurking nearby quickly rushed over. As soon as the policemen arrived at the scene, they saw more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Many of the policemen turned pale and their bodies trembled. An inspector hesitated for a moment, then took more than a dozen policemen to block in front of Yang Feng and his party, before saying with a gloomy expression, "I am the garrison hall's level 1 Inspector Bessio. I suspect that you are related to this vicious murder case. Please come with me to the police station." Busso smiled coldly, then pulled out a whip and mercilessly lashed it at Bessio's face, leaving a deep whip mark. Busso hugged his face in pain, curled up, and howled in pain. Busso said condescendingly and contemptuously, "I am the governor of the Malinsan province, a baron of the Busso Empire. This is the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, Earl Ian. We just killed these assassins who tried to assassinate His Highness Bell. This is justice, this is self-defense, understand? You lowlifes." The policemen suddenly turned pale and trembled, realizing that they might have been involved in a struggle between bigwigs. The struggle between bigwigs of the Morince Empire was extremely cruel, so it was normal for the aftermath to kill some nobodies. Busso barked arrogantly, "Everyone here is our witness. If you want to arrest us, wait until you get an order from His Majesty the Emperor or the aristocratic Senate. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you lowlifes." With a brush, the dozens of policemen quickly dispersed, revealing a path for Yang Feng's group to walk on. Yang Feng sighed inside, "This is the power of power." If Yang Feng didn't have enough power, then he wouldn't have been a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire. Even if he was a great wizard, others didn't know that he had promoted to a level 3 warlock, he would have been hunted down and had to flee in a sorry state for killing people in the St. Toulon city. However, with the status of a hereditary peer Earl of the Morince Empire, only His Majesty the Emperor, the aristocratic Senate responsible for aristocratic affairs, and the temples of the churches had the right to adjudicate and try Yang Feng. Only after the garrison hall and other authorities had collected sufficient evidence, submitted it to the 3 major forces, and obtained approval, would they have the right to arrest Yang Feng. This was the privilege of greater aristocrats. Countless people in the Morince Empire yearned to become greater aristocrats because of the various privileges greater aristocrats had. Even many sacred swordsmen and legend wizards served bigwigs for the sake of hereditary aristocratic titles and fiefs. In the Morince Empire, which was an ancient empire with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, it was very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat step by step. Even sacred swordsmen had to serve the empire and make enough contributions before they could become a hereditary peer aristocrat. Otherwise, they could only carry the title of a court aristocrat. If Yang Feng hadn't occupied the remote Red Earth Wasteland, developed it into a fertile land, and decisively chosen to annex it, he would have satisfied the emperor's vanity to expand his territory. If he satisfied the vanity of the emperor of the Morince Empire to expand his territory, it was basically impossible for him to become a hereditary peer aristocrat of the Morince Empire. The Orthox family had great power in the St. Toulon city. Busso quickly arranged a large, well-equipped villa for Yang Feng and his party to settle in. After Busso arranged everything, he invited Yang Feng with an apologetic expression, "Ian, let's go for a drink. I owe you an explanation for today's matter." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay." Along with a few guards, the two of them left the villa, entered two luxurious carriages, and went inside the Saint Toulon city. The carriages stopped in front of a magnificent hotel that covered an extremely large area and looked like a small manor. Yang Feng and Busso alighted the carriage. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel is one of the 4 best hotels in the Saint Toulon city. It's very distinctive. "Let's go in," Busso said with a mysterious smile. Yang Feng smiled and followed Busso into the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. As soon as he entered the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel, Yang Feng saw elves, foxmen, catmen, dogmen, and other beautiful women of various races dressed gorgeously. It was a dazzling sight. When some relatively pure men saw such a scene for the first time, they didn't even know where to put their eyes. "Welcome to the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. Distinguished guests, we will serve you wholeheartedly and give you a wonderful night." When the dozens of beautiful women of various races saw Yang Feng and Busso enter, they humbly prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke in unison, as if they were holy maidens serving gods. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Elves? They dare to use elves here? Isn't the master of this place afraid of being assassinated by the experts of the Elven Empire?" Elven slaves were one of the most precious female slaves on the Feisua plain. The Elven Empire hated people who used elven slaves the most, as it would bring them decades or even centuries of pain. Once someone was found to be using elven slaves, the Elven Empire would send experts to assassinate them. Busso said with a smile, "This is the Saint Toulon city, not the Elven Woods. If elven experts dare to come here, they'll just give us a few more playthings." The Saint Toulon city was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if Starry Sky Warlock rank experts came here to behave atrociously, they would be suppressed. No matter how angry the experts of the Elven Empire were, they couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, a mature woman with a voluptuous figure, long wavy blue hair, a charming and enchanting appearance, and a touch of fragrance wafted over. She said with a refreshing smile on her face, "Governor Busso, you're here." Busso's eyes flashed with infatuation, and he caressed the hand of the mature woman twice, saying with a smile, "Annie, take us to the heaven-grade private room." Annie smiled sweetly, looked at Yang Feng, and asked curiously, "Okay, who is this?" Busso replied with a smile, "This is the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian. He's a hereditary peer earl, so don't neglect him." A dignified look welled up in Annie's eyes. She smiled sweetly and said with a faint hint of respect, "So it's Earl Ian. Hello, I'm one of the managers of the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. If you need anything, you can ask me. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel will meet all your needs." Yang Feng replied lightly, "Okay." Under Annie's lead, Yang Feng and his party entered the Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel. Along the way, Yang Feng's horizons were broadened. The Beautiful and Gaiety Hotel was filled with beautiful women and had a variety of ways to play. Even he, who came from Earth, couldn't help but widen his horizons. Eventually, under Ain's lead, Yang Feng's group of 2 came to a spacious, secluded, and completely different from the outside world. Busso said with a wretched smile, "How about it? Are you interested? Let's go out and have some fun after dinner." Chapter 255. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Sounds good. However, I don't intend to indulge myself before I achieve my goal." Busso asked curiously, "What's your goal? Can I have a listen?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "The pursuit of truth and eternal life." Busso couldn't help laughing, and his eyes revealed a trace of disapproval, saying, "The pursuit of truth and eternal life? That's the dream of all wizards." "Right, you're also a wizard. Even gods didn't dare to say that they could live forever. For a trifling great wizard to set such a goal, it was somewhat unrealistic in Busso's view. Busso said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ian. Bel should be looking for trouble with me. After all, the Orthox family supports His Highness Garca, the sixth prince of the empire. Since you came to the St. Toulon city with me, they regarded you as one of His Highness Garca's men." Yang Feng was mentally prepared. The Orthox family worked so hard to help Yang Feng get the precious hereditary peer earl title, making Yang Feng a greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire. Of course, they also wanted to get something in return. Seeing the expressionless face of Yang Feng, Busso felt uncertain and quickly said, "Ian, the sixth Prince Garca is talented, intelligent, and amiable. If he can ascend to the throne in the future, it will be a great boon for the entire Morince Empire." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I don't care what will happen to the Morince Empire after he ascends to the throne. I only care about what benefits I can get if he ascends to the throne." At this time, Yang Feng was already a hereditary peer greater aristocrat. Like Busso, he already had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the highest power in the Morince Empire. He would become a behind-the-scenes manipulator, unlike the nobodies who were forced to get involved in their plots. As long as you support me to ascend to the throne, I'll confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief." Following a hearty laugh, a handsome young man with short, dazzling blonde hair and dressed in white casual clothes walked into the room with a smile on his face. Behind the young man was a beautiful girl with a golden ponytail. She was dressed in men's clothing, but her breasts were bulging, and she exuded a beautiful and noble aura. It was a young man with an ordinary build, short blue hair, and an ordinary appearance. He exuded a capable and experienced aura of a soldier. A tall, handsome, and arrogant young man with a long sword hanging from his waist appeared. He was about 27 or 28 years of age. Busso hurriedly got up and saluted the young man, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yang Feng also got up, gave the young man an aristocratic salute, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Greetings, Your Highness." "All right. Don't stand on ceremony." Garca wore a smile that gave people a good impression at first sight. He walked directly to the main seat and sat down. The girl exuding a noble temperament sat on the left side of Garca. The tall and handsome young man sat down next to the girl. The man with an ordinary appearance sat on the right side of Garca. Garca enthusiastically praised, "Let me introduce you. These two are Governor Busso, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, who accomplished what countless legendary heroes wanted to do but failed to do. He built a city of miracles in the desolate and silent Red Earth Wasteland." When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a sense of familiarity towards the sixth prince, who he was most proud of, when he heard this. The tall and handsome young man stared at Yang Feng with deep jealousy in the abyss of his eyes. Garca said with a smile, "Earl Ian, this is my sister Elena, this is my good brother Goina, and this is Jiran, the chief disciple of the lightning sacred swordsman." Jiran, who is less than 30 years old, has cultivated his lightning chi to the Star Knight rank. He is the most promising young martial arts genius in the St. Toulon city to promote to a sacred swordsman. Jiran, who was sitting next to Elena, showed a proud smile at once. To be able to cultivate to the Star Knight rank before 30 years old, this cultivation speed was extremely astonishing even in the Morince Empire. Even with the guidance of a famous teacher, his cultivation speed was so fast, which proved how formidable Jiran's talent in the way of the sword was. Garca said directly, "Earl Ian, as long as you support me. In the future, after I ascend the throne, I will definitely confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief." The Funès province, which bordered the Red Earth Wasteland, was a sparsely populated, resource-poor province of the Morince Empire, and was covered in ice and snow all year round. Although the area of the Funès province was 2 to 3 times that of other ordinary provinces, but its population was less than 1/20th of that of other provinces. It was the most barren province of the Morince Empire. This was why Garca was so generous as to confer the Funès province to Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and swept Elena, Goina, and Jiran with his gaze. Garca roped in Yang Feng's side in front of these three people, which made Yang Feng worry. As if seeing through Yang Feng's thoughts, Garca said with a meaningful smile, "Earl Ian, you don't have to worry. Elena is my half-sister. Goina is my good brother since I was a child. Jiran is my good friend. They won't betray me. Besides, my imperial father is well aware of our affairs. As for you, in the eyes of many people, you're already one of my people." The Orthics family was a hardcore supporter of Garca because Garca was the biological son of the South Royal Consort Katerina. If he ascended the throne in the future, the Orthics family would be able to become extremely glorious and gain great power. In fact, Busso was Garca's uncle. The Orthics family protected Yang Feng in the court and made him the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. In the eyes of many people, Yang Feng was already a member of the Sixth Prince's party. Once this imprint was made, it was very difficult to remove. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said decisively, "I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness." In the Morince Empire, Yang Feng had already offended Duke Iser and the Great Prince's party. If he didn't find a backer immediately, it might be difficult for him to even leave the Saint Toulon city alive. Garca said with a forthright smile, "Haha, good. Good. From today onwards, we're on the same side." With a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with 20,000 private troops, more than 100,000 slaves, and his own fief joining his side, Garca's odds of ascending the throne increased by 2 to 2 points. Garca clapped his hands, and beautiful human top beauties with their own style walked in from outside, a fragrance wafting from them. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. These beauties with light makeup were extremely outstanding. On Earth, they would be the prettiest girls in schools and classes. Garca coquettishly crooked his finger, and a beautiful woman who looked like a ripe peach came to his side and snuggled into his embrace. Garca said with a somewhat unrestrained smile, "Pick whichever you like. If you want elves, foxes, or cat women of other races, just say the word and they'll come." Busso laughed and directly picked a tall, big-breasted beauty. Goina picked a beautiful woman who exuded a coquettish and unrestrained aura. Yang Feng smiled and picked a petite, well-endowed blue-haired girl with a pure and pitiful temperament. Elena and Jiran, on the other hand, rejected the women and made them leave one after another. Garca pinched the chest of the beautiful woman in his embrace, smiled slightly, and clapped his hands. "Earl Ian, you came at the right time. I'll let you experience the most wonderful show of the beautiful and Gaiety Hotel." Suddenly, pleasant music, like the tinkling of spring water flowing in the mountains, sounded. A stunning beauty with dazzling blonde hair, shrouded in a layer of beautiful light, full of mystery, charm, appeared in the center of the stage in the private room like a goddess who had descended from the god realm. 36 very beautiful human girls surrounded the stunningly beautiful woman. As if setting off the green leaves of a red flower, they used their beauty to set off the stunningly beautiful woman in the center. The moment the stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the center of the stage accompanied by the melodious music, the room seemed to have become her domain. All eyes were deeply attracted by her. In the private room, she seemed to be the only protagonist. Yang Feng's gaze was also deeply attracted by the stunningly beautiful woman. When the stunningly beautiful woman moved, as if moonlight had fallen on the earth, a beautiful elf who was favored and blessed by the gods performed a beautiful dance to please the gods. The graceful dance was full of endless charm. With every leap and turn, the dancer's beauty and charm were displayed to the fullest. The dance of the 36 beautiful human girls in the center of the stage was also very beautiful and moving. But in front of the stunningly beautiful blonde woman's dance, as if in front of the sun, they were dim. Everyone's gazes were focused on the beautiful sun. They couldn't take their eyes off it, as if even breathing was a great waste. Finally, the stunningly beautiful woman stopped. As if the sun had restrained its radiance, she bowed towards Yang Feng and the others, and then retreated together with the 36 beautiful girls. Who is she? When the stunningly beautiful blonde woman retreated, Yang Feng finally couldn't help but ask. It was the first time that Yang Feng saw such a beautiful and moving dance. He, who had always let nature take its course, couldn't help but be slightly moved, and coveted her. Chapter 256. Garka smiled heartily and closed the distance between him and Yang Feng without leaving a trace. Haha, Ian, sure enough, you asked who she is. At that time, after watching her dance, my first words were exactly the same as yours. Garka smiled and said, if it was another woman, Ian, if you liked her, I could give her to you immediately. Unfortunately, not her. Her name is Florence, and she is a divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Apart from the aloof gods, no one in the Morince Empire can force her to do anything against her will. The goddess of dance Frederica was the youngest daughter of the strong divine power rank radiant primary god Prados of the Zalia divine system and the intermediate divine power rank empress of the earth goddess Maria. The radiant primary god Prados and the empress of the earth goddess Maria had a total of 9 daughters. 6 of his daughters had already died in the long battle, leaving only 3 daughters behind. Their 3 daughters were the goddess of joy Dorothy, the goddess of love Mavis, and the goddess of dance Frederica. Among them, the goddess of joy Dorothy and the goddess of dance Frederica were feeble divine power rank gods, while the goddess of love Mavis was a weak divine power rank god. As the goddess of dance, Frederica was known for her beautiful dance moves that could make even the gods fall in love with her. At the same time, she was also known for her weak combat strength. However, no one dared to bully her. That was because the radiant primary god Prados and the empress of the earth goddess Maria doted on their daughter very much. As Frederica's divine chosen, Florence might not have much power in the Morince Empire. However, anyone who dared to touch her would be regarded as blasphemy and would be burned at the stake. Even the emperor of the Morince Empire didn't dare to force Florence to be his plaything. Yang Feng said with some regret, so that's how it is. Before entering the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng had already studied the Feisua Plain. The divine chosen were the existences closest to the gods and most doted on by the gods. From time to time, the gazes of the gods would fall on their chosen. Yang Feng didn't dare to provoke such existences. Garka smiled and clapped his hands, saying, however, although I can't give her to you, but I can still invite her to have a drink with me. A beautiful human race woman standing on the side immediately retreated. Not long after, a stunning beauty wearing a white dress and a golden ponytail walked into the room with a smile. Her skin was as translucent as jade, and her pretty face was slightly flushed. There was a faint fragrance coming from her body, and there were still some water droplets at the tip of her hair that had yet to dry. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. After taking a bath, although Florence wasn't as stunning as she was on the dance floor, but she was still extremely beautiful, with a mix of innocence and sexy charm, extremely enchanting. After Florence entered the room, she swept everyone with her gaze, smiled, and gracefully sat on an empty seat next to Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting from her. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Busso and Jiran. Garka smiled and introduced, Florence, you already know all the friends here. Let me introduce a new friend to you. This is the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian, the legend Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, who accomplished what countless legend heroes wanted to do, yet failed to do. He built a miracle city in the desolate and silent Red Earth Wasteland. Florence stared at Yang Feng with curiosity in her beautiful eyes, and revealed a sweet smile. You are the Red Earth Wasteland's Earl Ian. Hello, I am Florence, an ordinary dancer. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Feng said politely in a very skilled aristocratic manner, I am Ian, beautiful Miss Florence. It's my honor to meet you. As if a curious baby, Florence asked, I have been to the Red Earth wasteland once. The climate there is dry, there is no water, and there is a lack of food. Ian, how did you build a city there? Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, under the guidance of the mighty Weave Goddess, in order to spread the glory of the goddess, the miracle city was united and created a miracle. Only then did we finally build the miracle city. Florence was met with a soft rebuff, and a strange look flashed past her beautiful eyes. There had never been a man who dared to speak to her like this after witnessing her beautiful dance. In the past, as long as she slightly opened her mouth to ask, those men would automatically boast about their achievements and tell her everything, displaying their greatness. Garca interrupted with a smile, Florence, you don't have to ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, don't you? Florence revealed an angry expression, looking very lovable. If you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Anyway, I don't really want to know. Yulina suddenly asked with a smile, Ian, I heard that you are an alchemist and have refined the magic sword Warrior's Edge. Do you still have the Warrior's Edge? If someone else asked me, I would definitely say no. But since the beautiful Miss Yulina asked me, then even if I don't have it, I still have it. Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and a Warrior's Edge magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Bright magic radiance revolved around the Warrior's Edge, making it look full of mystery and power. When Jiran saw the Warrior's Edge, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he could hardly move his eyes away, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. Yang Feng smiled and handed the Warrior's Edge to Yulina. Yulina looked at the Warrior's Edge, her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she drew a dagger and slashed at the Warrior's Edge. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, the dagger made of fine steel broke into 2 pieces. So this is the Warrior's Edge, it's really a good sword. Yulina toyed with the Warrior's Edge fondly. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and she said unhurriedly, the Gale Sacred Swordsman Domitio defeated the Gale Sacred Swordsman Favela by relying on the Warrior's Edge. Master Ian, the Warrior's Edge you refined is now a treasure sword that countless martial artists in the St. Toulon city desire the most. Yang Feng said with a smile, Princess Yulina, since you like it, then I'll give it to you. The most precious part of the Warrior's Edge series of magic swords was the divine blood steel mixed into the sword. Yang Feng had a lot of divine blood steel. If it wasn't for the fear of arousing suspicion and lowering the price, everyone in the Miracle City would have a Warrior's Edge. Give it to me? Yulina stared at Yang Feng with her beautiful eyes, and then suddenly said with a smile, Ian, this Warrior's Edge is hard to come by in the St. Toulon city, and its price has already exceeded 3 million gold coins. Are you really willing to give it to me? Yang Feng said carelessly, as long as you like it, Yulina, then this sword is yours. Holding the Warrior's Edge, Yulina fondled it fondly and fell into hesitation. On the Faisua plain, 3 million gold coins was a huge fortune. If used to buy slaves, you could even buy 300,000 slaves. Yulina hesitated again, and finally shook her head and returned the Warrior's Edge to Yang Feng. It's too valuable, I can't accept it. Yang Feng was slightly surprised, but he also smiled and took back the Warrior's Edge. Jiran suddenly said, Master Ian, I heard that you practice magic and martial duel cultivation. You're not only a great wizard, but also a Firmament Knight rank swordsman. Why don't we compare notes on swordsmanship here? Of course, I'll suppress my chi to the Firmament Knight rank. When he heard Jiran's words, Garca frowned slightly and looked at Jiran, who clenched his fists and had an envious expression on his face. In the room, both Florence and Yulina favored Yang Feng, and Yang Feng was the center of their conversation. This filled Jiran, who had always thought highly of himself, with jealousy. After he heard that Yang Feng was willing to give the Warrior's Edge worth 3 million gold coins to Yulina, Jiran could no longer suppress his jealousy. All right. I also want to give it a try and see to what extent my strength has reached. Yang Feng looked at Jiran, whose handsome face was slightly distorted due to jealousy, smiled faintly, got up, walked towards an open area outside, and drew an ordinary fine steel sword. When Jiran saw Yang Feng draw an ordinary fine steel sword, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The sword in his hand was an excellent fine steel sword, which was several notches stronger than the standard military swords of the Morin's Empire. However, it couldn't compare to the warrior's edge magic sword. When he saw Yang Feng exchange it for an ordinary fine steel sword, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn it, you're not even using the warrior's edge, are you looking down on me? I'll let you know the price of looking down on me." Jiran had just heaved a sigh of relief, when anger welled up inside him. Staring at Yang Feng with anger in his eyes, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and walked up to Yang Feng. Jiran suddenly added, "We're just exchanging pointers in swordsmanship. Master Ian, don't use magic at a critical time." The abyss of Yulina's and Florence's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with contempt. Mages were extremely weak in close combat. For a star knight like Jiran to fight a wizard in close combat was already somewhat unfair, yet he still didn't let Yang Feng use magic, which was somewhat shameless. Garka frowned slightly and took a deep look at Jiran. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching fighting spirit, and he said with a light smile, "No problem. I won't use magic. In other words, you alone can't force me to use magic." Chapter 257. What a big tone. Let's see how I defeat you. Jiran's eyes flashed with a glint of fury. He barked, erupted with firmament knight rank chi, and unleashed the lightning sacred swordsman's lightning sword art. Like lightning, dense sword rays swept towards Yang Feng, as if to devour him. Yang Feng's gaze was calm, and he also erupted with firmament knight rank chi. After promoting to a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng's physical constitution was comparable to that of many level 3 extraordinary life forms. After Jiran erupted with chi to strengthen his body, his physical constitution was far inferior to Yang Feng's. If Yang Feng cast a spell and transformed into a humanoid black dragon, he would be able to smash Jiran's sword rays with a punch, and then smash Jiran's heart with another punch. Such a tyrannical fighting style was the favorite fighting style of extraordinary life forms such as dragons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, multi-armed trolls, and others with tyrannical bodies. This tyrannical fighting style also had its weaknesses. If you encountered an expert wielding a sword forged from divine blood steel, you would be killed in an instant. Some extraordinary life forms with extremely powerful physiques were restrained by human warlocks wielding secret treasures, and were often insta-killed before they could display their fighting strength. Of course, there were also various fighting methods in the demonic fighting sect, and swordsmanship was one of them. The demonic fighting sword art was a sword art that had been thoroughly tempered, and its power was boundless. Yang Feng unleashed the demonic fighting sword art. His sword moves were bold and unrestrained, and sword chi crisscrossed. As if lightning, the sword rays Jiran's sword slammed into Yang Feng's sword rays and issued crisp sounds. No matter how fast he urged the sword rays, they were easily blocked by Yang Feng. Elena stared at Yang Feng with extraordinary splendor in her beautiful eyes, and her heart surged. Amazing, such a strong swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is even stronger than Jiran's. Garka's eyes shone brightly, and he was shocked. Amazing. Apart from gods, there are still people who can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Are they this strong? On the Feisua plain, magic and martial dual cultivation was practically a legendary term. Only gods, elves, fiends, dragons, and other powerful beings with talent far beyond that of humans could practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Due to the existence of the weave, every time a human magician memorized a spell model, they would forget it the next day. It was extremely difficult for a human to become an official magician, and they would need to exhaust all their energy. As for great mages and magic shooters, they were realms that only magic geniuses who devoted themselves to magic research could reach. Whether it was martial arts or magic, Yang Feng was so formidable, it was simply eye-catching. When Florence saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and a mysterious and magnificent divine rune flashed in the abyss of her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng's initial execution of the demonic fighting sword art was still somewhat jerky. After all, it was his first time using swordsmanship against an existence outside of the virtual reality battle cabin, a genuine human swordsman. However, with his strong physique and hard training in the virtual reality battle cabin, he quickly mastered the demonic fighting sword technique and completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. No. You're a magician. How can your swordsmanship be so strong? No, I don't believe it. You're going to lose. After fighting for a long time, Jiran was suppressed by Yang Feng instead. His eyes turned bloodshot, and flames of jealousy attacked his heart. With a roar, he promoted his chi from the Firmament Knight rank to the Star Knight rank, and resplendent sword rays suddenly soared and stabbed at Yang Feng's vital points. Stop! Jiran! Garka's complexion changed greatly, and he barked, and Sky Knight rank chi erupted from him in an attempt to deter Jiran. Goyina, who was sitting silently next to Garka, erupted with Star Knight rank chi, unsheathed his sword, and, like a stream of light, flicked at Jiran's sword. Idiot! I've given you face for nothing. Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes flashed coldly, and he slashed at Jiran's sword with the demonic sweeping sword. Like a humanoid dragon, he erupted in a flash and sent Jiran's sword flying, blood flowing from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. Then, he punched ruthlessly at Jiran's dantian. Garka's complexion changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Ian, don't." Goyina's complexion changed slightly, and he flicked his sword at Yang Feng's arm in an attempt to force him to withdraw his fist. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and a powerful warping force field appeared around him in a flash. Twisted by the powerful warping force field, Goyina was flung aside, and he watched helplessly as Yang Feng's fist slammed into Jiran's dantian. A frightening chi rushed into Jiran's dantian in a flash, crushed his dantian and meridians, and abolished his chance to cultivate chi. Wah! Jiran's complexion paled, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his face twisted, he collapsed on the ground in pain, and curled up like a shrimp. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Your Highness Garka, I'm very sorry. Jiran wanted to kill me, but I was too heavy-handed and accidentally crippled him. I'm really sorry, I made a mistake." Garka smiled bitterly at once. Yang Feng even used a spell. This was deliberate, not a mistake. Obviously, Yang Feng didn't want to leave behind a hostile enemy like Jiran. As such, he used a thunderous method to cripple Jiran. Garka didn't even get a chance to make peace. Garka clapped his hands, and several beautiful maids came out. He pointed at Jiran on the ground and said lightly, "Take my good friend Jiran and treat him." "Yes." The several maids responded respectfully, then lifted Jiran and left. Garka frowned slightly and said with a bitter smile, "Ian, you were too heavy-handed. Jiran might not be much. However, his master, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman, is ranked 15th in the St. Toulon city. Now that you crippled Jiran, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman won't take this lying down." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "A trifling sacred swordsman is just an ordinary commoner. Would he dare to assassinate me?" On some low-level planes, a sacred swordsman was already the most powerful existence on the plane. On those planes, the status of sacred swordsman was naturally very high. However, on the Feisua plane, although sacred swordsmen were powerful, but they weren't rare. In the St. Toulon city alone, there were more than 40 famous sacred swordsmen, and this didn't include the hidden experts of churches and major forces. If it was the Morance Empire's all-gods sacred mountain, then the number of legend-rank powerhouses would be even more. Sacred swordsmen were respected and had a very high status in the Saint Toulon city, but they still couldn't compare to a hereditary peer earl with 20,000 troops. Jiran was jealous when he saw Yang Feng, because he knew very well that even if he promoted to a sacred swordsman in the future, his status would be far inferior to that of a hereditary peer earl like Yang Feng. Garka pondered for a while before saying, under normal circumstances, he shouldn't be so irrational. However, if he swallows his pride and acts recklessly, he's a most dangerous assassin. Yang Feng asked, is Jiran the only disciple of the lightning sacred swordsman? Garka replied, no, the lightning sacred swordsman has dozens of disciples, but Jiran is the most outstanding one. Yang Feng said meaningfully, the lightning sacred swordsman has a lot of family and friends in the Saint Toulon city, right? Garka suddenly smiled and said, yes, he does have a lot of family and friends in the Saint Toulon city. The lightning sacred swordsman had too many concerns in the Saint Toulon city, which meant that he couldn't take a risk and act as an assassin to assassinate a greater aristocrat like Yang Feng, who had a lot of troops and countless subordinates. Otherwise, once he was forced to wander the world, his family, friends, and disciples would be avenged and die a tragic death. In fact, in the Morince Empire, if they weren't forced to live, or if there was another reason, no sacred swordsman would be willing to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Basically, no sword saint would be willing to assassinate a great noble. That would definitely incur the wrath of the masses, and the consequences would be miserable. Yang Feng said lightly, besides, it's not like Jiran can't be saved. If the lightning sacred swordsman wants to save Jiran, then let him come see me. Garka said with a smile, I'll pass on your words to him. The banquet continued. During the banquet, everyone chatted merrily. Shortly after Yang Feng attended the banquet, Faldina, whose spirit force was sealed and who was sleeping in a room, suddenly opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she jumped out of bed. Faldina silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and a paper person suddenly flew out, gently floated onto the bed, and turned into a person identical to her. Faldina pointed with a finger, and the door of the room opened. She walked out of the room in a dignified manner. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she turned invisible and disappeared. No one in the villa noticed Faldina's disappearance. In a room of a luxurious inn not far from Yang Feng's villa, Edith was pacing back and forth, a trace of anxiety hidden between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the door of the room opened on its own. Faldina appeared, threw herself into Edith's arms, and said in a sweet voice, "Dear, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" Edith embraced Faldina and spoke very sweet words of love, "Of course. I haven't seen you for a few days, but my heart feels like it's going to break. You're the water, I'm the fish. Without you, I can't live for a day." Faldina raised her head and looked at Edith in a daze, saying, "Dear, are you ready? I don't want to stay with that damn Ian for a day." Eyes spewing flames of anger, Edith said while stressing each syllable, "Of course, I'm ready. If it weren't for those bastards from the Orthox family, His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't have forced our family to capture you alive. I'll make them reap what they sow." Chapter 258. A cold glint flashed past Edith's eyes, and he said solemnly, "Faldina, don't worry, I'll arrange everything soon. At that time, Ian and Busso, these two beasts, will definitely die without a burial place." Faldina smiled sweetly, nestled in Edith's embrace, and revealed a sweet smile, "Amichim, I believe in you. I'll make Ian head over heels for me." In the distance, at the banquet, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly constricted slightly and flashed brightly, and killing intent flashed past the abyss of his eyes. Faldina was undoubtedly a very charming woman. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's vigilance, he might have really been captivated by her. When the banquet was over, Busso took the beautiful woman in his arms into a private room of the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn. Florence left halfway through the banquet. Garca's group of 3 left the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn with the 2 beautiful women. After drinking a few cups with the little beauty beside him, Yang Feng suddenly waved his hand and had the somewhat regretful little beauty withdraw. From the side of the private room, a beautiful blonde woman walked over gracefully and sat on the seat next to Yang Feng. She was the divine chosen of the goddess of dance, Florence. Florence's beautiful big eyes flickered with a clear and pure light, and she sighed faintly. Wizard Ian, why did you come to the Saint Toulon city and get involved in this whirlpool? The struggle for the throne has always been the most dangerous thing. With your aptitude, if you stay in the Red Earth City, you'll definitely become a legend wizard in the future. Legend wizard? The abyss of Yang Feng's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. With the tremendous resources at his disposal, he could promote to a great warlock before the age of 100. He didn't care about a trifling legend wizard. On the Feisua plain, only demigods as well as the aloof gods were Yang Feng's targets. Yang Feng's purpose in having his avatar become a member of the gods was to have it enter the Feisua plain. In this way, even if Yang Feng's true body died on the Zhangji plain, he could be reborn as a god on the Feisua plain. On the Feisua plain, there was no one who could cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years and become a god. Only the offspring of 2 gods could be born as gods, and that was only a possibility. Only those who were favored by a powerful god, nurtured with great care, and bestowed with godhood could become a god subsidiary god. In addition, if anyone wanted to become a god, they would have to establish their own church and force. Only then would they be able to rely on a huge amount of faith power to ignite the divine fire, condense the divine personality, break through the limits of mortals, and become a god. In this process, he had to fight. The struggle for power and profit, the establishment of a huge force, all of these required a huge amount of resources. These resources were already occupied by interest groups, so they could only kill the other party and snatch those resources for themselves. All of this required power and strength. As the center of power of the Morince Empire, one of the 2 human empires of the Feisua plain, the Saint Toulon city, since Yang Feng decided to step into this place, he was already involved in this huge whirlpool. Either he would be crushed by this huge whirlpool, or he would cross this huge whirlpool and obtain huge benefits and power, the power that even sacred swordsmen and legend wizards would bow their heads to. Yang Feng drank a cup of wine in one gulp and said with a smile, when awake, control the world, when drunk, lie on the knees of beauties. This is the hidden ambition of every man. Most men can become such existences, and even women are no exception. Many ordinary people don't even have the chance to become such people. Now that such an opportunity is in front of me, I can't give it up. When awake, control the world, when drunk, lie on the knees of beauties. Florence quietly mulled over this sentence. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar splendor, and she suddenly smiled sweetly, saying, I couldn't tell that you're a poet, Ian. To be able to recite such a charming and profound poem. Yang Feng's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, and he said with a smile, Florence, whose people are you? Florence replied with a smile, I'm no one's people. I'm the best friend of the 19th princess, Princess Stacy. I came back this time because I don't want to see a friend get involved in this dangerous and turbid whirlpool. Yang Feng carefully stared at Florence, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He remained silent, and a formidable pressure slowly diffused from him. Florence suddenly got up and smiled sweetly, okay, I'll go first. If there's a chance, we'll meet again. At that time, if I'm in a good mood, I'll dance for you. Yang Feng was taken aback slightly, then revealed a smile and said lightly, okay. Florence waved her lily-white hand, and a slip of paper fluttered in front of Yang Feng. This is the address of the great sage Adrian. His daughter Tiffany and I are good friends. If there's a chance, go to the great sage's house and take a look. Presumably, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Tell him that I recommended you. At the very least, he won't refuse to let you in." After she finished speaking, Florence turned around and left, a fragrance wafting from her. The divine chosen of the goddess of dance, what an interesting beauty. Yang Feng smiled faintly. His gaze fell on the slip of paper and he memorized the address. The next day, Busso slept until noon before getting up. When Busso came to the private room, he apologized to Yang Feng repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Ian. That little vixen is really charming. I'm sorry." Yang Feng put down the book in his hand and said with a faint smile, "Sit down." Busso unconsciously followed Yang Feng's instructions and sat down opposite him. On the table in front of the two people, there were all kinds of rare delicacies. Yang Feng said solemnly, "Tell me about the situation in the capital. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? Who are our allies?" Although Yang Feng already had the intelligence network of Art Ace, but this intelligence network had just been established not long ago. He could only get in touch with the lower class and some ordinary information. Art Ace was just an ordinary lesser aristocrat at the border. He couldn't get in touch with the struggles and information of the upper class. Even with the support of a huge amount of money, it wasn't easy to establish a huge intelligence network. Busso said solemnly, "At present, the most promising to inherit the throne in the Morince Empire are the great Prince Andrei, the third Prince Porta, the sixth Prince Garca, the ninth Prince Sanel, and the 13th Prince Sucre. The other princes have no right to inherit the throne. In the Morince Empire, only the children of the two empresses and 4 consorts had the right to inherit the throne. The other princes and princesses had no right to inherit the throne, and their status was just like that of ordinary aristocrats. They couldn't even compare to a newly promoted greater aristocrat like Yang Feng. The great Prince Andrei, whose mother is Empress Susanna, has the support of the Hansen family, the Uvago family, and the Sakaz family. Susanna is the daughter of the patriarch of the Sakaz family. The third Prince Porta, whose mother is consort Sophia, has the support of the Seiza family and the Somen family. Sophia is a woman of the Somen family. The sixth Prince Garca has the support of the Orthox family and the Wenda family. The ninth Prince Sanel, whose mother is consort Yelena. He has the support of the Saro family. The 13th Prince Sucre, whose mother is consort Alva. He has the support of the Kiddo family. In terms of power alone, the great Prince Andrei, the third Prince Porta, and His Highness Garca have the greatest power. With you joining us, our power will be able to contend with the great Prince Andrei," said Busso with an excited expression. When Yang Feng heard that, he realized how important he was. In the Morince Empire, many greater aristocrats could no longer move forward. They would naturally choose to seek stability and wouldn't get too involved in the power whirlpool. The families mentioned by Busso were all greater aristocrats with high statuses. For the sake of their glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, they had no choice but to go all out. Of course, in addition to the families mentioned by Busso, there were still a large number of small and medium-sized aristocrats surrounding the 5 princes, forming one interest group after another, working hard in order to become a greater aristocrat. As Yang Feng continued to talk with Busso, he gradually gained some understanding of the current situation of the Morince Empire. Morince 2867 was old and could die at any time. The 5 princes had their sights locked on the throne. Of the 5 princes, the mother of the great Prince Andrei was a noble empress and had the full support of the 3 families. He was a wise and outstanding man. He was the Grand Marshal of the Southern Army of the Morince Empire. He commanded the Southern Army to fight the Desert Empire in the south all year round. He won more than he lost. He was a famous general of the Morince Empire. Among the 5 princes, Andrei outshone others, pressuring the other 4 princes to the point that they couldn't breathe. The 4 princes had a tacit understanding and secretly joined hands to suppress Andrei's forces. At the time in the court, The reason why Yang Feng could become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland so smoothly was because the forces of the other three princes had a tacit understanding and kept quiet. Even though Yang Feng had joined the camp of the sixth Prince Garca, the four princes were still at a disadvantage against the great Prince Andre. After all, the four princes were also constantly fighting against each other, unable to form a joint force. After Yang Feng understood the specific situation, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. If he had a choice, he would be more willing to join the faction of the great prince. After all, the great prince was obviously much more powerful. Whether in terms of legal system or strength, the great prince had the advantage. Unfortunately, he had already been labeled, leaving him with no room for choice. Chapter 259. In the following days, Yang Feng went to different banquets. Garca held one banquet after another and introduced Yang Feng to his supporters. When the small and medium-sized aristocrats saw Yang Feng, a hereditary peer aristocrat with great power, join their camp, their confidence in Garca's victory became a bit firmer. At the same time, the aristocrats kept fawning over Yang Feng. In less than 3 days, he received more than a dozen beautiful women, which he accepted one by one without any trace of politeness. On the 4th day, Yang Feng received a decree from Morin's 2867th summoning him. The Victory Palace. This is the Victory Palace. Standing in front of the palace, Yang Feng looked at the exquisite, luxurious, and 50-meter-tall palace wall, and his eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. The imperial palace of the Morin's Empire was called the Victory Palace, implying invincibility. After the construction of the Victory Palace, the first emperor of the Morin's Empire asked the gods for their blessings. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, the Victory Palace obtained countless permanent divine spells. As long as the gods didn't die, the divine spells wouldn't disappear. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, even feeble divine force rank gods couldn't smash the city wall of the Victory Palace. Even many demigods couldn't fly in the sky above the Victory Palace. Throughout history, such a sturdy imperial palace had been the site of countless bloodshed. Numerous court coups took place in front of the imperial palace, and more than 500 emperors of the Morin's Empire died in the coups. After pausing for a moment to take a look, Yang Feng followed the attendant and continued to walk towards the imperial palace. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the gate of the imperial palace, powerful divine spells were cast from the gate and enveloped him. The robots of blasphemy above Yang Feng's head quickly simulated the spirit fluctuations of the fanatics of the Weave Goddess. Once non-believers were discovered in the Saint Toulon city, they would be burned at the stake. The divine spell examination of the Victory Palace was much more powerful than that of the gate. However, it was still deceived by the spirit fluctuations of the fanatics of the Weave Goddess. The attendant leading Yang Feng quietly looked at Yang Feng for a while. After finding that there were no other changes to Yang Feng under the divine spell examination, he continued to lead Yang Feng into the imperial palace. Inside the hall, Morin's 2867th sat on the throne high above and looked down. His aged and turbid eyes flickered with indifference. An official said, "Your Majesty, the Red Earth Earl Ian has arrived." Morin's 2867th said indifferently, "Let him in." Yang Feng slowly stepped into the hall. As soon as he entered the meeting hall, Yang Feng felt a powerful pressure coming from the gold throne, as if the person sitting on the gold throne is the ruler of the world, and no one is allowed to defy him. Within this meeting hall, one of the blessings of the gods was the pressure of an emperor. As soon as one entered the great hall, one would be affected by the pressure of the emperor and would unconsciously be in awe of the man sitting on the throne. Some people who were not mentally strong would feel the pressure in their hearts when they felt the monarch's pressure, and they would not even be able to speak properly. "Your humble servant, Ian, Earl of Red Earth of Miracle City, greets your Majesty." Yang Feng stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted Morin's 2867th. When aristocrats of the Morince Empire had an audience with the emperor, the highest form of etiquette was to kneel on one knee. Normally, when aristocrats saw the emperor, they would just bow slightly in salute. However, this was the first time Yang Feng came to have an audience with Morince 2867th, so he had to kneel on one knee. Morince 2867th looked at Yang Feng curiously and said faintly, "Get up." Yang Feng got up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Morince 2867th suddenly said, "Ian, I heard that you robbed hundreds of millions of gold coins from the Malinsan province. Is this true?" Gazes of schadenfreude focused on Yang Feng. The officials of Garca's faction became nervous. If Yang Feng didn't respond well, then it would be a disaster. Morince 2867th had a very eccentric temperament. As he grew older, he killed faster and faster, and became more and more unscrupulous. Standing among the courtiers, Busso's back was drenched in cold sweat. He feared that if Yang Feng didn't respond well, then Morince 2867th would order him to be killed. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "It's true." Morince 2867th's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Feng added without batting an eyelid, "However, Governor Busso is a famous general. After being defeated by him 44 times in a row, this humble servant finally came to his senses. Furthermore, I returned all the plundered property to the aristocrats who were plundered by this humble servant." Morince 2867th's face became gloomy at once. He originally planned to squeeze hundreds of millions of gold coins from Yang Feng and enjoy himself. An official of the Great Prince's faction jumped out and barked, "Ian, do you think you can return it just because you said so? Do you have any evidence of returning the property to the poor aristocrats you plundered? If you don't, then you're deceiving His Majesty in committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign." Morince 2867th's face became even gloomier. Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and 3 vials of magic elixirs blossoming with blood-like radiance appeared in his hand. "Your Majesty, I'm a wizard and a grand pharmacist proficient in pharmacology. When I studied pharmacology and traveled the world, I found a potion formula passed down from ancient times. That magic potion formula was as strong as a dragon. As a man, I studied this prescription and successfully concocted a few bottles of dragon-strengthening magic potion. I would like to dedicate these vials to you." Morince 2867th's eyes constricted and flashed with excitement. He shouted impatiently, "Present them." Once taken by a man, the potion dragon-like strength would allow him to maintain a dragon-like vigor and terrifying physical strength. Besides, not only did it have no side effects, but it also had the effect of strengthening the body. Before the Battle of the Gods, this was the favorite potion of the emperors and greater aristocrats in the secular world. However, due to dragon-like strength, this potion wasn't valued in the era of the Battle of the Gods. Only then did it disappear in the long river of history. In the Victory Palace, there were many potioneers who specialized in concocting various potions for the emperor to take. However, none of those magic potions could compare to the legendary strength of a giant dragon. An attendant stepped down from beside Morince 2867th and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng handed the 3 vials of dragon-strengthening magic elixir to the attendant, who took the elixirs and walked towards Morince 2867th. Morince 2867th clapped his hands. The light and shadows beside him distorted, and a wizard with a hooked nose, a thin figure, dressed in a wizard robe, and a gloomy aura suddenly appeared. After seeing the wizard, Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The wizard's spirit force was as vast as the sea. He was clearly a legend-rank wizard. The mage took the dragon-strengthening potion, opened it, and smelled it. With a tap of his hand, a drop of the dragon-strengthening potion flew into his mouth. The wizard said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, these 3 vials of potions are genuine. They are indeed the lost potion dragon-like strength. If these 3 vials of potions were really refined by Ian, then he is indeed a top grand pharmacist. Morance 2867 said with a smile, "Very well, Ian, I like the potions you offered. I want these vials of potions and the potion formula in your hands." Yang Feng smiled and handed a potion formula to the guard beside him. "This is the potion formula." The guard immediately handed the potion formula to Morance 2867. Morance 2867 casually threw the formula to the wizard beside him. Looking at Yang Feng more favorably, he said with a smile, "Ian, I'll accept your treasures. What reward do you want? Speak." "For the treasures this humble servant offered to make you happy, your majesty, it is this humble servant's greatest honor. To be able to serve you, your majesty, is this humble servant's lifelong wish." Yang Feng smiled slightly, then his tone changed. He pointed to the official who just jumped out and said, "This person, while this humble servant was talking with your majesty, without obtaining your majesty's permission, interrupted your majesty and framed this humble servant. Your majesty, please uphold justice for this humble servant." Morance 2867's indifferent gaze fell on the official. The official's legs went soft, and he pleaded bitterly, "Your majesty, I didn't frame him. Your majesty, I really didn't frame him." Morance 2867 said indifferently, "Martini, you dare to frame a greater aristocrat of the empire? Men, drag him out and hang him." Martini slumped to the ground, snot and tears flowing down his face, and kowtowed repeatedly, "Your majesty, this humble servant didn't frame him. Your majesty." Several guards walked over from the side, grabbed Martini, and dragged him outside. In the reception hall, gazes filled with fear and dread focused on Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw Martini being dragged out, a chill involuntarily welled up in the abyss of his eyes. An official of the imperial court was dragged out and killed after saying a few words. There wasn't even a trial. The danger level of Morance 2867 could well be imagined. He was an incapable ruler among incapable rulers. With such an incapable ruler sitting on the throne, Yang Feng felt that his fate was not under his control. Chapter 260. Morance 2867 said indifferently, "Ian." Yang Feng became even more respectful, and his etiquette was meticulous. "Yes, sir." Morance 2867 contemplated for a while before saying, "I like the potions and prescriptions you offered very much. Since you're a wizard, I'll reward you with the title of Court Grand Master." Yang Feng was taken aback slightly, and then immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, your majesty." Envious gazes focused on Yang Feng. There were many court wizards in the Morance Empire. Court wizards were divided into 5 ranks: Level 3 Court Master, Court Grand Master, Court Master, and Court Master Supervisor. Some Archwizard rank wizards could only become Level 3 Court Masters in the Imperial Palace of the Morance Empire. Court Grand Mages were existences that only the strongest magic shooters or legendary mages could become. For a trifling great wizard like Yang Feng to be able to become a Court Grand Master was both an honor and a great power. According to the custom of the Imperial Palace of the Morance Empire, a Court Grand Master had 1 Level 3 Court Master, 8 Level 2 Court Masters, and 50 Level 1 Court Masters as subordinates. In other words, once Yang Feng became a Court Grand Master, he would have 59 powerful wizards as subordinates. Of course, whether or not he could truly subdue the 59 powerful wizards as subordinates depended on Yang Feng's ability. In the Saint Toulon city, with the blessings of the gods and countless purification barriers, Yang Feng couldn't use the liquid metal nano-robots to control others. Otherwise, if he was careless and was discovered, the foundation he laid would be destroyed. After accepting the appointment, Yang Feng obediently retreated to the side of Busso among the courtiers. As a hereditary peer earl, he was also qualified to attend the court. Shortly after, the court meeting dispersed. Sir Earl Ian, His Majesty invites you to the imperial study. Yang Feng was just about to leave, when an attendant came up to him and said respectfully. Yang Feng replied, "Okay." Yang Feng followed the attendant through winding corridors and arrived at the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, only Morince 2867 sat on a chair and casually flipped through a memorial. Yang Feng performed an impeccable etiquette, and then said, "This humble subject Ian greets your majesty." Morince 2867 slowly turned around, looked at Yang Feng with his slightly turbid eyes, revealed an enigmatic smile, and said faintly, "Ian, I heard that when you came to the St. Toulon city, you were invited to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn by Garca and spent a wonderful night there. Ian, what did Garza talk to you about?" Yang Feng was greatly alarmed, and countless thoughts revolved in his mind. Relying on the extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, he could vaguely perceive that there were at least 6 legend rank forces locked onto him in the room. Once he made the slightest movement, he would be besieged by the 6 legend rank experts. Cold sweat trickled down Yang Feng's back. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he finally said honestly, "His Royal Highness the 6th Prince invited this humble servant to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn in hopes that this humble servant will join his camp against the great prince and assist him in ascending to the throne." Morince 2867 asked seemingly carelessly, "Did you agree to it?" Yang Feng replied, "Thanks to Governor Busso's recommendation, this humble servant was able to submit to your majesty and become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Therefore, this humble servant only hesitated slightly before agreeing to join His Royal Highness the 6th Prince's camp." Morince 2867 said with a chuckle, "It was me, not Garca, who promised you the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. The one you should be loyal to is me, not him." Yang Feng bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Yes. Yes. It was indeed your majesty who promised me the title of Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. This humble servant is willing to serve your majesty until the day I die." Morince 2867 was an incapable ruler who killed without batting an eyelid and did as he pleased. As long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, Yang Feng didn't want to disobey him. Yang Feng said resolutely, "If your majesty wants this humble servant to leave His Royal Highness the 6th Prince's camp, then this humble servant will immediately sever all ties with them." Compared to his own life, the friendship between Yang Feng and the 6th Prince Garca was simply not worth mentioning. Morince 2867 nodded with satisfaction and said meaningfully, "No need. Since you've promised Garca, assist him well." Yang Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that the clothes on his back were already soaked with sweat, yet he said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. Morince 2867, this incapable ruler, was extremely dangerous. If he didn't handle it well, he might be killed. Morince 2867 said faintly, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." Yang Feng suddenly said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has a matter to report." Morince 2867 said indifferently, "Speak." Yang Feng said respectfully, "This humble servant wants to open a magic college in the St. Toulon city to cultivate magic talents for the Empire. This humble servant would like to invite your Majesty to be the dean of this magic college." The inheritance of magic on the Feisua plain was very ancient. In addition to the churches and the court wizards cultivated by the Empire, there were only some loose magic organizations formed by wizards. Apprentice wizards were discovered by wizards during their travels, or recommended by acquaintances, before they were accepted and nurtured, or passed on in the form of a wizard family. Generally, a wizard would take no more than 4 apprentice wizards with him. This inheritance method resulted in a very small number of wizards in the world. A long time ago, the Zhangji Plain also used this inheritance method. However, the academy style eventually replaced this ancient inheritance method and became the mainstream of the major forces of the Zhangji Plain. Moritz 2867 pondered for a while, then suddenly said with a smile, "A magic college? Sure. However, I won't pay a penny for the magic college." Yang Feng said with a smile, "No problem, I'll cover all the expenses." Moritz 2867 said somewhat impatiently, "Okay. You can take your leave." Yang Feng said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Moritz 2867 picked up a vial of dragon-billed elixir and drank it. His spirit was suddenly roused, and as if he had regained his youth, he was brimming with strength. What a great elixir! Moritz 2867 gave a long sigh, then revealed a joyful expression and turned towards the harem. When he stepped out of the gate of the imperial palace, Yang Feng felt his body loosen up. For a warlock like Yang Feng, who pursued truth and freedom, the feeling of having his fate hanging in the balance was extremely uncomfortable. Inside the Victory Palace, except for Divine Chosen, the upper echelon of the churches, and the patriarchs of divine descendants hidden in the Moritz Empire, everyone else was an ant in front of Moritz 2867. With an order from him, he could turn those ants into corpses, and even legend-rank powerhouses were no exception. Moritz 2867, on the other hand, wasn't even a knight-rank powerhouse. This was the power of influence. "Ian, stop right there." Yang Feng had just left the imperial palace not far away, when a tall, pretty, and heroic girl dressed in a blue warrior's attire, with her hair tied up in a blue ponytail and a sword at her waist blocked in front of him and glared at him angrily. Behind the pretty, blue-haired girl followed 6 young men with swords at their waists and extraordinary auras. The 6 young men looked at Yang Feng with indignation in their eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked faintly, "Who are you?" The pretty, blue-haired girl said indignantly, "Jiran is my father's chief disciple." "You actually crippled him, is there still any law?" "So that's how it is." Yang Feng showed a smile of contempt and said faintly, "If I committed a crime, you can report it to the Imperial Guard Hall. Now, get out of the way, you're blocking my way. You commoners are blocking the way of a greater aristocrat. According to the law of the Empire, you're punishable by 30 lashes." When he said that, the momentum of the 6 young men behind the pretty, blue-haired girl deflated. Only then did they remember that the man in front of them was a genuine greater aristocrat of the Empire. According to the law of the Moritz Empire, commoners blocking the way of a greater aristocrat was a crime and would be fined 10 gold coins and whipped 30 times. In the Moritz Empire, commoners couldn't compete with greater aristocrats. This was the reason why countless people racked their brains to become aristocrats. The complexion of a young man changed and he whispered, "Becky, let's go. He's a greater aristocrat. If he screams, it'll be troublesome." The black-skinned dogs of the guard hall are the lackeys of greater aristocrats. The policemen of the Moritz Empire's guard hall wore black uniforms. In the mouths of many people of the lower class, the policemen were known as black-skinned dogs. "I'm not afraid of him. My father is the lightning sacred swordsman. He's just an earl, what's so great about him? You cowards, watch me teach him a lesson." Becky was annoyed. She barked, erupted with Sky Knight rank chi, blurred into motion, and shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Since Yang Feng was a greater aristocrat, she was also apprehensive, not even daring to draw her sword. She just wanted to catch Yang Feng and teach him a lesson. "Interesting." Yang Feng smiled and immediately shouted, "Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Someone is trying to assassinate a greater aristocrat. Who? Who dares to assassinate a greater aristocrat?" The 4 policemen who were patrolling nearby immediately rushed over anxiously, and while shouting, they madly blew their sirens. Chapter 261. The policemen were like ants on a hot pan, quickly rushing over from all directions. If it was an ordinary person, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if a greater aristocrat was assassinated in the middle of the street, then the surrounding policemen wouldn't be able to rescue him, and they would lose their jobs. If the relatives and subordinates of the greater aristocrat vented their anger on them, then the policemen might end up in a miserable state. Dozens of police officers came from all directions and surrounded them. Furthermore, the sound of sirens kept ringing, summoning their companions. Yang Feng extended his hand and directly blocked Becky's fist. A touch of captivating redness welled up on his face and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I am His Majesty the Emperor personally conferred the title of Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland. These people are trying to assassinate me, quickly catch them." Yang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and took a dozen steps back. Pointing at Becky's group of 7, he shouted loudly, took out his aristocratic badge, and threw it at a level 3 supervisor who had just arrived at the scene. "Stop! Stop your atrocities! Surrender at once, or we'll kill you on the spot on the charge of assassinating a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, then your family members will be imprisoned on the charge of treason." After carefully examining Yang Feng's aristocratic badge, the level 3 supervisor's complexion changed slightly, and he pointed at Becky's group of 7 and shouted loudly. Becky's group of 7 immediately didn't dare to budge. They were all Sky Knight rank experts or above. If they went on a killing spree, then they could kill the dozens of policemen present. However, in addition to a large number of ordinary policemen, the Imperial Guard Hall also had a special force called the Sword of Justice. The Sword of Justice's special force was composed of knight rank experts or above, and there were even 5 legend rank sacred swordsmen serving in the Sword of Justice. Once the Imperial Guard Hall dispatched the Sword of Justice's special force, then even the lightning sacred swordsmen wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. On the Feisua Plain, experts were as common as clouds. Therefore, the various powerful departments of the Morince Empire were similarly full of experts. Otherwise, the order of the empire couldn't be maintained. Becky defended herself loudly. "I am Becky, the daughter of the lightning sacred swordsman. We didn't assassinate Ian." As if a victim greater aristocrat, Yang Feng said in an impassioned voice, "So it was the lightning sacred swordsman who ordered it. Previously, I accidentally injured a commoner called Jiran, who is the chief disciple of the lightning sword saint. Now, for the sake of that disciple, he actually instigated his own daughter to assassinate me. He's really crazy. Sword of Justice, I need the special police protection of the Sword of Justice. No, I request that the Garrison Hall immediately send out the special police force of the Sword of Justice to capture the Lightning Sword Saint." The rank 3 supervisor felt a headache coming on. On the Feisua Plain, sacred swordsmen were one of the strongest experts under the demigod rank. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend such an existence. As long as those legendary sword saints didn't do anything outrageous, very few people would find trouble with them. However, Yang Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morince Empire with a noble status and extremely powerful power. He was also an existence that a rank 3 supervisor could not contend with. The rank 3 supervisor was also a very smart person. He quickly said, "Earl Ian, the Sword of Justice isn't something that a small rank 3 supervisor like me can make the decision. If you really need to mobilize the Sword of Justice, please apply to the higher-ups." Yang Feng used aristocratic arrogance to point at Becky and them and said lightly, "Good. However, these people tried to assassinate me in the middle of the street. The evidence is conclusive, you all saw it. Go and capture them all." The rank 3 supervisor's face sank and he said coldly, "You all heard it. Drop your weapons and surrender at once, or we'll kill you on the spot on the charge of assassinating a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, then your family members will be imprisoned on the charge of treason. Of course, as long as you surrender, we'll allow you to hire a lawyer to defend you in court." The 6 young men looked at each other, smiled bitterly, took the swords hanging at their waists, and threw them aside. More than a dozen policemen quickly rushed up and handcuffed the 6 young men. Becky shouted unwillingly, "How can you do this? He only said a few words, yet you came to arrest us. Based on what?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he said lightly, "Based on what? Based on the fact that I'm a greater aristocrat, while you're just a bunch of commoners." When he heard this, the rank 3 supervisor remained silent, as if he hadn't heard anything. No matter what he thought, he could only remain silent in the face of a hereditary peer earl. "Earl Ian, why are you so calculative with a child?" A gentle voice suddenly sounded from the side. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue warrior's attire, with a medium build, short blue hair, a sword at his waist, ordinary looks, and traces of vicissitudes of life on his face slowly walked over. As if there was an invisible force surrounding the middle-aged man, everyone who saw the middle-aged man unconsciously made way for him. When the policemen saw the middle-aged man, as if they were struck by lightning, they trembled and took a few steps back. When Yang Feng saw the middle-aged man, alarm bells went off in his mind. The terrifying perception of a level 3 warlock constantly reminded him that the middle-aged man was very dangerous. In Yang Feng's eyes, the middle-aged man seemed to have become the incarnation of a peerless sword, a mysterious aura firmly locked onto his throat, as if a sword was pressed against his neck at all times. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said slowly, "Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius." The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsmen. On the Feisua Plain, unless a spell was conjured beforehand, most legend wizards would die once a sacred swordsman got within 10 meters of them. Even on the Tsangji Plain, once a sacred swordsman got close to them, even great warlock rank experts would fall. Once a sacred swordsman stepped into the legend realm, their swords would possess a trace of the power of laws, making them extraordinary and peerlessly sharp. Even the formidable life force field that surrounded great warlocks couldn't withstand it. When the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius wasn't angry, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. But once he urged his power, he would be like a sword god, peerlessly sharp and unstoppable. As Cassius walked calmly towards Yang Feng, countless people retreated. It seemed as if Yang Feng was the only one left to face the sacred swordsman. Cassius' gaze was dull, yet it contained a frightening sword intent. It locked on Yang Feng's vitals, stabbing Yang Feng's vitals painfully. Alarms went off all over his body, and he almost couldn't help but press his dimensional crest and release those level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts. Yang Feng suddenly said with a faint smile, "Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, are you here to assassinate me? I remember that you seem to have a 70-year-old mother, a beautiful wife, and 2 brothers. Your 2 brothers have a son and 2 daughters respectively. Your family has a total of 132 people. There are a total of 587 people attached to your family. Are you here to kill me because you want them to accompany me in death, and then wander the world by yourself?" Cassius' gaze constricted slightly, and a frightening sword intent erupted in a flash, nearly chopping Yang Feng into countless pieces. Yang Feng, however, looked at Cassius with an unruly expression, sneered repeatedly, and didn't say a word. Cassius silently looked at Yang Feng. Finally, his eyes flashed with a touch of helplessness, and he smiled bitterly. The sword intent converged and disappeared. "No, I just came to pick up my daughter. I think there should be a small misunderstanding between us." Sacred swordsmen were also people, and they had parents, brothers, relatives, and friends. These fetters were like shackles that shackled sacred swordsmen. So long as he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Cassius would never risk the execution of his entire family to kill a greater aristocrat in public. The level 3 superintendent heaved a long sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. One was a human sacred swordsman with peerless swordsmanship, and the other was a hereditary peer-greater aristocrat with great power. Both sides weren't existences that he could easily offend. Now that the two of them had eased up, he heaved a slight sigh of relief. Cassius, since you said that this is a misunderstanding, then I'll treat it as a misunderstanding. I can cure Jiran. If you want to cure him, then take your daughter and come with me. Yang Feng gave Cassius a meaningful look with a faint smile, then turned around and walked towards the villa he lived in. Becky glared at Yang Feng's back with some anger and said coquettishly, "Father, how can he be so arrogant? He's so annoying." Cassius' eyes flashed with a mixture of envy and jealousy, and he sighed faintly, because he's a greater aristocrat. Even though the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius had unparalleled swordsmanship, and as long as he was within 10 meters, even a legend wizard would find it hard to block his sword strike, but he was still a commoner, not an aristocrat, let alone a hereditary peer-greater aristocrat. With the cultivation base of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, if he sought refuge with the court, he could obtain the title of a court aristocrat and some of the privileges of an aristocrat. However, it was still very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat. Because the Morince Empire had a heritage of more than 100,000 years, if a legend-rank powerhouse was directly conferred the title of a hereditary peer aristocrat, then the Morince Empire would have already been carved up. Greater aristocrats were the lifelong goal of many sacred swordsmen in the Morince Empire. "Becky, let's go." Cassius looked at Yang Feng's back with a flicker in his eyes. He was silent for a while, and then said slowly. Becky admired her sacred swordsman father the most since childhood, so she naturally wouldn't disobey him. "Yes, father." Chapter 262. The huge villa in the St. Toulon city, which could accommodate all of Yang Feng's subordinates, had been purchased by Busso. Inside the villa, in a luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng sat on a tiger-skin sofa. Sitting opposite him were Cassius and his daughter. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Jiran was accidentally injured by me when he challenged me. According to the laws of the Empire, I have no obligation to treat him. However, I have always been a generous person. 6 million gold coins, as long as you can give me 6 million gold coins, then I'll treat him." Becky was startled and exclaimed, 6 million gold coins. How can we come up with so much money? Cassius couldn't help but frown slightly. Human sacred swordsmen were humans living in the secular world. They weren't immortals, nor were they gods who lived high up in the star-divine country and didn't have to worry about money. Human sacred swordsmen also had to work, or have their own businesses, in order to earn money. Generally, sacred swordsmen would open dojos and accept children of greater aristocrats as apprentices. Or they would directly seek refuge with the court and serve as the court's lackeys. Of the 5 legend-rank sacred swordsmen of the Sword of Justice, 2 of them were experts who later sought refuge with the court. Cassius also made a living by opening a dojo. The total assets of his family were more than 1 million gold coins, but the liquid funds were only over 100,000 gold coins. He didn't lack small amounts of money, but he couldn't come up with such a huge sum as 6 million gold coins. Yang Feng said lightly, "It's a precious elixir that can restore a damaged dantian and restore qi. Naturally, the price can't be low. If you don't want to, you can also ask the popes of the temples. As long as they cast the level, for divine spell Great Praise of Life, Jiran's injuries can also be healed." The level, for divine spell Great Praise of Life was one of the strongest healing divine spells of the temples. Once cast, no matter what kind of injury it was, it could be quickly healed within a day. The person who had 1 foot in the gates of hell would be pulled out. Such a powerful theurgy could only be performed by the popes of the various shrines or the pinnacle powerhouses among the cardinals. Besides, they would have to pay a huge price to perform such a powerful recovery theurgy. Basically, no one would perform such a powerful theurgy for a mere star knight. Becky was so choked that she couldn't speak. The popes and cardinals of the various shrines were all extremely revered figures. Even if Cassius begged, the popes of the major shrines would never agree to cast such a powerful recovery magic on Jiran. After all, Cassius had experienced countless storms and waves. He said calmly, "Earl Ian, since you asked us to come here, you must have the intention to treat Jiran. Please state your terms." Yang Feng smiled and revealed his true intentions. "I can cure Jiran. However, I hope that you can become my retainer and work for me." Cassius said meaningfully, "Earl Ian, do you know how many great nobles have tried to recruit me over the years?" Yang Feng shook his head slightly. Cassius said faintly, "A total of 137 great nobles have tried to recruit me and have me work for them. However, my family didn't agree either. I can't think of any reason to work for you." Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "That's only because they can't offer you something that can tempt you. Cassius, I can make you an aristocrat." Cassius smiled faintly, but didn't speak. If he was willing to join the court of the Morince Empire and become its lackey, he could easily obtain the title of a court earl, become a court aristocrat, and enjoy all the rights of an aristocrat. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he continued, "I can make you a hereditary peer aristocrat." Cassius' eyelids twitched slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Hereditary peer aristocrats could be passed down from generation to generation and had their own fief. Even a trifling hereditary peer knight was considered to have truly stepped into the aristocratic class. Yang Feng said with a smile, "If you side with me, I can divide a fief and recommend you to the empire as a chevalier, becoming a member of the hereditary peer aristocracy." Cassius' heart thumped, and ripples appeared in his originally calm and tranquil eyes. He, who grew up in the Morince Empire, understood how difficult it was to obtain a hereditary peer aristocrat. In their fief, a hereditary peer aristocrat was like a local tyrant. As long as they paid a certain amount of gold coins to the royal family every year, they could do whatever they wanted. Furthermore, they could legally form a private army of less than 200 people to guard their fief. An aristocrat with the title of a hereditary peer aristocrat was qualified to join the circle of first-rate aristocrats and become a member of the exclusive aristocrats. Although Cassius was the lightning sacred swordsman and possessed formidable martial prowess, greater aristocrats came to recruit him. However, he was very clear that they came to recruit him in order to get a powerful thug and bodyguard, not a companion on the same level as them. One of the important reasons why Cassius wasn't willing to side with greater aristocrats was that when he aged and his strength declined to a certain extent. As a thug, it was very likely that he would be abandoned or even eliminated by his master. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "If you make enough contributions, I can even help you become a hereditary peer baron and make you a member of the true aristocracy. You know, the Red Earth wasteland is extremely vast. Dividing a fief is nothing for me. Hereditary peer baron." Cassius' eyes erupted with a scorching glint, his heart pounded madly, and his blood flowed frantically. Unless the sacred swordsman who sided with the Morince Empire made great contributions, otherwise, after serving the empire for a lifetime, they might only get 1 or 2 fiefs and become an aristocrat. Only the luckier ones might get a fief and let their descendants step into the aristocratic class. The title of hereditary peer baron only appeared in the founding years of the Morince Empire, or in the most critical battles when the Morince Empire engaged in a large-scale war with its old enemy, the Titan Empire, or when a demonic plague or a sea disaster swept the world. Yang Feng said faintly, "How about this, if you're willing to side with me and fight for me wholeheartedly? Even if you die in battle, I'll guarantee that your son or daughter will become a hereditary peer baron." Of course, a hereditary peer baron is only the bottom line. If you make enough contributions, it's not impossible for you to go a step further and become a hereditary peer viscount. We can go to the Temple of Contracts to notarize this promise. Cassius' mouth suddenly went dry, and his eyes flickered with ecstasy. Hereditary peer viscount. In the Morince Empire, Aristocrats with hereditary peer earl titles and above were called greater aristocrats and had great power. Aristocrats with hereditary peer baron titles and above were considered true aristocrats. Hereditary peer viscounts, on the other hand, were considered quasi-greater aristocrats. Some powerful hereditary peer viscounts could even be accepted into the circle of greater aristocrats and become a member of true greater aristocrats. Cassius couldn't resist such a huge temptation. In the Morince Empire, apart from the emperor and some top aristocratic families with a long history, no one could offer a fief to recruit a sacred swordsman. After contemplating for a while, Cassius's eyes flashed with a touch of firmness and he said solemnly, "Earl Ian, if you can fulfill your promise, then I'm willing to join you and become your retainer. This is the contract. Take a look and see if there are any problems." Yang Feng smiled, then took out a contract and handed it to Cassius. Cassius took the contract and looked at it carefully for a while. His eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and he said faintly, "Sir Earl, it seems that you have prepared this contract. So the misunderstanding between you and my daughter is also part of your plan?" Becky was startled and looked at Yang Feng with a bit of fear in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng said with a smile, "No, I just took advantage of the situation, that's all. Of course, if you hadn't come, I would have had other options. Sacred Gale Swordsman, Sacred Gale Swordsman, Sacred Flame Swordsman, Sacred Windfire Swordsman, there are dozens of sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city who haven't been recruited yet. If I visited them one by one, would eventually be able to recruit 2 or 3 sacred swordsmen." Cassius contemplated for a while before finally nodding slightly. Obtaining a lordship and directly promoting to a hereditary lordship was a great temptation for the legendary sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city. Compared to legend wizards who wholeheartedly delved into all kinds of knowledge and possessed great wealth, sacred swordsmen were more susceptible to the temptation of power and wealth. Legend rank powerhouses were also people. They had their own families and friends, and they also wanted to stand out. There were also sacred swordsmen who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. However, even more sacred swordsmen pursued fame and wealth, and threw themselves into the Morince Empire's imperial court or greater aristocratic families. On the Fesua plain, gods stood aloof and looked down on mortals. The imperial family, greater aristocrats, and churches jointly controlled the world. It was a society with a strict hierarchy. Even though sacred swordsmen were tyrannical in martial arts, but they could only climb up step by step in this strict social system. People who were tyrannical in martial arts didn't necessarily have a high social status and live a better life. Hereditary peer aristocrats, on the other hand, had a high social status. As long as they weren't too stupid, they would live a good life. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Then let's go to the Temple of Contracts and sign a fair contract under the witness of the mighty god of contracts." Cassius was also somewhat impatient. He got up, and then smiled awkwardly to conceal the anxiety in his heart, saying, "Okay." Chapter 263. I have people prepare all kinds of documents and had Busso deliver them to the aristocratic senate. After about half a month, you'll become a hereditary peer of the empire. After coming out of the contract temple, Yang Feng said to Cassius with a smile. Cassius looked grateful and changed the way he addressed Yang Feng. "Thank you, my lord." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Becky, in a few days, you'll be a real aristocratic lady." Aristocratic lady. Becky was a little excited when she heard that. At the same time, she revealed a trace of melancholy. From the day Becky became sensible, Cassius was already a sacred swordsman. She had always been proud of her father, a sacred swordsman. She believed that her father was the greatest person in the world. However, when Becky was 12 years old, she had a taste of the cruelty of this strict society. She was rejected by the St. Violet School, the most famous all-girls school in the St. Toulon city, because she wasn't a descendant of an aristocrat. That was the first time she understood that her sacred swordsman father wasn't an omnipotent being. In this world, there was no existence that the sword of a sacred swordsman couldn't sever. However, the sword of a sacred swordsman couldn't sever the invisible barrier between aristocrats and commoners. As Becky grew older, she became more aware of the heavy weight of the word aristocracy in the Morince Empire. The person she once had a crush on chose a girl who was inferior to her in all aspects because that girl had aristocratic blood. A position that she valued was easily snatched away by an aristocratic girl. In social occasions, many people would marvel at her father, the sacred swordsman Cassius. However, it was the aristocratic ladies who were the most popular, not her, the daughter of a sacred swordsman. Becky looked at Yang Feng, who she despised before, but now became her father's lord. She wanted to say something, but then hesitated. She didn't say anything. Yang Feng naturally didn't care about Becky. He turned to Cassius and asked, "Cassius, I still want to recruit a few powerful sacred swordsmen. In the Saint Talon city, which sacred swordsman can I recruit?" As a sacred swordsman, Cassius was qualified to enter the small circle of sacred swordsmen. He knew far more than Yang Feng. Cassius pondered for a moment before saying, "Wind and Fire Sacred Swordmaster Adio, Earth Sacred Swordmaster Magia, Raging Waves Sacred Swordmaster Lucero, Sea Sacred Swordmaster Mahano, Violet Sacred Swordmaster Nidio, and Lily Sacred Swordmaster Musica. These 7 sacred swordmasters have hopes of being recruited by his lordship." In the Saint Toulon city, most of the sacred swordsmen had joined the court, entered various powerful institutions, or been recruited by major aristocrats. There were only a few dozen sword saints among the commoners. Among the dozens of sword saints, there were indeed some sword saints who were indifferent to fame and fortune and wholeheartedly focused on cultivating martial skills. At the same time, there were also sword saints who could not be recruited for various reasons. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Can I recruit the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavir?" Star-breaking Sacred Swordsman Painaville was recognized as the #1 powerhouse among the countless sacred swordsmen in the Saint Toulon city. He pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship all his life. Ever since he stepped into the legend rank, he had never been defeated. He once went to the Beastman Empire and killed a sacred warrior, entered the Desert Empire and killed a sacred barbarian, and went to the Titan Empire and killed the #1 sacred swordsman of the Titan Empire. Since 20 years ago, the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavir was recognized as the #1 human sacred swordsman. According to legend, so long as he had a sword in his hand, he could even slay a demigod. The physique of human sacred swordsmen was fundamentally inferior to that of human warlocks. The lifespan of a sacred swordsman was between 120 and 150 years old. When he was young, the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavir had a fortuitous encounter and drank a bottle of life water left in the secular world by the intermediate divine power rank goddess of life Cornelia of the Zalia divine system. His lifespan was extended by 100 years. Now that he was 70 years old, the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavir was at the peak of his strength, and he was recognized as one of the strongest human experts below the demigod rank. Many people speculated that the sword in the hands of the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavir could even slay a demigod. No matter the plane, there would always be peerless geniuses, unimaginable peerless geniuses. The Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Penavir was such a peerless swordsman genius that surpassed the imagination of many people. Cassius shook his head with some admiration, jealousy, and envy, saying, "Impossible, my lord. There was once a divine descendant family that offered a hereditary peer viscount, yet was still unable to recruit the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman. He's the kind of freak that can sacrifice everything for the sake of martial arts." On the Feisua plain, after all, there were still some peerless powerhouses who regarded fame and fortune as dirt and wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of cultivation. Most of such peerless powerhouses were legend wizards who pursued the truth. However, there was no lack of sacred swordsmen and other experts of other professions. Yang Feng smiled and said carelessly, "In that case, help me probe the 7 sacred swordsmen first. If they are willing to become my retainers, then I'll talk with them in detail." Cassius nodded slightly and said, "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a brilliant glint, and he said slowly, "Before that, come with me. Some things are better dealt with as soon as possible." Cassius said, "Yes, my lord." Not far from Yang Feng's villa, in a luxurious hotel, Edith held Faldina in his arms and was whispering sweet nothings. Suddenly, a foot kicked the door of the room, qi erupted, and there was a loud bang. The door of the room was torn apart, and countless fragments splashed in all directions. Dressed in silver police uniforms with a silver sword tattooed on the shoulder of the right hand, police officers from the Special Police Force of the Sword of Justice broke through the door in an instant and occupied various strategic locations. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose, hawk-like eyes, a burly figure, short blue hair, and a well-groomed mustache stepped into the room, glanced at Edith, and said faintly, "Edith, you did well. You finally lured the witch designated by His Majesty here." Faldina's heart shook greatly. Her beautiful eyes were full of incredulity as she stared at Edith. Edith's complexion changed greatly, and he shouted, "No, Faldina, you have to believe me. I definitely didn't betray you. I really didn't betray you. I can swear on my life. So that's how it is. The first successor of the Hansen family colluded with a witch from the Titan Empire. Lord Desser, please report this matter to His Majesty the Great Emperor fairly. There are so many witnesses here." Following a chuckle, Yang Feng slowly stepped into the spacious room and smiled as he looked at Faldina and Edith embracing each other. Desser was the middle-aged man with a well-groomed mustache. He was also one of the 5 sacred swordsmen of the Sword of Justice. He was also one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice. When he heard Yang Feng's words, Dassault's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. He was well aware that once the first successor of the Hansen family colluded with a witch from the Titan Empire, it would cause a huge storm if Morin's 2867th learned of it. If he didn't handle it well, the entire Hansen family would be at risk of being destroyed. As he was a good friend of the Hansen family, he naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. Dassault's face sank and he said coldly, "Earl Ian, the Sword of Justice is handling a case. Please be quiet. If you can't be quiet, then please leave." Yang Feng said with a meaningful smile, "Okay, I'll watch you handle the case impartially. By the way, His Majesty has officially appointed me as a Court Grand Master. You can also call me Court Grand Master Ian." Dassault's heart shook, and he went silent for a moment. Yang Feng became a Court Grand Master, which meant that he had the grace to have an audience with Morin's 2867th. At the same time, he was a member of the Morin's Empire's imperial court system, serving His Majesty directly and wielding great power. As long as he didn't make a mistake, Dassault had no right to drive him away. Eyes bloodshot, Edith drew his sword, pointed it at Yang Feng, and roared, "It's you. Ian, you betrayed us. You fiend, you bastard." Yang Feng took a few steps back, glanced at Edith, and said with a contemptuous smile, "Sir Dassault, I seem to hear someone threatening me." Dassault glared and barked, "Edith, don't mess around. Hurry up and capture the Titan Empire's witch behind you. His Majesty designated her as a criminal. Think about the Hansen family." "No, never. I'll never hand over Faldina." Eyes shot with blood, Edith bellowed, urged his pinnacle star knight rank chi, and his sword transformed into specks of stars and stabbed at Dassault. Only by forcing the legend rank sacred swordsman Dassault away could Edith and them hope to escape. When the fearsome star chi erupted, a violent hurricane was set off in the room, and countless furniture and decorations were overturned and smashed to pieces. "Fool!" Dassault's eyes widened, then he roared and unsheathed his sword, and a brilliant sword ray hit the endless stars. The endless stars shattered, and Edith was forced back a few steps by the fearsome backlash. Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! What an exquisite swordsmanship! The reputation of a sacred swordsman is well deserved." Edith's swordsmanship was above that of Yang Feng's, yet his swordsmanship was broken by Dassault's sword strike. This meant that Yang Feng's demonic fighting sword art couldn't withstand a single blow from Dassault. Edith bit his lip. As if a madman, countless star sword rays lit up again and stabbed at Dassault. Chapter 264. Streaks of starry sword light lit up. It was as if countless stars were falling down to the mortal world with an aura of destruction. Everyone present was shocked and they saw the star-like sword light. They couldn't help but feel a sense of dejection that they couldn't defeat. The terrifying and exquisite star sword light had just emerged when a long sword lightly stabbed into the star sword light, directly breaking the countless star sword lights. The starry sword rays flickered and then collapsed. Every time Edith's swordsmanship was broken, he was forced back a few steps, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Even though he was a peerless genius with extraordinary swordsmanship, but he still couldn't resist a sword strike from a sacred swordsman. Faldina's beautiful eyes turned cold. She silently recited an incantation and concentrated her mind. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her head, giving her a splitting headache. She couldn't conjure spells. Her gaze fell on Yang Feng, only to see Yang Feng revealing a trace of a smile of ridicule and contempt towards her. Faldina wanted to say something, but when she saw Edith fighting to the death, she fell silent again. She was a very smart woman, and she knew that she couldn't disturb Edith now. The Sword of Justice secret police in the room were also silent. Standing quietly aside, they didn't have the slightest intention of arresting Faldina. Only if Edith personally arrested Faldina could the accusation of collusion between the Hansen family and the Titan empires which be cleared. Dassault broke Edith's sword rays 24 times in a row. More and more blood flowed out of his body, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. When the starry sword rays lit up for the 25th time, the countless stars formed from the sword rays carried the power of law. The countless stars flickered and instantly formed a sword of stars surrounded by starry light, which stabbed at Dassault's sword. Ding! With a loud sound, sacred swordsman Dassault's sword was deflected. The sacred swordsman boundary. He actually broke through and reached the sacred swordsman boundary. Dassault's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he exclaimed. Edith, the first successor of the Hansen family, was a genius in martial cultivation and even more so in swordsmanship. Even Dassault didn't expect him to promote to a sacred swordsman so quickly, and to comprehend it in the middle of a fight. Even on the Feisua plain, people who could directly break through in the middle of a fight were geniuses among geniuses, freaks among geniuses. After repelling Dassault with a sword strike, Edith didn't continue to pursue. His eyes shimmered with killing intent as deep as the sea, and a star sword ray flickered and mercilessly stabbed at the smiling Yang Feng standing aside. He didn't need to guess to know that the arrival of the Sword of Justice secret police was related to Yang Feng. Dassault's eyes flickered a few times, and his thoughts revolved lightning fast. He covered his chest with one hand, forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood, and watched helplessly as the starlight sword ray stabbed towards Yang Feng, and a smile appeared in the abyss of his eyes. Within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred. Once a sacred swordsman entered within 10 meters of them, then even a legend wizard or a great warlock rank expert would be insta-killed if they didn't prepare a defensive spell in advance. In Dassault as of Yang Feng, of. Yang Feng looked at the star sword ray and exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! This is a genius among geniuses. To be able to break through a great realm in the middle of a fight, that's really amazing." The cultivation methods of the Zhangji Plains warlocks were different from those of many plains. Every time a warlock advanced to a great realm, they had to find a safe place, absorb countless life magic energy, and condense a more powerful spell model inside their spirit sea. It was impossible to directly comprehend and break through a great realm in the middle of a fight. Just when everyone present thought that Yang Feng was dead for sure, a resplendent ray of lightning shot out from behind Yang Feng and stabbed at the star sword ray. Boom! Along with a blare, the star sword ray was shattered, and Edith was jolted back a few steps, a look of incredulity on his face. All eyes gathered behind Yang Feng. A person slowly walked out from behind Yang Feng. It was the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. When Dessau saw Cassius, his pupils constricted slightly, and he whispered, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius." He actually defected to Ian. When the Sword of Justice secret police saw the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius behind Yang Feng, their complexions suddenly changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with dread and graveness. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was definitely one of the top sacred swordsmen in the Saint Toulon city. His sword Dao cultivation base was extremely terrifying, even stronger than Dassault's. Edith had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had seen his idol degenerate. He said bitterly, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, you defected to Ian." A dignified sacred swordsman defected to Ian and became his lackey. Where's your integrity as a sacred swordsman? Integrity as a sacred swordsman. Cassius laughed involuntarily and swept Edith with a glance, as if he was looking at an insensible child. He hadn't agreed to the solicitations of the greater aristocrats because the price offered by them was too low. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was born into an ordinary commoner family. Relying on his talent in swordsmanship and countless painstaking efforts, he was promoted to a sacred swordsman step by step. In the extremely strict hierarchy of the Morince Empire, even the status of a sacred swordsman was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary aristocrat. But compared to a greater aristocrat, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. An aristocratic child like Edith naturally didn't know that the greatest goal and desire of many commoner sacred swordsmen was to become a hereditary greater aristocrat with their own fief. Of course, very few sacred swordsmen could achieve this goal. Since Cassius had obtained an opportunity to become a greater aristocrat with his peerless swordsmanship, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Cassius said lightly, "I am Earl Ian's retainer. Whoever wants to harm Sir Earl will have to ask the sword in my hand." A look of despair flashed through Edith's eyes. With two sacred swordsmen joining hands, Edith, who was a newly promoted sacred swordsman, had no chance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and he said coldly, "Sir Dessau, Edith is stubborn." He stubbornly resisted arrest and wholeheartedly sheltered the witch of the Titan Empire. I think that he should be killed on the spot. Otherwise, I will report everything that happened today to His Majesty. For Edith to be able to break through on the spot, such a person was definitely a genius among geniuses, a freakish powerhouse. Since such an expert was Yang Feng's enemy, it was better for Yang Feng to kill such an enemy as soon as possible. Dassault's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a look of struggle. He turned around and stared at Edith, and his gaze became more and more gloomy. After all, Dessau was a sacred swordsman who had been famous for a long time and was at the peak of his age and body. If he hadn't been lenient, Edith would have died more than 10 times just now. As one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice, Dessau couldn't hide the truth from the masses after all. If Edith continued to resist stubbornly, then for the sake of his future and his family, Dessau could only go against his conscience, arrest Edith and Faldina, and report the truth to his superiors. "Edith, what are you doing? Hurry up and capture the Titan empires which behind you and offer her to His Majesty the Great Emperor." With a stern shout, Iser slowly stepped into the room. His gaze swept past Yang Feng and Cassius before finally falling on Edith, and he barked. Fear flashed in Edith's eyes as he said loudly, "Father, she's my..." Iser glared at Edith and shouted, "Shut up. She was the witch of the Titan Empire and a criminal appointed by His Majesty. If you can't catch her, our Hansen family might even be destroyed. Think about your mother, think about your sister, think about your uncle who loves you the most, think about your aunt, think about your cute little nephews. Do you want their heads to roll on the ground because of you? Do you want to destroy our Hansen family because of that witch? When Edith heard that, he suddenly felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face paled and his body trembled. The voices and smiles of all the relatives in the Hansen family flashed through his mind. It was like a mountain pressing down on his heart, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. He no longer had the firmness and strength from before. Face pale, Faldina looked at Edith in a daze. She didn't say a word, didn't plead, didn't get angry. She just looked at her most beloved lover and waited for his judgment. Iser barked, "The life and death, honor and disgrace of the more than 100,000 members of the Hansen family are in your hands. Capture her, and our Hansen family will have a chance to survive. Edith, capture her." Edith's mind was in chaos, and his body trembled. Iser barked, "Think about your mother, Edith, think about your mother." When Edith thought of his mother, who loved him dearly since childhood, who paid an unknown amount of blood, sweat, and tears for him, his mind was in chaos. The sword in his hand trembled, and he stabbed Faldina in the abdomen. Drops of bright red blood flowed out of Faldina's abdomen like bright red flowers, blooming with poignant beauty. Faldina's beautiful big eyes were dyed black, and endless despair swallowed her beautiful eyes, leaving only deathly stillness. Edith looked at the bright red, the sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he screamed with a look of horror, "No, dear, no, it wasn't me." Iser barked, "Edith, capture her." Iser's voice seemed to have a magical power. Edith seemed to be hypnotized, and he grabbed Faldina's shoulder for some reason. Chapter 265. Faldina's eyes were filled with deathly stillness. Suddenly, she sensed that her sealed power had all returned to her body. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the floor in the area where Faldina was located collapsed strangely, and she fell to the ground together with Edith. Faldina's gaze was ice-cold. She pointed at Edith, and a dozen-plus arcane projectiles blasted into Edith without mercy. Caught off guard, Edith barely managed to urge the chi protection of a junior sacred swordsman, before he was hit by the dozen-plus arcane projectiles and sent flying. The moment he was hit by the arcane projectiles, Edith's eyes were filled with shock and incredulity, yet he was still sent flying by the powerful impact. Faldina silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and launched the level 1 spell Dark Mist. Endless darkness and dense mist gushed out in a flash and covered everyone in the room. In the endless darkness and dense fog, Dassault's eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he took out a jade card. The jade card radiated fluctuations of divine technique power, and white rays of light shot out of the jade card. Illuminated by the white light, the dark mist was instantly dispelled. Faldina was an extremely powerful arch-wizard, which the Knights of the Sword of Justice already knew. Dassault also carried many magic restraining treasures. The moment the dark mist was dispelled, Dassault's figure blurred, and he shot into the big hole like a bolt of lightning. Fireballs, icicles, wind blades, and various other level 1 spells burst out of the huge hole and bombarded Desser crazily. A resplendent sword ray shone. Spurred by sacred swordsman rank chi, a powerful sword circle suddenly erupted and swept away the elemental spells. The numerous level 1 spells were completely shattered by Desser's sword circle. The chi of the Feisua plane was similar to the life energy cultivated by warlocks of the Tsangji plane. Although the grade and potential of chi couldn't compare to that of the life energy cultivated by warlocks, but its power was unpredictable. Once it erupted, it was extremely powerful and could crush many low-level spells. The various level 1 spells only blocked Dassault for a moment, when a pair of wings of the wind appeared behind Faldina. Like a fairy, she smashed through the door of the hotel and flew outside. Weakness. Petrification ray. Spider web. Fear. Stun. Faldina had just rushed out of the hotel, when dozens of debuff spells slammed into her. Dazzling crystals flew out of Faldina and formed a diamond-shaped magic shield. When the various negative spells fell on the rhombus-shaped magic shield, they immediately collapsed and disappeared. The countless magic rhombus crystals were a legendary secret treasure, the magic crystal net. Under Faldina's control, no level 1 or level 2 spells could hurt her until her mental strength was exhausted. While withstanding the attacks of countless spells, Faldina seemed to have transformed into a huge bird and flew toward an alley on the side. The terrain of the Saint Toulon city was very complicated. As long as Faldina escaped into the complicated alleys, she would be able to escape alive. Soul shock. An archmage silently chanted an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and cast the level 3 spell Mind Shock. In midair, Faldina's delicate body suddenly shook, and like a bird with broken wings, she fell from midair towards the ground. The magic crystal net was extremely profound. It could weaken the power of most level 3 spells, but it could not make people completely immune to the attacks of level 3 spells. Binding of the air. Another archmage silently chanted an incantation and pointed his wand at Faldina. Countless streams of air condensed frantically, forming chains that rolled towards Faldina and tightly entangled her. As soon as Faldina came to her senses, she poured formidable spirit force into the crystal net, and the crystal net radiated powerful magic light and dispelled the atmospheric shackles. Asterisk cough. Asterisk cough. Suddenly, Faldina bent over, covered her mouth, and coughed. Drops of blood dripped from her lily-white fingers to the ground. An archmage sighed slightly, and his eyes flashed with admiration. What an amazing young lady. She has the cultivation base of an archmage at such a young age. Unfortunately, she is a person of the Titan Empire. Faced with the siege of dozens of wizards coupled with the attacks of 2 archmages, Faldina still almost escaped. In addition to the legendary secret treasure magic crystal net, her own strength was top-notch. Weakness. Web. Fear. Stun. Spells fell from the sky and landed on Faldina's body, but they were blocked by the secret treasure crystal net. Every time a spell was blocked, the magic crystal net dimmed a bit, and Faldina's face became a bit paler. The 2 archmages silently recited incantations, and a series of binding spells fell on Faldina. If Morin's 2867th wanted a living Faldina, then she had to live. This was the power possessed by the Emperor of the Morin's Empire, the most powerful human empire on the Feisua plain. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the street was engulfed by a huge explosion. Amidst the terrifying explosions, the knights and mages of the Sword of Justice were completely engulfed by the terrifying explosions. Smoke and dust rose, and countless fragments of stone splashed about. At the moment of the explosion, the mages cast defensive spells on themselves one after another. The 2 archmages took a few steps back, silently chanted an incantation, and enchanted themselves with defensive spells. After the smoke and dust of the explosions completely dispersed, everyone had unsightly expressions on their faces as they discovered that Faldina, who had been stabbed in the abdomen and was like a turtle in a jar, had disappeared. Standing in the tavern, Yang Feng looked outside, sneered, and ridiculed. The Hansen family is really good. They even let go of someone that His Majesty wants. It seems that the relationship between the witch and Edith is really close. In the tavern room, Edith curled up into a ball in a daze, held his head in his hands, and looked like a good-for-nothing. Iser smiled faintly and inverted the truth. Earl Ian, the Hansen family is loyal and devoted to His Majesty. My son, Edith, stabbed the witch with a sword. My son, Edith, has never really loved the witch. He just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Oh, is that so? Did I misunderstand Edith? With a look of surprise on his face, Yang Feng looked at the zombie-like Edith and said with a faint smile, Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Is that true? The zombie-like Edith opened his eyes and stared at Yang Feng. His gem-like eyes, which were more beautiful than many beautiful women, were filled with resentment. Iser sternly shouted, Edith, answer Earl Ian's words directly. The Hansen family is the pillar of the Morince Empire and the most loyal subjects of His Majesty the Emperor. Come and tell him yourself. Edith's body trembled slightly. With great difficulty, he bit his lips and enunciated each syllable. I, Edith, have never loved Faldina. I just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. As soon as the words left his mouth, Edith bit his lips until they bled, and drops of blood dripped from his lips to the ground. His spirit seemed to have been sucked out by that one sentence. He slumped on the bed like a dead man, without any signs of life. It's a pity. It seems that I misunderstood you. I will report today's matter to His Majesty the Emperor in its entirety. Goodbye then. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, then he turned and strode outside. Following behind Yang Feng, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius remained vigilant, on guard against the Sword of Justice's secret police. Dassault looked at Yang Feng's back with a dignified look in his eyes and said slowly, this guy is very dangerous. With a cold look in his eyes, Iser sighed slowly and said regretfully, he recruited the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. He's getting more and more difficult to deal with. Damn the Orthox family. If Iser hadn't coveted the wealth of the Miracle City, he wouldn't have pushed the hunting Fang Corps of the Morince Empire to attack the Miracle City. The Orthox family didn't support Yang Feng at the time, and instead pushed him to the status of a hereditary peer earl. In Iser's eyes, the Miracle City wasn't too difficult to deal with. Now that Yang Feng had become a hereditary peer earl of the Morince Empire and had the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius by his side, it became more difficult to deal with him. As the city master of the Miracle City, Yang Feng had great wealth. And as a hereditary peer earl of the Morince Empire, he could turn that wealth into his own strength. Iser could easily guess that more and more sacred swordsmen would join Yang Feng's camp in the St. Toulon city. After all, Yang Feng had the vast territory of the Red Earth Wasteland. Even if he divided 10,000 baronies, it wouldn't hurt Yang Feng's vitality. The Orthox family also took a fancy to Yang Feng's potential, which was why they supported him and pulled him into their camp. Not far from the villa, in the hidden basement of an ordinary house, Faldina gasped for breath, her face pale, and blood dripped from her abdomen to the ground. Chapter 266. The door of the basement suddenly opened, and a figure slowly entered. Ian, it's really you. Faldina slowly raised her head and looked at the figure walking into the basement. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar light, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. Yang Feng smiled and sat down in front of Faldina. Yes, it's me. It was you who led the Sword of Justice here. Yes, it was me who pressured the Sword of Justice to come here. You're the one who sealed my power. I was the one who drugged you and sealed your power. Faldina was silent for a while, her face twisted, and she gritted her teeth, asking, why? Yang Feng replied with a smile on his face, should be asking you that. I am a person who advocates the concept of equality between men and women. As for the woman who wants to destroy my family, I feel that she should taste the same pain. No, I should let her taste the pain on top of that. Only then will I be happy. Did Edith's sword strike hurt you? Faldina was silent for a while. Then, she bit her lips and blood dripped to the ground, saying, it hurt a lot. The previous Faldina was stabbed to death by that suffocating pain. Then I'll let you listen to a real and interesting conversation. Yang Feng smiled, took out a sound recording crystal, and poured his spirit force into it. Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Is this true? Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the secret room. Faldina's face was pale. She twisted her hands, and blood dripped from her lily-white hands to the ground. I, Edith, never loved Faldina. I just wanted to use her to get information on the Titan Empire. Edith's pained and strained voice resounded in the secret chamber word by word, stabbing Faldina's heart like a sharp knife. Faldina vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her face became extremely pale, and her eyes were shrouded in endless silence. She whispered, "You demon." With a look of ridicule on his face, Yang Feng looked at Faldina, who vomited blood. There was no trace of sympathy on his face, only unspeakable pleasure. Soon after, Yang Feng sneered and said, "Likewise, I admit that I'm not a good person. What about you guys? Are you the good guys?" Faldina's face was pale. She twisted her hands and said, "Don't you want to know the secret of the artifact?" Yang Feng said lightly, "It's best if I can know the secrets of the divine armament, but if I can't, then it doesn't matter. How could a treasure like a divine artifact be so easily obtained unless it was by chance? If you can obtain a divine artifact just by knowing its secret, wouldn't it have fallen into your hands a long time ago?" Faldina was a genius mage. She had already reached the realm of Archmage at a young age, and it was not impossible for her to become a legendary mage in the future. For such a genius to know the secrets of the divine armament yet not be able to obtain it, the difficulty of obtaining the divine armament could be well imagined. The corners of Faldina's mouth rose into a smile of ridicule. The apple of wisdom is about to ripen. Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his mind was in turmoil, his body trembled, and he leaned forward. His eyes exuding malevolence and greed, he exclaimed, "The apple of wisdom. Isn't it still 372 years before it ripens?" The apple of wisdom was the most precious and legendary treasure of the Feisua plain. It was the treasure that countless powerhouses of the Feisua plain coveted the most. Among the countless plains, there was only one wisdom apple tree that existed. The apple of wisdom tree sprouted 10,000 years, bloomed 10,000 years, and bore fruit 10,000 years. Each time, only one apple of wisdom would be born. As long as anyone ate an apple of wisdom, no matter how much of a waste they were before, they would possess terrifying wisdom and become a super freakish cultivation genius. They would be able to easily comprehend any kind of knowledge with a glance. People who ate an apple of wisdom and didn't die before they matured basically became bigwigs. The strong divine force rank radiant primary god Prados of the Zalia divine system had once eaten an apple of wisdom. On the Feisua plain, the radiant primary god Prados was the most powerful strong divine force rank god. When the Tsangji plain dominated the Feisua plain, each apple of wisdom was an indispensable tribute of the Feisua plain. Only warlock emperors of the warlock dynasties were qualified to enjoy the apple of wisdom, which was a peerless treasure that was born only once every 30,000 years. Such a precious treasure naturally attracted the coveting of many powerful existences. Many planar wars were caused by the apples of wisdom of the Feisua plain. The Tsangji plain's demonic fighting sect also had specific records of the apples of wisdom. According to the latest intelligence, the apple of wisdom should take 372 years to ripen. Yang Feng took the initiative to come to the Feisua plain because he coveted the apple of wisdom. Once he could get his hands on the apple of wisdom, his wisdom would increase by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Faldina said with a sweet smile, "Earl Ian, it seems that your origin isn't simple. You even know about the apple of wisdom." On the Feisua plain, all kinds of information about the apple of wisdom had been deleted by the gods. Apart from divine descendant families with ancient inheritances and the core upper echelon of churches, no one knew about the existence of the apple of wisdom. An apple of wisdom might be able to change the fate of an ordinary person and turn them into a god lofty in a divine country. The gods in the starry sky didn't want ordinary people to know about this because they also wanted to get their hands on a treasure like the apple of wisdom. Forcibly suppressing his excitement and greed, Yang Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I can agree to it." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she said unhurriedly in a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld, "I want to follow you and watch how you destroy the Hansen family." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "He's a member of the Hansen family." Faldina touched the wound on her lower abdomen, which was no longer bleeding. Traces of pain came from the wound, shrouding her beautiful eyes in a shadow. She revealed a bewitching smile. "It's because he's a member of the Hansen family that I want to destroy the Hansen family. I want him to pay the price for today's sword strike." "All right. I agree." Yang Feng pondered for a while. He couldn't figure out what Faldina was thinking, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and cast a lie detection spell on her. Apart from the believers of the Zalia pantheon, the god of lies and deceit, who had the minor divine power of lies and deceit, as well as some strange treasures, even a legendary-level powerhouse would be affected by the lie detection spell. Among the gods of the Titan divine system, there was no god similar to the god of lies and deception. Unless Faldina had one of the few treasures forged by USO circulating in the world, she might be able to resist the lie detection spell. The Apple of Wisdom is located at the end of the world, on an island in the middle of the Golden Strait. In ancient times, before the gods were born, there was once a powerful devil called the Time Lord who cast a spell that the gods couldn't defy in the Golden Strait. Yang Feng was silent. The Time Lord, known as one of the strongest experts in the history of the Zhangji Plain, also came to the Feisua Plain and took away an Apple of Wisdom. Shrouded by that spell, the Golden Strait became a forbidden area for gods. Any demigod who ignited their divine fire or a god with a godhead would be deprived of all their power and turned into an ordinary person once they entered the Golden Strait. The Apple of Wisdom tree takes 10,000 years to sprout, 10,000 years to blossom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. This cannot be changed. However, the false gods of the Zalia divine system, the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of forests, join hands and send people to the Apple of Wisdom tree every year. They spend countless precious divine power and treasures to nourish the Apple of Wisdom tree, and finally advance the maturity of the Apple of Wisdom by more than 300 years. In other words, in 3 years, the Apple of Wisdom will mature. Faldina said faintly. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the gods of the Zalia divine system, "How clever!" An Apple of Wisdom was a peerless treasure that could trigger a planar war. Every time an Apple of Wisdom appeared, countless experts would gather on the Feisua Plain for a war. Even though the gods of the Feisua Plain could take advantage of their geographical advantage to gain the upper hand and be virtually undefeated, but there would still be gods who would fall and consume their power. Once the Apple of Wisdom ripened ahead of time, the gods could take away the Apple of Wisdom ahead of time and avoid the war. For the gods, who had at least a lifespan of millions of years, it would be best if they didn't have to fight to the death. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "How do you know when the Apple of Wisdom will ripen?" Faldina said faintly, "The Apple of Wisdom can change the fate of mortals and give them a chance to become gods. In addition to gods, mortals are also very tempted by the Apple of Wisdom." The gods of the Feisua Plain were aloof and ruled over everything, and their lifespans were practically endless. Ordinary people didn't matter. However, although the powerhouses at the apex of the world crawled at the feet of the gods, but they also longed to take a step forward and become a member of the gods. Even the members of divine descendant families were no exception. Members of divine descendant families were blessed by the gods at birth and had a lifespan and formidable cultivation talent far beyond that of ordinary people. However, they would also die of old age, and they longed to become gods. Chapter 267. The White Tower was located in the west of the Victory Palace. It was a 100-meter tall, 9-story tall magic tower made of white secret corundum. It was the only magic tower in the Saint Toulon city. The White Tower was the headquarters of the court masters. Inside the White Tower, the top wizards of the Morince Empire who sided with the court gathered, and there was even no lack of legend-rank wizards. A luxurious carriage slowly approached from afar along the Bluestone Road and stopped in front of the White Tower. Dressed in a pure white court Grand Master robe, Yang Feng slowly alighted from the luxurious carriage and looked at the tall White Tower. Hereditary peer greater aristocrats of the Morince Empire generally lived in their territories, acting like local tyrants. Very few of them held real positions in the court of the Morince Empire. Since Yang Feng, a hereditary peer earl, could become a court Grand Master, it was both a grace and a means to put him under reasonable house arrest in the Saint Toulon city. Although Morince 2867th was a cruel, lecherous, and incapable ruler in the eyes of many people, but he didn't lack some means that an emperor should have. Yang Feng slowly stepped into the White Tower. As soon as he entered the White Tower, Yang Feng saw apprentice wizards and wizards shuttling back and forth inside the White Tower in a hurry. Every magic apprentice was a respected existence in the outside world, but here, they were nothing more than servants. As for official wizards, which were very difficult to see in the outside world, they could be seen everywhere here. From time to time, fearsome spirit fluctuations of legend wizards spread from the top of the White Tower. Clearly, there were legend wizards conducting various magic experiments inside the White Tower. A big white dog came up to Yang Feng and spoke in human language. "Excuse me, are you the court Grand Master Ian?" Yang Feng looked curiously at the big white dog. His eyes flickered with a brilliant light, and he discovered that the big dog wasn't a demonic beast-like extraordinary life form. "I am." The big white dog said, "My name is Ola, I'm a level 1 court master. Please come with me." Yang Feng followed behind the big white dog and entered the White Pagoda. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Why were you turned into a dog?" Olga smiled bitterly. "As an assistant, I participated in one of Asenho's large-scale experiments, but I made a mistake and ruined the experiment. As a result, Asenho used a transformation spell on me and turned me into a dog. I have to live as a dog for a month." Although it was very difficult for the Feisua Plains wizards to reach the pinnacle due to the weave, but wizards had a lot of means, and all kinds of strange spells emerged one after another. The polymorph spell that turned people into dogs was just a level 3 spell. Olga came to a large hall and pointed. "This is your room. Your subordinates are inside." "They're already inside." Yang Feng looked up and saw a door plate hanging in the upper right corner of the hall, 13th Magic Brigade. From today onwards, he was a royal archmage and the captain of the 13th Magic Brigade. All the royal mages in the 13th Magic Brigade were his direct subordinates. Yang Feng pushed open the door and entered. Inside the reception hall, there were 59 court masters, each of whom was carefully studying a magic book. When Yang Feng entered, they only raised their eyelids and glanced at him, before continuing to read the magic books in their hands with indifferent expressions on their faces. The hall was filled with indifference and rejection. In this hall, there were 8 great magicians and 1 magic shooter. No one thought that Yang Feng, who had no qualifications and strength, could become their captain. Yang Feng said faintly, "I am Ian. From today onwards, I am your head." There was silence. Wizards were a very proud group of people. Even though they had defected to the Morince Empire's court and became its lackeys, but they were still very proud. If Yang Feng was a legend wizard, then these court masters would be happy to obey Yang Feng's orders. If Yang Feng was a court master and had the strength of an arch-wizard, then these court masters would also obey Yang Feng's orders. However, even if Yang Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, as a mere foreign great wizard, it would still be difficult for him to order these proud court masters around. Yang Feng smiled faintly. The reaction of the court masters was completely within his expectations. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "I have obtained His Majesty's permission to build a magic college in the St. Toulon city, a magic college that can teach legend wizards. I lack teachers. I came here to recruit some teachers. Who among you would like to become the Empire's first magic college, a magic college teacher that can teach legend wizards?" When these words came out, ripples were finally set off among the stagnant court masters. The court masters looked up at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. On the Feisua plain, legend wizards were the most powerful beings under the demigod rank. Even the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman, who was known to be able to slay demigods, had no more than a 20% chance of winning if he was 100 meters away from a legend wizard. For a sacred swordsman like the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, once he was 100 meters away from a legend wizard, only death would await him. Legendary mages were so powerful, but they were also extremely few in number. In the Morince Empire's imperial court, there were less than 10 legend wizards among the court grand masters. As for magic notes about the promotion to legend wizards, they were even more precious, rarely seen by ordinary people. Even court mages like them had to make great contributions or have extraordinary talent to be able to read the legendary mage's magic notes. A middle-aged arch-wizard with some white hair, dressed in a black wizard robe, and a level 3 court master badge on his chest looked up at Yang Feng with ridicule in his eyes. "Court Grand Master Ian, I am the level 3 court master Barros. Unless you can defeat me, anything you say here is bullshit." Barros had been a level 3 court master for 10 years. He had been working hard for the position of court grand master for 5 years. As a result, when Yang Feng came, he snatched the position of court grand master, filling his heart with anger and jealousy. Even though Yang Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, but he still couldn't hold back his anger. Yang Feng said lightly, "So, as long as I defeat you, then I'll be the real head here?" Barros sneered, "That's right. The sole mission of us court masters is to protect His Majesty and the St. Toulon city, which requires fighting strength. As long as you can defeat me, then you'll be the head of the 13th Magic Brigade." Yang Feng looked at the court masters and said slowly, "If I defeat Barros, then you'll obey my orders?" A great wizard stood up and looked straight at Yang Feng without any fear, saying, "Earl Ian, if you can defeat Master Barros, then I, Bessa, will submit to you." A great wizard also stood up and said solemnly, "That's right. Earl Ian, if you can defeat Master Barros, then I, Bessa, will submit to you." One after another, the court masters stood up and said loudly, their eyes flashing with contempt. For a great wizard to challenge an arch-wizard, that was simply courting death. The court masters of the Morince Empire specialized in combat, and their fighting strength far surpassed that of ordinary wizards. Barros had even killed 2 high mages. Even among high mages, he was an outstanding powerhouse. Yang Feng revealed a smile and said, "So I just have to defeat you? It's that simple." "It's simple." Barros' eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Ever since he became a wizard, no one had ever looked down on him. Those who had looked down on him were already dead. Now he met someone who looked down on him, and he was now an extremely respected arch-wizard. On the Feisua plain, the status of wizards had always been much higher than that of warriors. The status of an arch-wizard was even higher than that of a sacred swordsman. There were many things that the power of magic could accomplish, while the chi of a sacred swordsman couldn't. And if an arch-wizard was prepared, they could even hunt down a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng said lightly, "Barros, let's exchange pointers." Barros said with a cold smile, "All right. Earl Ian, if you win, then henceforth, I'll be your most loyal subordinate. If you lose, please resign from your position as a court Grand Master. Once Yang Feng resigned from his position as a court Grand Master, then Barros would have hope of becoming a court Grand Master, gaining great power and status, as well as being able to read more advanced magic notes. In the court master system, the higher the status of a person, the more resources they could obtain. Such a system could motivate the court mages and make them work harder. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, "All right. If I lose, then I'll resign from my position as a court Grand Master." Barros got up and said lightly, "Then let's go to the magic arena." Yang Feng replied, "All right." Just after Yang Feng agreed, magic radiances lit up in the reception hall, and the court masters quickly spread the news throughout the White Tower. They wanted the entire White Tower to bear witness to this wager. In this way, if Yang Feng lost and was unwilling to fulfill his promise, then even if he was a greater aristocrat with a distinguished status, he wouldn't have a foothold in the White Tower. Yang Feng looked at the unbridled magic radiance, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "It seems that I'm really not popular." Chapter 268. Boom! Along with a blare, a huge explosion occurred in a laboratory in the White Tower. The frightening shock wave of the explosion smashed the door of the laboratory into pieces. An old man with white hair and a wizard robe in a mess, hair as messy as a bird's nest, and a powerful warping force field shrouded him walked out of the laboratory. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he cursed without any grace, "Damn it, I failed again. Which part had gone wrong? Is it true that only gods can instantaneously cast level 4 spells? Hey, what's going on? How come there are so many people?" The old man suddenly exclaimed in surprise and muttered to himself. That old geezer Poira was also alarmed. With a flash of magic radiance, the old man disappeared in a flash. In the White Tower magic arena, on a dais specially set up for legend wizards, light and shadow distorted, and the old man appeared on the dais. On the dais stood an ordinary-looking, emaciated old man with a pair of abnormally bright, star-like eyes. Only legendary magicians could stand on this high platform. This also meant that these two old men were powerful legendary mages. Below the dais, half of the 1,000 seats were already filled. Court wizards in the White Tower had come to the magic arena, ready to bear witness to Yang Feng's defeat. The old man, whose hair was as messy as a bird's nest, sat on a chair and said casually, "Poira, how did the battle between two little fellows disturb you?" Poira said faintly, "Barando, there are two little guys preparing to duel. One is from the Red Earth Wasteland, a person who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. He is called Ian, a great wizard." Barando was taken aback, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. "There's actually someone who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland? How did he do it?" The Red Earth Wasteland was an area polluted by divine blood. It was arid, without water, and without food. Unless a god descended a miracle and purified the area, it was impossible to build a city there. In history, countless heroes tried to conquer the Red Earth Wasteland, only to fail miserably. It was the first time that Barando heard that someone could build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, so his shock could be well imagined. Barando hesitated for a moment. His eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness as he slowly said, "Barros is a magic shooter. Since Ian dared to challenge him, he should also be a magic shooter. Did you come to see him today to see if he has understood the true meaning of magic?" Poira remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Barando was silent for a while, and a complicated light flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, "The true essence of magic is the taboo of the gods. Other than the divine descendants, no one can peek at it. You are treading a dangerous path, Blanca. Do you understand? I'm a wizard. A real sorcerer who pursues knowledge and truth. Even death can't stop my determination to pursue truth and knowledge. 10 years ago, I should have abandoned everything and pursued truth. Unfortunately, at that time, I still couldn't abandon some things. Now, I've made up my mind to do what I want to do. Puara's eyes shone brightly as he enunciated each syllable. With a complicated look in his eyes, Barrando sighed slowly, saying, "You're really a madman." Barrando understood from his friend that his friend had decided to take a rugged and dangerous path that the gods didn't tolerate. Countless magicians had tried to cross that path and reach the other side of the truth, but all of them died under the wrath of the gods. Puara said faintly, "True wizards are madmen." Barrando said unhurriedly, "Even if he can conquer the Red Earth wasteland, he may not have grasped the true essence of magic. Among humans, only the divine descendants have grasped the true essence of magic and the mysteries of power." Puara said calmly, "If he can't do it, then I'll go to the divine descendants." The avatars of the Feisua Plains gods often walked the secular world and married with mortals, giving birth to one divine descendant family after another. Only the people of the Feisua Plains' divine descendants could practice magic and martial dual cultivation, and knew the true mysteries of magic and martial arts. Only the people of the divine descendants could release magic without the help of the weave. In the world of wizards, magic released without the help of the weave was called the true essence of magic and belonged to true magic power. Once the goddess of the weave willed the magic that could only be released with the help of the weave, then even legend-rank wizards would become a bunch of ordinary people. The gods forbade ordinary wizards to pursue the true essence of magic. Once the goddess of the weave learned that someone was pursuing the true essence of magic, then countless weave holy orders experts would come out, obliterate the wizard, and destroy all the information. Because the true essence of magic would shake the faith of the goddess of the weave. Barrando had a complicated look in his eyes. He opened his mouth slightly, then sighed in frustration and fell silent. He admired his old friend's choice very much. However, he was also a man with a family full of children and grandchildren. Naturally, he couldn't go crazy to pursue the true essence of magic. Otherwise, his entire family would be burned at the stake as heretics by the weave holy order. There was silence on the dais. Puara's star-like eyes were fixed on the magic arena. Standing on the edge of the magic arena, Yang Feng, relying on his extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, clearly perceived the hostile gazes coming from all directions. Court masters were a relatively exclusive group. Court masters came from two sources. One was the wizards nurtured by the Morince Empire's imperial court since childhood, and the other was the wizards who sought refuge with the Morince Empire for glory, splendor, wealth, and all kinds of magic knowledge. Court grandmasters were either legend wizards with amazing magical strength, or arch-wizards who had made countless contributions and were extremely powerful. They were nurtured by the Morince Empire's imperial court since childhood. Yang Feng was just a trifling great wizard. Even though he was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, in the eyes of the court masters, he didn't have the qualifications and strength to become a court grand master and command them. In many places of the Morince Empire, great wizards could be regarded as overlord rank experts. Most aristocrats would respect a great wizard very much, and their status was very lofty. However, in the court master system, where powerhouses were as common as clouds, great wizards were nothing special. Under the hostile gazes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. A cool breeze revolved around him and carried him to the magic arena. Barrosa's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. He stepped onto the magic arena step by step and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Barros said with a cold smile, "What a fool to waste a spell in order to look better." In a battle, a spell may be able to reverse the situation at the last moment. As a level 3 court master, Barros had experienced countless battles and exchanges of pointers. In the cruelest battles, every spell had to go through countless meticulous calculations, because the number of spells a wizard could cast in a day was limited. Even with a magic elixir that could restore spirit force, once the spell slots prepared the day before were exhausted, a wizard would become an ordinary person, without any fighting strength to speak of. Yang Feng said calmly, "I'm much stronger than you. Even if I let you cast a few spells, you're still bound to lose to me. You'll be the one to lose." Barros said very calmly. As a level 3 court master, he had experienced countless battles. He was well aware that wizards had to remain calm in battle. A calm wizard was the most powerful wizard. "Begin the match." A court master, acting as the referee, said indifferently. Barros opened his mouth and uttered a few magic sentences. In a flash, the level 3 spell advanced warping force field appeared around him and formed a warping shield. An arch-wizard exclaimed in admiration, "Magic sentences, that's amazing. That's Barros for you." Another arch-wizard also exclaimed in admiration, "After mastering magic sentences, his casting speed is more than twice that of ordinary arch-wizards. I'm afraid that his actual combat strength is comparable to that of some wandering legend wizards." Magic sentences were a kind of rapid casting technique. This top-notch technique allowed an archwizard's casting speed to be more than twice that of ordinary archwizards. In a battle between wizards, the casting speed of spells was also very important. In a battle between archwizards of the same rank, if the disparity in casting speed was too great, they might be defeated in a face-off. Magic sentences were very difficult to master. Not every archwizard could master this technique. Only a genius court master like Barros, who specialized in combat, could accomplish this. On the dais, the 2 legend wizards didn't have any change in their expressions. They were all top-notch legendary mages, and they had already grasped the little tricks of the magic scale and sentences. Furthermore, with the help of the weave, they could even instantaneously cast level 3 spells. Any archwizard who dared to challenge a legend wizard who could instantaneously cast level 3 spells would only end up dead. Magic sentences, I can also do it. Furthermore, I'm stronger than you. Yang Feng smiled faintly. The robot of blasphemy simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the weave goddess, communicated with the weave, and spat out 2 magic sentences. In a flash, an advanced warping force field enveloped him. At the same time, the level 3 spell mind shock was launched and blasted towards Barros. Chapter 269. Barros suddenly felt a splitting headache and his mind was shaken. He almost wanted to spit blood and kneel on the ground. But, after all, he was an arch-wizard who had experienced countless battles. He uttered a magic sentence and cast the level 2 spell mind resistance in a flash. A white light enveloped Barros, making him feel a little better. On the dais, when Poira saw this scene, his eyes suddenly blossomed with a bright light and he revealed a look of joy. Arch-wizard. Ian is actually an arch-wizard. Magic sentences, and advanced magic sentences at that. Isn't this a skill that only legend wizards can master? Seeing this scene, the mages in the entire magic arena were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock as they discussed fervently. Compared to the fact that Yang Feng was an arch-wizard, the fact that he mastered advanced magic sentences was even more shocking. Apart from legend wizards, basically no one could master advanced magic sentences at the arch-wizard rank. Now Yang Feng had set a new record. Practically at the same time, Yang Feng uttered 2 magic sentences and immediately cast the level 3 spell Fire Serpent. 2 extremely berserk fire serpents appeared out of thin air and madly bombarded Barros with endless scorching power. Originally, even though Yang Feng had the strength of a level 3 warlock, he still couldn't cast 2 level 3 spells at once. Even level 3 warlocks had to recite an incantation to cast level 3 spells. However, this was a world with a weave. The weave was not only the core of the weave goddess's control over the wizards of the plane, but it also endowed the wizards of this world with all kinds of mystical magic skills. Magic sentences were one of them. In a world without the weave, magic sentences were meaningless. But on the Feisua plane, they could be the key to instant cast level 3 spells. Within the demonic fighting sect, countless experts had studied that if magic sentences were used to shorten the casting time, then the fastest person could instant cast 3 level 3 spells in an instant. Yang Feng being able to instant cast 2 level 3 spells was already extremely terrifying. The fearsome flame snake pounced on the advanced warping force field in front of Barros and madly burned the warping force field, causing it to collapse inch by inch. The incomparably violent fire elemental energy burned Barros' hair to the point that it emitted a burnt smell. He gritted his teeth and spat out a magic sentence. A violent flaming storm instantly enveloped Barros' body. When the 2 flame snakes pounced on the flame storm, they were immediately absorbed and neutralized by the flame storm. An expressionless face, Yang Feng uttered 2 magic sentences at once. Suddenly, 2 water snakes formed from extremely berserk water elemental particles appeared and collided with the flame storm. Hiss! Hiss! A copious amount of white mist rose, and the firestorm was forcibly torn apart by the 2 water snakes formed from water elemental particles. A large part of the 2 water snakes was also neutralized. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 water snakes were neutralized, an arcane projectile slammed into Barros' chest. The shock made Barros spit out a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs were broken, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath with a pained expression on his face. The magic arena was dead silent. No one had expected that Yang Feng would be able to defeat Barros, a top arch-wizard who was only a step away from becoming a legend wizard. Barros coughed up a mouthful of blood and said slowly, "You win." Yang Feng smiled faintly and uttered a magic sentence. Suddenly, a stream of healing water appeared, flew towards Barros, and entered his body. Under the effect of the healing water, Barros' broken ribs healed rapidly, and so did the injuries to his internal organs. Barros stood up from the ground and came before Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with a look of struggle, and he finally gave a long sigh. "Greetings, sir. From today on, I am your loyal subordinate." The duel between Barros and Yang Feng was witnessed by the court wizards in the White Tower. Once Barros broke the contract, he wouldn't be able to stay in the White Tower any longer. Seeing this scene, the spectating court masters slowly dispersed. They were well aware that from today on, Yang Feng would become a real court Grand Master and hold great power, becoming one of the tycoons of the court Grand Master system. "Master Ian, I am the legend wizard Blanca. I hope to meet you." A voice suddenly sounded in the magic arena, and rays of light formed a halo in front of Yang Feng. Barros was startled and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Blanca." The legend wizard Blanca was definitely one of the 5 most powerful people of the court master system. He possessed terrifying strength. At the time, the Morince Empire paid a huge price to recruit him into the imperial court master system. 3 legend wizards and 12 sacred swordsmen died at the hands of Blanca. He was known as one of the most powerful wizards who excelled in combat. Compared to Blanca, Barros was like a child compared to an adult. The gap between them was terrifying. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then stepped into the halo. Countless rays of light shone, and Yang Feng disappeared from the halo. Barros looked at the halo with a complicated look in his eyes, then sighed slightly, turned around, and left. In a room full of books, a ray of light shone. Yang Feng walked out of the light and saw Blanca quietly standing in front of him. Blanca performed a wizard's common etiquette and revealed a smile. "Hello, Master Ian, I am Blanca." Yang Feng also performed a wizard's common etiquette and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Ian. Please sit down." Yang Feng and Blanca sat on 2 sofas respectively. Blanca's star-like eyes shone brightly, and he asked full of longing, "Master Ian, have you grasped the true essence of magic?" Yang Feng's heart surged with vigilance, and he said faintly, "The true essence of magic can only be grasped by divine descendants. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't dare to violate the domain of gods. The true essence of magic could only be cultivated by archbishops of churches, divine descendants, elves, fiends, and devils. But for human wizards, it was an absolute taboo." Blanca said very calmly, "In this world, only experts of divine descendants can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Ian, if you hadn't grasped the true essence of magic, how could you practice magic and martial dual cultivation? The weave enabled the Fesua Plains wizards to quickly cast various spells, but at the same time, it also made them forget the spells they memorized the day before, forcing them to memorize spells every day. Under such repetition, it was impossible for anyone to practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Among humans, only those of divine descendants who grasped the true essence of magic could practice magic and martial dual cultivation and become the world's pinnacle experts. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "There are always some geniuses in this world, just like the legendary hero Salamander of the Empire 100 years ago. Wasn't he an ordinary commoner who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation, and eventually founded the Salamander family and made the Salamander family one of the Empire's most powerful families? The Fesua Plain had gods, as well as many precious extraordinary plants and extraordinary life forms called demonic beasts. There were also ruins of some ancient gods. The gods of the Fesua Plain had also fought fiercely with the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks, resulting in the fall of countless ancient gods. The current gods of the Fesua Plain had stepped on the corpses of the gods of the past to ascend to the position of gods. Many fierce divine wars broke out between the new gods, and they left behind many inheritances in the secular world. It was because of these fortuitous encounters that Salamander became a pinnacle expert who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation outside of divine descendants. He was a legendary hero of the Morance Empire and the founder of a greater aristocratic family. There were also human experts who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation outside of divine descendants. Of course, such people were very few in number. Although few, but they did exist. Therefore, Yang Feng wasn't worried about being accused of heresy, as he was a fanatic of the Weave Divine Order. Yang Feng got up and was about to leave, saying, "Anyone who pursues the true essence of magic blasphemes the Weave Goddess. Master Blanca, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. Then, goodbye." Blanca suddenly grinned and said, "You're not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess." A calm look in his eyes, Yang Feng quietly looked at Blanca, not saying a word. Blanca analyzed calmly, "If you were a fanatic of the Weave Goddess, then when you heard the true essence of magic just now, you would have attacked me. I have seen many fanatics, and no matter the circumstances, as long as they hear profane language, they will go crazy. You didn't go crazy, but were very calm. Therefore, you're not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess." Yang Feng's heart suddenly shook slightly. He looked at Blanca, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with graveness. He had never been a believer of any god. It was only by relying on the robots of blasphemy that he deceived the Weave Goddess and became a fanatic of the Weave Divine Order. Blanca had set up a verbal trap from the very beginning, but Yang Feng wasn't aware of it. After all, Yang Feng wasn't a true fanatic. Blanca suddenly smiled and looked very gently at Yang Feng, "Don't think about killing me. In this room, no mortal is a match for me. Even the broken star sacred swordsman could only die in my room. The mighty demigod could only force me to flee in a sorry state. A legendary mage who was well prepared was undoubtedly an existence that was difficult to kill. Especially in the territory they had prepared for a long time." Chapter 270. Poera said with a smile, "Please sit down." Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, and then sat in his original seat again. Poera stared at Yang Feng with admiration in his eyes. How wonderful! What kind of power can deceive her eyes? God stood high above the stars, with countless believers as their eyes. As long as their believers silently recited their holy name and prayed, they would be able to see what their believers could see and know what their believers knew. This made them nearly omniscient and omnipotent. To deceive the perception of a strong divine force rank God in a temple was simply heaven-defying. Except for divine chosen and divine descendants of the god of lies and deceit, no one else could do it. Yang Feng said indifferently with a calm expression, "I am the most devout believer of the mighty Weave Goddess." Poera looked pensive, and then said with a smile, "That's right, you are the most devout believer of the Weave Goddess." With that, Poera silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and yellow magic light suddenly flickered and enveloped the room. Under the flickering yellow magic light, the room looked as if it was cut out of this world and placed on another plane. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. What an amazing method! This is spatial magic. His attainments in magic are really formidable. If I could practice the secret methods recorded by warlocks, I'm afraid that my future would be limitless. Poera said with a smile, "This room is now in a different space from the Feisua plane. Unless a god personally descends and focuses his gaze on this place, it's impossible for him to hear our conversation. Now, let's have an open and honest talk." Poera's eyes flickered with a scorching glint, and he said solemnly, "I want the true essence of magic, or in other words, the true knowledge of magic that you have grasped." Yang Feng said calmly, "What can you give me?" Poera showed a smile and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his legend wizard strength, it wasn't a big deal for him to capture someone from a divine descendant family. However, the direct descendants of divine descendants had the blood of gods flowing in their veins. They were blessed by the gods at birth and possessed all kinds of abilities. It was extremely difficult to control them, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a backlash. The divine descendants' clans were basically clans with more than 1,000 years of history. It was unknown how many hidden experts they had. Poera had never attacked the divine descendant clans because he was afraid of the top experts of the divine descendant clans. Poera pondered for a while and said, "I can accept you as my disciple and guide you carefully until you become a legendary level mage. I have the notes of 36 legendary mages. I can give them to you." Poera was one of the most powerful legend wizards in the White Tower and recognized as one of the most powerful wizards in the St. Toulon city. Countless mages, even magic shooters, were eager to become his disciple and receive his guidance. Yang Feng said lightly, "I have no problem promoting to a legend rank wizard." With the ancient black dragon's blood meridians, coupled with the countless resources collected from Tyrandot's subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock. This was an important reason why he dared to go to the Feisua plane alone and accept the demigod hunting mission. The legendary rank was not his goal at all. Poera was taken aback. He raised his head and carefully stared at Yang Feng. After a moment of silence, he revealed a smile and his gaze became even more scorching. "It seems that I underestimated you. Say it, what do you want?" Yang Feng said, "I want you to be my subordinate so that I can teach you the true essence of magic." When Poera heard that, he creased his eyebrows slightly and sank into his thoughts. He was a legendary mage, and he had his own pride. An arch-wizard wanting to become his lord left him somewhat conflicted. Yang Feng said with a smile, "As long as you practice the true essence of magic that I impart to you, your lifespan will break through the human limit and you'll live for more than 1,000 years. As for me, I only need you to serve me for 200 years. After 200 years, I'll return you your freedom." Poera said gently, "Can I take a look at the true essence of magic that you've grasped first? I need to see with my own eyes whether that knowledge is worth 200 years of my life." Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and a variety of spell model books appeared in front of him. Poera picked up a fireball spell model book and took a closer look. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically and he exclaimed, "How could this be? This is the spell model of fireball? No. No, what's the spell model I studied before? Half, no. 1/15, no, it's 1/20 to be exact. So the real spell model is so huge. How can such a complex spell model be released without the help of the weave? Soul seed, spirit sea, humans can actually condense a soul seed in their sea of knowledge? When Poira saw the books, his complexion changed continuously and filled with shock. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. However, he still eagerly absorbed the knowledge contained in the books. As a legend wizard, Poira cultivated the most powerful meditation method on the Feisua plane. After decades of painstaking cultivation of advanced meditation methods, his spirit force was already close to that of Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. With formidable spirit force, Poira had a formidable memory. No matter what spell model it was, as long as he took a look at it, he would be able to memorize it. This way, he could quickly repeat the boring work of memorizing spell models every day, and then continue to meditate and study other spell models. On the Feisua plane, legend wizards were very rare, and every legend wizard was a genius among geniuses. If they were placed on the continent of the Zhangji plane and had the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they could definitely practice cultivation until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. With a pained expression, Poira gave a long sigh. This is the true essence of magic. Unfortunately, I learned of it too late. I don't have enough life force to condense a soul seed now. Poira's spirit force was comparable to that of a pinnacle great warlock rank expert, but condensing a soul seed required a strong life force. With his current weak body, it was very difficult for him to condense a soul seed and recultivate on the warlock path. Each apprentice warlock possessed a physique far superior to that of knight rank experts. When condensing a soul seed, they needed a strong life force to condense their soul and form a soul seed with infinite possibilities. Although the spirit force of wizards of the Feisua plane was extremely powerful, but it was impossible for them to condense a soul seed. In Poira's eyes, those spell models were real, but he was powerless to engrave them in his sea of knowledge. Because his sea of knowledge didn't have a soul seed as a fulcrum, a spirit seed that could support spell models. The weave of the Feisua plane had countless spell models. Wizards only needed to memorize a small part of the spell models, then use incantations to communicate with the weave and pour their spirit force into it, and they would be able to cast spells. Warlocks, on the other hand, had to construct a spirit sea in their mind that could bear countless spell models. Ordinary warlocks could learn much fewer spells than wizards, and their casting speed couldn't compare to that of wizards with the weave. However, in the eyes of legend wizards like Poira, spells that could be cast without relying on the weave were real spells and real power that they could grasp. Now that real power was right in front of him, yet he couldn't cultivate it, it was natural for Poira to feel endless pain. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. I have a way to give you a strong life force, condense a soul seed, and recultivate the essence of magic. Poira's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance, and he said excitedly, "Really? If that's the case, I'm willing to serve you for 200 years. On the Feisua plane, human wizards were the most vulnerable to the temptation of devils and fiends, and would directly degenerate. Because once they desired to pursue the essence of magic, they would violate the weave goddess's promotion. They could only degenerate, make deals with devils and fiends, and obtain the essence of magic." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Once the legend wizard Poira became Yang Feng's subordinate, then the 59 court masters under Poira's control would also be of use to Yang Feng. All of a sudden, Yang Feng gained a formidable power. A team of mages led by a legendary mage could easily kill 20 ordinary human sword sages. This was the power of magic, and it was also the reason why countless mages were respected by people. After a long time, Yang Feng walked out of the White Tower, boarded a luxurious carriage that appeared in front of him, and said lightly, "To the 6th prince's residence." The driver of the luxurious carriage pulled the reins and took Yang Feng to the sixth prince's residence. The sixth prince's residence, in the conference hall. Garka was very surprised to see Yang Feng appear in front of him, and then asked curiously, "Earl Ian, what brings you here?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "I want to hold an elixir auction in the St. Toulon city." Garka's eyes lit up, and he praised sincerely, "Good idea. That's a great idea." After Yang Feng offered the elixir Dragon Strong to Morin's 2867th, the bigwigs in the St. Toulon city knew that Yang Feng was a very powerful pharmacist and a grandmaster pharmacist to boot. Even the grandmaster pharmacists in the imperial palace might not be a match for Yang Feng. The huge elixir auction of such a grandmaster pharmacist would definitely make countless aristocrats and powerhouses fight to enter. Yang Feng said, "I need your help, Your Highness, to hold the auction in the shortest possible time." Chapter 271. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I will give you 20% of the proceeds from the potion auction, and the remaining 80% will be used for the construction of the Magic College. To build a Magic Academy, one would need a huge amount of funds." Although Morin's 2867th agreed to let Yang Feng establish a magic college on his own, but he wouldn't give him a single gold coin. Yang Feng could only rely on his own efforts. Funding was the biggest problem. Without enough gold coins, it was impossible to recruit mages as teachers. All kinds of magic experiment equipment, magic experiment materials, and so on required money. Garka also showed an excited smile. "Okay. Earl Ian, don't worry, I'll definitely let the entire St. Toulon city know about the potion auction." Although Garka had a lot of income every month as the sixth prince, he also spent a lot of money. The monthly salary of his subordinates alone was a figure that would make ordinary nobles speechless. More gold coins meant that he could recruit more subordinates. Yang Feng's eyes turned, and he said with a beaming smile, "I have a proposal. Your Highness, please release the news first, and then sell invitations. Each invitation will be sold for 200 gold coins, with a limit of 5,000. Garka was slightly startled and cried out involuntarily, "Selling invitations." In the Morin's Empire, no one had ever organized an auction and sold invitations. In Garka's view, Yang Feng was crazy about money. "I am a grand potion master. Among the potions that I am preparing to auction, there is a potion that can restore one's youthful appearance for 18 days. Garka's eyes lit up. The potion that could restore one's youthful appearance for 18 days was definitely something that countless noblewomen would fight over. "There's also a potion like dragon strength." Garka smiled. That was definitely a magic potion that great nobles liked. It's a magic potion that can allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, directly advancing to become a knight. Garka's eyes lit up with excitement. Many knight families would definitely fight for such a potion. It's a magic potion that can allow a third-rank magic apprentice to break through the bottleneck in spiritual power and become an official magician. Garka's body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement and greed. The existence of the weave made it difficult for the Feisua plane to produce wizards above the arch-wizard rank. However, the convenient magic net had given birth to countless magic apprentices. Official magicians weren't easy to recruit, but third-rank magic apprentices could be easily recruited. That potion that could allow third-rank magic apprentices to break through their bottleneck and become true magicians would definitely cause countless people to fight over it. Yang Feng said with a smile, "With so many mystical potions being auctioned, is an invitation worth 200 gold coins?" Garka laughed out loud. "Worth it. It was so worth it." 200 gold coins was a huge amount of wealth for ordinary nobles, but it was nothing for those true nobles. Some of the nobles who were particular about luxury could spend thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins on a single meal. With so many magical potions being auctioned, an invitation letter of 200 gold coins would definitely cause people to fight over it. In the back garden of a luxury villa in St. Toulon City, a young man around 18 or 19 years old was practicing his swordsmanship. He had a focused expression and was very serious with every strike. A burly, bearded man looked at the young man with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Stop. That's all for today." Just as the young man was drenched in sweat and was about to reach his limit, the bearded man called out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and nearly collapsed to the ground. A beautiful maid walked over and handed a hot towel to the young man. The young man stared at the bearded man with a hopeful gaze and asked unhurriedly, "Teacher J, do I really have no hope of cultivating qi?" Jay smiled and changed the subject. "Young Master Carl, you will inherit the salamander family in the future. Even if you're not a knight, there will still be countless knights serving you. Cultivating swordsmanship can be regarded as tempering your body." Carl had a look of unwillingness on his face. Somewhat deranged, he said loudly in pain, "In that case, I really can't cultivate qi. I really can't accept it. My ancestor salamander practiced magic and martial dual cultivation. The qi and magic passed down in the family are all top-notch cultivation methods in the world. Why can't I cultivate? Why?" Jay's eyes glimmered with pity. He had watched Carl grow up. He knew how much blood, sweat, and tears Carl had put in to cultivate magic and martial arts. No matter when, Carl had never given up on cultivation. He was countless times more diligent than many aristocratic youngsters. However, Carl was congenitally deficient. Even if he had the world's top-notch cultivation methods, he still couldn't cultivate magic and martial arts. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only become a senior warrior in his life. The maid standing next to Carl suddenly said, "Young master, I heard that a grandmaster pharmacist named Ian is about to hold a potion auction in the St. Toulon City. In the potion auction, there are potions that can make people become knights, potions that can make people cultivate magic, and potions that can restore people's youth." "What, there are potions that can make people become knights?" Carl's eyes burst out with a bright light. He looked up at Jay with eyes full of hope and expectation, saying, "Teacher Jay, is there really a potion that can make people become knights?" Jay hesitated for a moment before saying hesitantly, "The power of magic is extremely mysterious. Potions are also full of mysteries. Maybe there really is a potion that can make people become knights." Magic was a mysterious, vast, and profound existence. Even legend wizards didn't dare to say that they knew all magic. Although Jay was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse, but he didn't know much about magic. Carl asked with a look of expectation, "Jesse, how can I participate in the potion auction?" Jesse hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard that the invitation card costs 200 gold coins and is limited to 5,000. Now the price of an invitation card has been raised to 300 gold coins." Carl said with a smile, "Go and call the butler Luke." Jesse saluted and withdrew. Soon after, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform with neatly combed hair came before Carl and said respectfully, "Young Master Carl, what can I do for you?" With the dignity of a superior, Carl said faintly, "Go and get me 5 invitations for the potion auction held by Master Ian." Luke respectfully replied and retreated, "Yes, young master." Inside a magic laboratory, a young man in a magic apprentice robe grabbed a pale golden invitation card and stared at it as if it was his everything. His eyes flashed with madness as he murmured, "A potion that can make people break through the bottleneck and promote to a wizard. I must get it." Inside a luxurious villa room, a middle-aged noblewoman who was no longer youthful looked at the mirror. Even though she had put on heavy makeup, she still could not hide her old age. She was reminiscing about her lost youth. She held a light golden invitation in her hand and said in a low voice, "A magic potion that can restore one's youth for 18 days. I must get that potion." In front of a grocery store of the sixth Prince Garka, there was a long line of people that stretched for more than a few kilometers. The eyes of the people waiting in line were focused on the grocery store, full of anxiety, waiting for the door to open. At this time, more than 30 police officers had gathered at the door of the grocery store to maintain law and order. Finally, the door of the grocery store slowly opened, and a voice came from inside, "There are only 500 invitations today." "Why? Aren't there 5,000 invitations? Why are there only 500 invitations left?" The crowd burst into an uproar, talking and shouting wildly. Two burly men came out, looked at the crowd outside, and said faintly, "Everyone, please line up and enter the store in order. Each person is limited to 2 invitations." The police officers pulled out their batons and glared at the crowd outside. No matter how much the people outside clamored, it was useless. The people in front of the line entered the grocery store one by one. Every time a person came out of the grocery store, more than a dozen people would surround them and shout, "220 gold coins, I'll pay 220 gold coins, sell me one, 250 gold coins, sell me one, 280 gold coins, sell me one." Countless people quarreled and offered prices, trying to buy an invitation to the potion auction from others. Some people directly sold the invitation cards in their hands and made a profit of several hundred gold coins. There were even more people who left under the protection of the expert guards after buying the invitation. The 500 invitations released by the grocery store were quickly snapped up. Then, a secondary market for reselling invitations formed at the entrance of the grocery store. As if the most precious goods, invitations circulated continuously. Countless people were fighting for that small invitation card. Countless aristocrats, greater aristocrats, wizards, assassins, knights, and druids of the St. Toulon city fought over the invitation. Because Yang Feng's potions were tempting and could satisfy their desires. On the Feisua plain, most of the magic knowledge was in the hands of the major forces, with very little knowledge being passed down to the secular world. Potionology was a branch of alchemy. To refine a potion, one had to master a lot of magic knowledge, use a lot of precious extraordinary plants, and add magic stones to carry out all kinds of changes. A Grandmaster Potionologist was bound to be an expert at the Great Wizard rank or above, while an expert at the Great Wizard rank or above might not be a Grandmaster Potionologist. It was precisely because of this that Grandmaster Potionologists were so rare. After all, it was very difficult for people who studied magic on the Feisua plane to be distracted by other things. Chapter 272. Inside the residence of the sixth prince. In a very good mood, Garka said with a hearty smile, "Haha. Ian, we really made a fortune. A few trifling invitations were sold for 1 million gold coins. You're really good at making money." For 1 million gold coins, Garka could get 200,000 gold coins. At the same time, he also made use of the small invitations to earn a lot of favors. The St. Toulon city was filled with aristocrats and magnates. 5,000 invitations weren't enough for those people to fight over. Many greater aristocrats were a step late. Even if they had the money, they couldn't buy the invitations. They could only go to Garka and make a request to buy the invitations, making Garka owe them a lot of favors. Yang Feng picked up a glass, swirled the blood-like red wine inside, took a sip, and revealed a smile. Garka asked curiously, "By the way, why only 5,000 invitations? Why not sell more? With the strength of the St. Toulon city, it wouldn't be a problem to sell 10,000, no, 30,000 invitations." There were less than 10 grand pharmacists in the Morince Empire, 3 of which were in the Imperial Palace and served Morince 2867th. Yang Feng was the only one who was willing to hold the potion auction. There were many rich people in the St. Toulon city. Even if 30,000 invitations were released, they could be easily sold. Yang Feng said with a smile, rare things are precious. After the 5,000 invitations go through a competition, they will become even more famous. Those people will be more willing to spend a lot of money to compete for the invitations, and then spend even more money to compete for the potions I sell. Garka frowned slightly and said, "That makes sense. However, 5,000 invitations are obviously not enough. Many people have come to me and expressed their intention to buy them. Some people have great backgrounds that even I can't afford to offend." Although Garka was the sixth prince of the empire and had a very noble status, but there were many people he couldn't afford to offend. Only when he sat on the throne would he be able to ignore most people. Yang Feng said faintly, "If greater aristocrats, top magnates, and aristocrats close to us want them, then we'll give them to them. As for others, there's no need to give them." Garka pondered for a moment and smiled. "That makes sense." As time went by, the entire St. Toulon city went crazy over the small invitation letter. The price of the invitation letter soared from 200 gold coins to 500 gold coins, and there was no market for it. The invitation to the potion auction had become a symbol of status. It was as if the person who had an invitation to the potion auction was a real big shot. 10 days later, in a large manor near the St. Toulon city. Luxurious carriages drove out of the St. Toulon city and entered the large manor. The ground of the large manor was covered with a layer of cement-like material, making it look very flat. The carriage didn't bump too much as it traveled. Near a lake that looked like an emerald, there were countless tables filled with all sorts of delicacies. Beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. Near the tables stood well-dressed men and women. Outside of the St. Toulon city, any one of them would be a bigwig that countless people of the Morince Empire would look up to. The bigwigs formed circles of 2s and 3s and chatted. Their conversations couldn't deviate from the topic of the various magic potions that might be auctioned at the potion auction. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A handsome man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, followed by a man and a woman in martial attire, strode in. "Your Highness the Third Prince." Some bigwigs from the Third Prince's faction went over and saluted the Third Prince Porta. They swiftly formed a small circle around Porta. Not long after Porta arrived, a young man with short blonde hair and a somewhat serious expression, similar to Porta arrived, followed by 2 guards in martial attire. "Your Highness the Ninth Prince." Some bigwigs close to the Ninth Prince also went over and saluted the Ninth Prince Sanair, and then formed a small circle around Sanair. Almost at the same time, a young man with short golden hair, who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, still had a childish look on his face. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. He was followed by 2 beautiful female guards in martial attire. "Your Highness the 13th Prince." The bigwigs close to the 13th Prince quickly came to the 13th Prince Sucre's side and formed a small circle with Sucre at the head. The 3 princes looked at each other, then shook off all the guards and walked over to each other. A complicated look in his eyes, Porta said unhurriedly, "Grand Pharmacist Ian, Garka is really lucky to be able to recruit a Grand Pharmacist to serve him." In the small alliance formed by the 4 princes, Porta and Garka were the strongest forces. With Yang Feng's help, Garka's force became the strongest force in the loose alliance. Sucre said with a light smile, "The stronger Garka is, the more advantageous it is for us, right? Andre's strength was simply too great. We also need someone who can withstand the pressure from Andre." Sanair nodded silently. The great Prince Andre was wise and valiant, as well as the Grand Marshal of the Southern Army, and the experts under his command were as common as clouds in the sky. Even when the 4 princes joined forces, they could only slightly suppress Andre. Of course, this was also related to the 4 princes joining forces on the surface, but secretly holding each other back. If the 4 princes worked together, then with the strength of their mother's family behind them, they could suppress the great Prince Andre to the point that he couldn't breathe. "Grandmaster Ian." Grandmaster Ian is here. Grandmaster Ian is here. Suddenly, clamors came from the crowd, and gazes began to search for Yang Feng. Virtually everyone present came for Yang Feng's potion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Feng followed Garka and Uliana into the venue under the escort of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. As soon as Garka entered the venue, he took Yang Feng and walked towards the great prince's group of 3. Garka made the introductions full of pride. Ian, let me introduce you. This is my 3rd brother, Porta, this is my 9th brother, Sanair, and this is my 13th brother, Sucre. Eldest brother, 9th brother, 13th brother, this is the master of the Red Earth Wasteland's Miracle City, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Court Grand Master, and Grand Pharmacist Ian. Each title represented an identity of Yang Feng, and each identity was very noble. With several identities superimposed, he was even more noble than some ordinary princes. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "Hello. Hello, Earl Ian." The 3 princes politely greeted him. Even Sucre, who had pride written all over his face, wasn't rude. Grandmaster Canales. Grandmaster Canales is here. What Grandmaster Canales? Where is he? When they heard the name Canales, the crowd was slightly taken aback at first, and then there was a stir at once. Everyone looked for the owner of the name with even more excited gazes. Canales, who had been famous for decades, was one of the most powerful grand pharmacists of the Morince Empire. He was also a legendary figure in the Morince Empire. With potions, he saved 2 legend wizards, killed 1 legend wizard, and killed 4 sacred swordsman rank powerhouses. His life was a legend, and he was one of the most legendary grand pharmacists of the Morince Empire. A somewhat short man, who looked to be in his 20s, had a very young face, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. At a glance, he looked very contradictory. With an indifferent expression, he slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. Beside the short man followed a tall, handsome, and burly middle-aged man with dazzling blonde hair and a domineering aura. His every movement seemed to carry a bloody aura. On the left-hand side of the middle-aged man stood a handsome young man with an ordinary build, short red hair, and slightly red eyes. The depths of the eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries. Behind the 3 of them were over a dozen guards. Each of the guards exuded the aura of an expert. When Porta saw the 3 people, his heart shook, and his complexion changed dramatically. He said with difficulty, "Andre, he recruited Grandmaster Canales. Even the god of war's divine descendants have sided with him." That middle-aged man who exuded an iron-blooded aura was the Crown Prince, Andre. The short man on his right-hand side was Grand Pharmacist Canales, and the young man on his left-hand side was Chapello, the first successor of the Barrios family, a divine descendant family left in the secular world by the god of war Barrios. The complexions of Garka's group of 3 people turned very unsightly. Generally speaking, divine descendants didn't participate in the struggle for imperial power of the Morince Empire. No matter who came to power, it was impossible to touch them without reason. However, nothing was absolute. There were also divine descendants who would participate in the struggle for imperial power for various reasons. Basically, people who got the support of divine descendants would rarely lose in the struggle for imperial power. Andre saw Garka's group of 4 at a glance. With his hands behind his back, he walked over. Along the way, the bigwigs of the Morince Empire couldn't help but take the initiative to part and make way for Andre, as if it was a matter of course. Chapter 273. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration, as expected of the great Prince Andre. "You're really extraordinary." Garka and the other 3 princes were very outstanding, but compared to the great Prince Andre, they were like chickens compared to phoenixes. But the more brilliant Andre was, the more Yang Feng didn't want him to ascend to the throne. Otherwise, once he took control of the Morince Empire, it would become very difficult for Yang Feng to do anything. Andre walked over to them. Big brother. When Porta's group of 4 saw the approaching Andre, they were polite with traces of politeness and fear. You're Ian? Andre ignored Porta's group of 4, walked up to Yang Feng, and asked indifferently with a domineering air. Yang Feng replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, I am Ian, your Highness Andre. Andre's eyes flashed with regret, and he said indifferently, very well, what a pity. Canales took a step forward, his indifferent eyes blossomed with a scorching light, and he said bluntly in a matter-of-fact tone, I am Canales. Ian, take out all your potion formulas and give them to me. I don't care about what happened between you today. Yang Feng stared at Canales as if he was looking at an idiot and said indifferently, why should I give you potion formulas instead of you giving me your potion formulas? Canales was slightly taken aback, then his eyes surged with endless anger and he said with a gloomy smile, fool. Originally, I only wanted your potion formulas. But now, because of your stupidity, I plan to make you my slave. I want to challenge you with potions. The loser will become the slave of the winner, and everything will be at the mercy of the winner. Yang Feng asked in reply, why should I agree to your challenge? Canales said with a cold smile, this is a fair challenge between pharmacists, which you can't refuse. If you refuse, I'll have the Weave Holy Order expel you so that you won't be able to enter any of the temples of the Weave Goddess to pray. For a pious fanatic, not being able to enter the temple of their god to pray was the most severe punishment. As a grand pharmacist, Canales had been famous for decades. His connections and influence were by far beyond what Yang Feng could compare with. Yang Feng said with a grave expression, you're too vicious. Canales laughed wildly, it's useless. Hand over the potion formula you have, or have a potion duel with me and become my slave. You only have these 2 choices. Yang Feng uttered calmly, it seems that I have no choice. Canales arrogantly threw a golden contract scroll in front of Yang Feng. This is the highest level contract scroll of the Temple of the God of Contracts. Sign it. Garca's face changed dramatically, and he grabbed Yang Feng's right hand and shouted, Ian, don't sign it. I can use my power to prevent you from being expelled by the Weave Church. Canales sneered arrogantly. When the Pope of the Weave Divine sect was young, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death because of an accident. I saved his life with a potion, so he owes me a favor. Can your power compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine sect? Garca's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he fell silent. The headquarters of the Weave Divine sect wasn't in the Morince Empire. As the 6th prince of the empire, Garca indeed had some influence in the Weave Divine sect. However, he couldn't compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine sect. Canales was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. In the decades since he became a grand pharmacist, who knows how many powerhouses he had made friends with. In some specific fields, his words were much more useful than those of many princes of the Morince Empire. Yang Feng was silent for a while. He carefully looked at the golden magic contract for a while. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he struggled free from Garca's hand and signed his name on it. After signing their names on the golden magic contract, the golden magic contract immediately ignited, turned into 2 golden specks of light, and entered the foreheads of Yang Feng and Canales respectively. Canales glanced at the dais set up for the potion auction and revealed a smile, saying, the dais in the center of the auction is really good. It's just suitable for our duel. Yang Feng replied, all right. The 2 people quickly arrived at the dais. Canales said lightly, the rules of the potion duel are that each person drinks a vial of potion and then thinks of a way to dispel the demonic nature of the potion. The one who can't help but concede defeat loses. Yang Feng nodded slightly and agreed with Canales. A duel between potion pharmacists wasn't carried out through magic, but by drinking the other party's potion and dispelling the demonic nature of the other party's potion. In a duel between potion pharmacists, a vial of potion would often decide the victor. Yang Feng said with a sincere expression, "Grandmaster Canales, you're a famous grand pharmacist. In order to respect you, I'll concoct a vial of potion and let you drink it first." Canales said with a faint smile, "Respect the old and cherish the young, do you understand? If you want to respect me, then drink the potion I concocted first." In a duel between potion pharmacists, the one who drank the potion first would be at a complete disadvantage. Unless the gap in strength between the two parties was too great, the one who drank the other party's potion first would be at an absolute disadvantage. Yang Feng said with a smile, "No, no. If I drink it first, then wouldn't it mean that I'm much stronger than you, Grandmaster? You should drink it first. Grandmaster, you're much stronger than me, so you can definitely dispel the demonic nature of my potion." Canales didn't budge an inch, saying, "I'm indeed stronger than you, but the one who drinks the potion first is you." Andre walked over, clenched his fist, extended it in front of Yang Feng, and said overbearingly, "There's 1 or 2 gold coins inside. Guess if it's 1 or 2 gold coins. If you guess correctly, Grandmaster Canales will drink first. If not, you will drink first." Yang Feng pondered for a moment and said, "2." Andre slowly spread open his hand, letting everyone see clearly that there was only 1 gold coin in his hand. Andre said lightly, "You drink first." Yang Feng said lightly, "Okay." Canales silently recited an incantation and waved his hand. Magic radiances flickered, and huge tables strangely appeared on the ground. The tables were filled with all kinds of strange medicinal materials. Canales' eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism, and he said with an excited smile, "There are 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here. I know that you haven't prepared anything. Let's use the 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here to refine a potion and have a good fight. Of course, if you want to add your own medicinal materials, that's not a problem." Canales was a fanatical apothecary. He studied potion all his life. His magic strength was only at the Arch-Wizard rank, and he barely advanced to the Arch-Wizard rank by relying on various precious potions. However, he was definitely one of the top 3 super grandmaster pharmacists of the Morince Empire when it came to potion pharmaceutics. In his heart, he had his own pride. After he finished speaking, Canales no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. He stared at the medicinal materials attentively and carefully selected them one by one. In total, he selected 23 medicinal materials. In the venue, everyone's gazes were deeply attracted by Canales. A grandmaster pharmacist refining a potion on the spot was a rare sight. Many bigwigs in the audience had never seen a grandmaster pharmacist refine a potion in their lifetime. On the Feisua plain, potion pharmaceutics was one of the most mysterious subjects. Very few people could grasp it and be proficient in it. Yang Feng carefully looked at the 23 medicinal materials, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Among the 23 types of medicinal herbs, Yang Feng could recognize 19 of them, while the other 4 were extraordinary plants that weren't recorded in the information Yang Feng had collected. After Canales selected the 23 medicinal materials, he carefully put a humanoid potion that looked like a human into a glass beaker, silently recited an incantation, pointed with his finger, and conjured the level 1 spell restoration water. A blue restoration water suddenly appeared and intertwined with the humanoid potion. The humanoid potion stood upright and issued an ear-piercing scream. Everyone present heard the scream of the humanoid potion. Many ordinary people suddenly felt their chests tighten, a fishy taste in their throats, and a mouthful of blood flowed backward from their throats and overflowed from the corners of their mouths. Just as many people were panicking, a wizard standing behind Andre silently recited an incantation, pointed at the dais, and conjured a soundproofing spell, completely cutting off the screams of the humanoid potion on the dais. What a terrifying potion! What a terrifying potion! If you're not a wizard, you simply can't process such a potion. The eyes of the bigwigs in the audience flashed with palpitations. They took out handkerchiefs and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. Canales didn't pay attention to the people below. After the humanoid potion was enveloped by the restoration water, he pointed with his finger, and a flame instantly enveloped the humanoid potion and the restoration water. Burned by the flame, the humanoid potion and the restoration water strangely ignited. After the flame was completely ignited, a layer of black oily liquid floated in the beaker. The layer of black oily liquid tumbled and from time to time condensed into human faces, striking fear into people's hearts. After processing the humanoid potion, Canales unleashed all kinds of unimaginable means and began to concoct other potions. Soon, there were 23 different kinds of strange liquids in the 23 goblets. Chapter 274. Canales poured the 23 liquids into a magic beaker that had been strengthened by magic. The 23 kinds of liquids churned and suddenly condensed into a collection of human faces. Then, it tumbled and turned into a snake freak with 46 human eyes. Then, it tumbled again and condensed into a freak covered with countless sharp tentacles. Below, all the spectators were dumbfounded as they watched the magic beaker churn and form different monster potions. Every monster potion formed exuded a ferocious, ruthless, and frightening aura, as if it was a fiend that chose its prey. Canales pointed with his hand, and a flame enveloped the magic beaker. That bottle of potion immediately burned, and like a human, it let out a series of incomparably mournful screams. After a long time, the flame disappeared, and a clear and transparent liquid exuding a peculiar fragrance appeared in the magic beaker. So fragrant! What potion is this? What a fragrant potion, it's really amazing. What potion is this? Why do I feel so comfortable after smelling it? As expected of Grandmaster Canales, he's really amazing. When the bigwigs smelled the peculiar fragrance, their spirits were roused, and they revealed smiles. At the same time, they were convinced by Canales' wonderful means. The wizards who knew a little about pharmacology looked at Canales with adoration in their eyes. The processing methods of the 23 potions were unheard of by the wizards. Moreover, each of the 23 potions was extremely frightening. It was extremely difficult to fuse the medicinal properties of the 23 potions. Yang Feng stared at the bottle of transparent potion, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Canales stared at the potion in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and said faintly, "Bring it." A prisoner tightly bound from head to toe was dragged in by 2 guards. André said with a smile, "This is a prisoner who has committed a capital crime. Grandmaster, please try the potion." The eyes of the prisoner flickered with panic, not understanding why he was brought here. Canales pointed with his finger, and the prisoner, under the effect of a mysterious force, opened his mouth. A drop of transparent liquid flew out of the magic beaker and fell into the prisoner's mouth. The prisoner's body trembled, and his face twisted madly. Pustules suddenly appeared on his body, and he wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Countless pustules burst open, and strange insects wriggled in his body. His entire body twisted inch by inch, and he didn't even look human. When the great figures below saw such a terrifying scene, all of them felt like vomiting. Some of them even vomited, while most of them immediately averted their gazes, not daring to look at such a terrifying scene. Canales turned around and sneered, "This is the potion I recovered from an ancient potion formula, the punishment of potion corruption. Even great demons would die if they drank this fallen punishment. Ian, do you admit defeat, or do you want to drink this depravity punishment? Magic potion corruption punishment, isn't that a magic potion that can even poison a demigod to death? It can even poison a monster like the great demon to death. This magic potion is too scary." The complexions of the experienced powerhouses changed dramatically, and they cried out involuntarily. Great demons were monsters of the ancient demonic realm or the underground abyss. They were extremely powerful, could contend with human legend rank powerhouses, and had extremely high poison resistance. In the underground abyss, many places were filled with substances that were highly toxic to humans. Living in such an environment, the poison resistance of great demons could be imagined. Great demons could drink some poisons that could poison human demigods to death like water. The punishment of potion corruption was a poison that was terrifyingly lethal to great demons. During a democalypse before the Battle of the Gods, many great demons died tragically due to the punishment of potion corruption. Reportedly, in order to wipe out human potion pharmacists, the fiends launched an attack and eventually wiped them out. The punishment of potion corruption had been lost in the secular world. Canales actually recovered the punishment of potion corruption from an ancient potion formula, which was simply heaven-defying. Garca's complexion turned extremely pale, and his eyes flashed with a faint glint of despair. The fallen punishment potion could even poison demonic creatures like the great devils to death. It was even more impossible for a human demigod to resist such a cruel poison. Yang Feng couldn't resist such a ferocious potion either. The gazes of Porta and the other two princes were very complicated, but there was also a trace of joy mixed in between. After Yang Feng joined Garca's sphere of influence, Garca's power expanded rapidly. Porta and the other two princes naturally concealed a lot of dissatisfaction. Canales said with a haughty smile, "Surrender, Ian. I've only completed half of the antidote to the punishment of potion corruption. After you drink the potion, even if I save you in time, you'll still become a terrible monster. It's not too late to surrender." Gazes full of pity focused on Yang Feng, as if they were looking at a dead man. Garca struggled for a while, then opened his mouth slightly, and then fell silent. Compared to the outcome of Yang Feng becoming Canales' slave, he was more willing to see Yang Feng poisoned to death by the punishment of the potion corruption. Elena had an unbearable expression on her face. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke and advised, "Ian, forget it, admit defeat." Porta and the other two princes remained silent. Under the attentive gazes, Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a vial of potion and drank it in one gulp. Canales sneered and spat out a word, "Fool." There was no medicine that could prevent the punishment of the potion corruption in advance. Only gods or demigod powerhouses with extremely high poison resistance might be able to resist its ferocious potion power. Yang Feng took a step forward, grabbed the potion depravity punishment, and poured it into his mouth in one breath. The moment the potion, corruption punishment entered his mouth, countless liquid nanorobots quickly condensed, forming a channel that firmly wrapped around the potion and flowed towards his stomach. Hiss! Hiss! Along with hammering sounds, the potion corruption began to frantically corrode the channel formed by the liquid metal nanorobots. The magic potion corruption punishment could only be contained in a special magical metal beaker. Otherwise, even steel could be easily corroded. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi, and Warlock rank life force inside him surged madly, nourishing the liquid metal nano-robots. Even so, the countless liquid metal nano-robots were still quickly corroded by the potion corruption. Yang Feng pulled out a sword, stabbed himself in the chest, pierced his throat, and cut off the esophagus wrapped in the potion corruption punishment. In a flash, frightening chi erupted. Along with a copious amount of blood, the esophagus was cut off along with the liquid metal nano-robots and the potion corruption. Propelled by the force of chi, the esophagus was scattered on the ground. Hiss! Hiss! Along with bangs, the liquid metal nano-robots were completely corroded by the potion corruption. At the same time, a huge bottomless pit emitting white smoke appeared on the ground. A copious amount of blood flowed out of Yang Feng's cut-open chest and scattered on the ground. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at Yang Feng. They couldn't believe that the potion corruption, which was known to be able to poison even demigods, was actually broken by Yang Feng in such a cruel and decisive way. Canales couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at Yang Feng and said in a trembling voice, "How can this be? How can you do this?" When André saw this, his pupils constricted slightly, and his evaluation of Yang Feng rose by a few notches. What a ruthless guy. What a smart guy. If an ordinary person's chest was directly pierced and a section of their esophagus was cut off, they would definitely die. But now Yang Feng was still alive. Everyone guessed that Yang Feng's previous bottle of elixir should be a magic elixir to enhance his life force. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence, and a stream of healing water suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Under the nourishment of the healing water, the wound on Yang Feng's chest began to heal slowly. Enduring the pain, Yang Feng revealed a weary smile and said, "Grandmaster Canales, it's my turn now." Canales creased his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slowly and said, "It's your turn." Yang Feng carefully looked at the medicinal ingredients, then walked over and carefully selected them one by one. He chose a total of 18 potions. Yang Feng took out a fist-sized, blood-like potion, put it in a magic beaker, and pointed with his finger. An acid formed from the spell acid sputtering entered the magic beaker. The fist-sized, blood-colored potion grew eyes and a mouth. Under the corrosion of the acid, it issued extremely miserable screams. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and a flame fell into the magic beaker and turned into a ball of fire. The blood-colored potion screamed miserably as it burned. Finally, amidst the screams, it turned into a pool of black liquid that churned in the magic beaker. The blood demon fruit can actually be treated like this. It's really wonderful. What kind of medicinal effect will be extracted from it like this? Canales stared at Yang Feng with wide eyes and muttered. Although Canales was a grandmaster pharmacist, but he still couldn't fully grasp it. Chapter 275. Yang Feng used various magic methods to process the 18 potions and turned them into 18 cups of strange liquids. As if they had a life of their own, the liquids churned and issued strange sounds. Canales stared at the 18 cups of strange liquids, pondered hard, scratched his head, and muttered, "What potion is this? Why haven't I heard of it?" Yang Feng poured the 18 cups of strange liquids into a magic beaker, and the 18 liquids churned at once. The 18 liquids instantly intertwined and formed a liquid dragon, which rose into the air and issued mournful dragon roars, as if it had a life of its own. Yang Feng pointed with his hand and silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, a flame erupted and enveloped the liquid dragon. The demonic liquid dragon suddenly burst into flames, and countless black gas dispersed from the demonic liquid dragon. The demonic liquid dragon was completely purified, turned into a pure transparent liquid, and fell into the magic beaker. How magical! So this is a grand pharmacist, how magical! So this is how potions are made. The eyes of the bigwigs of the Morince Empire flickered with amazement, and they discussed excitedly. Many people thought that magic potions were made by grinding different magical plants, extraordinary plants, into powder and mixing them together according to a certain ratio to form a magic potion. But now that they saw the potions refined by Canales and Yang Feng, they realized that it wasn't that simple to refine a potion. Yang Feng took the magic beaker, handed it to Canales, and said with a faint smile, "This is the potion dragon corruption that I recovered from an ancient potion formula. Even if a dragon drinks it, it will degenerate and turn into a pile of dust. Grandmaster Canales, it's not too late to concede now. Dragon corruption, isn't this a potion that has been lost since ancient times? The potion dragon corruption is a potion that can even poison dragons to death. Even the human demigod hero Cheyenne had his divinity corroded due to drinking the dragon corruption, and transformed into a mortal. In the end, he was poisoned to death." Shocked voices came out from the mouths of the magicians. All the magicians were shocked by the reappearance of the long-lost magic potion. Dragons were even more powerful than great demons, and their poison resistance was even higher. Every giant dragon possessed unparalleled strength and various terrifying resistances. There were very few things that could poison an adult giant dragon. Some magic potions could poison a human demigod to death, but they were completely useless against an adult giant dragon. The corruption of the giant dragon potion could poison a giant dragon to death. The intensity of the magic in the potion was probably even stronger than the punishment of the corruption of the giant dragon potion. Shocked gazes focused on Yang Feng. No one doubted Yang Feng's identity as a grand pharmacist. The reason why ancient magic potions were lost was not only because of the constant wars between the gods, but also because it was too difficult to refine. If one wasn't a master pharmacist, it would be impossible to process all kinds of magic herbs and extract the essence from them. For Yang Feng to be able to refine ancient elixirs, this was sufficient proof of his identity as a grand pharmacist. The fall of dragons. Good. Let's see if it can make me fall. Canales stared at the beaker in Yang Feng's hand, and his eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. He immediately took out a dozen vials of magic potions and poured them into his mouth in one breath. Once the dozen vials of magic potions entered his stomach, Canales' aura suddenly rose steadily. His body swelled by a size and became full of muscles. 2 dragon horns grew on his forehead. As if he had transformed into a dragon born from the country of dragons, he was brimming with power. The physical constitution of a level 3 warlock is really amazing. Worthy of being a grand pharmacist. Yang Feng carefully looked at Canales. In his right eye, countless data surged, quickly scanning and analyzing Canales' physical condition. At a glance, he saw that after Canales drank the dozen vials of elixirs, his life force was stimulated, and he climbed to the pinnacle level 3 warlock realm in one fell swoop. Of course, Canales only used the power of the magic potions to possess a pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution for a short period of time. After the potion's effect passed, he would return to his original state. But until then, the pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution could allow him to resist the erosion of many kinds of magic potions. Canales grabbed the dragon's corruption. His right hand trembled slightly, and he stared at the dragon's corruption with both excitement and fear. Excitement because he could see a new ancient magic potion, and fear because the ancient magic potion could take his life at any time. Canales grabbed the dragon's corruption, then suddenly looked up at Yang Feng and said, "Ian, I don't want to die. If I can't resist the dragon's corruption, then please save me. I still want to study more magic potions. Having a potion master as your slave should be very useful to you." The eyes of Andre and his party flashed with a gloomy glint. Garca, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Porta and the other 2 princes were very calm, but their eyes flashed with a touch of complex emotions. The addition of a grand pharmacist to Garca's subordinates had already made Garca's reputation soar. If Canales, a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, also joined Garca's subordinates, then Garca's power would be even greater. Canales was a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, and even the Pope of the Weave Holy Order had received his kindness. Who knew how many powerhouses had owed him favors? Yang Feng said with a smile, "All right. If you can't resist the power of the magic potion, then extend your thumb and I'll save you." Canales gave a gratified smile. Looking at the dragon's corruption, his eyes flickered with excitement and fear, and he swallowed the dragon's corruption. Once the dragon's corruption entered his stomach, Canales quickly poured vials of magic potions that had been prepared beforehand into his mouth. In less than a second, Canales' complexion changed dramatically, and he slumped to the ground. With a cry, he spat out a large amount of blood mixed with countless elixirs. He struggled painfully, and at the same time, he extended his thumb with difficulty. The dragon's corruption could even poison dragons to death. Even though Canales was the most outstanding grand pharmacist of the Morin's Empire, but he still couldn't resist such a terrifying magic potion. Yang Feng immediately stepped forward and poured a vial of the white magic potion into Canales' mouth. After Canales drank the vial of the white magic potion, his complexion recovered a little. He gritted his teeth and said faintly, "I concede." The moment Canales conceded, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire revealed complex expressions. They had witnessed the fall of a legend and the birth of another legend. Andre took a step forward, and a domineering aura diffused from him. He stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Earl Ian, I'm willing to use the Marquisdom of Giza in exchange for the freedom of Grand Master Canales. Please give him back his freedom." Marquisdom. As expected of His Highness the Great Prince. To use a hereditary Marquisdom in exchange for the freedom of Grand Master Canales, His Highness the Great Prince is really benevolent and righteous. The bigwigs of the Morin's Empire praised sincerely, and at the same time, were filled with envy. A hereditary marquisdom was something that many human sacred swordsmen couldn't obtain even after struggling for a lifetime. In order to become a hereditary baron, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius joined Yang Feng and worked for him. A hereditary marquis could even tempt some legendary mages. After Canales drank a few vials of elixirs and recovered his vigor, he sighed slowly and said faintly, "Since I lost, then from today on, I am Sir Ian's slave." "Andre, you don't have to waste a marquisdom to plead for me." Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right, Your Highness Andre. Although Grand Master Canales is my slave, but I won't treat him as a slave, but as my research partner, a partner in potions research." Canales was a grandmaster pharmacist. Just his ability to refine potions was enough to make Yang Feng look at him in a different light. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't treat a grandmaster pharmacist like Canales as a slave. Andre suddenly smiled and beckoned domineeringly, "Garca isn't a wise ruler. Ian, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join me, I can have the Hansen family no longer pursue the matter between you and the Hansen family. Besides, as long as you join me, and I can ascend to the throne in the future, I won't let anyone meddle in the affairs of the Red Earth wasteland." Garca's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He was well aware of the relationship between him and Andre. Andre now solicited Yang Feng in front of everyone and offered such generous conditions. Once Yang Feng accepted, Garca's force would suffer a huge blow. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm very sorry. I'm also very impressed by your demeanor, Your Highness. Unfortunately, I have already joined His Highness Garca, so I can only refuse your good intentions." If Yang Feng was an aboriginal of the Feisua Plain, he might have already chosen to join Andre. However, he came here from the Tsangji Plain in order to become a god in the starry sky. Joining Andre's subordinates wasn't in line with Yang Feng's interests. It's a pity. However, my door is always open to you. Please consider it carefully. Andre didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes flashed with appreciation, and he turned around and took his subordinates away. Chapter 276. Yang Feng looked at Andre's departing figure with a dignified glint in his eyes. He contemplated for a while, then clapped his hands, and two beautiful maids walked out from the side and helped Grandmaster Canales down the dais. He also followed them down the dais. A beautiful woman with a sexy figure and an open slit in a black evening dress, revealing a large area of her snow-white breasts and slender and beautiful thighs, walked to the center of the dais with a smile on her face. "Hello, everyone, I am Kath, the auctioneer of this potion auction. In this potion auction, we will auction potions refined by Grandmaster Pharmacist Ian that have all kinds of incredible and mystical powers. There are all kinds of potions here, and all your wishes can be fulfilled. Now, let's officially begin." Kath's sexy and seductive voice reverberated in the area. With just a few words, she provoked everyone's desire to purchase the potions. A beautiful maid holding a transparent glass vial containing a purple potion slowly walked over to Kath's side. This is the potion Memories of Youth. If you drink this vial of potion, you can restore your youth for 18 days. This potion was accidentally refined by Grandmaster Ian. There are only 3 vials, and there is only 1 vial in this auction. When they heard Kath's words, the breathing of the old and no longer beautiful noblewomen became rapid. They stared at the vial of potion Memories of Youth with wolf-like gazes in their eyes. If there were several vials of Memories of Youth, then the noblewomen could slowly compete over them and distribute them among themselves. But if there was only 1 vial, then they could only choose to fight for it. In the process, everyone was their enemy. The auction of the potion Memories of Youth will now officially begin. The base price is 1,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. Begin, 1,100 gold coins. 1,300 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when the eyes of the noblewomen turned bloodshot, and they frantically increased the price. The price of the potion, Memories of Youth, easily broke through the 3,000 gold coins mark and rushed all the way to the 4,000 gold coins mark. After breaking through the 5,000 gold coins mark, the increase in price began to slow down. An old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair shouted, 10,000 gold coins. Another old woman with thick makeup also shouted, 13,000 gold coins. 14,000 gold coins. Under the bidding of the wealthy ladies, the price of the Memories of Youth potion skyrocketed. In the end, the old woman who first offered 10,000 gold coins shouted out a sky-high price with bloodshot eyes, 30,000 gold coins. Hearing the sky-high price of 30,000 gold coins, the noblewomen finally calmed down and became silent. If it was a potion that could completely restore one's youth, it would definitely be worth more than 30,000 gold coins. However, to spend 30,000 gold coins to restore 18 days of youth, even those noblewomen would have to think twice. 30,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly and maintained a certain rhythm. 30,000 gold coins going twice, 30,000 gold coins going thrice, sold. Kath smiled sweetly and said, Madam Pina, if you pay now and use this potion on the spot, I can waive 1,000 gold coins for you. Would you like to pay now and use this potion? Of course. Madam Pina said somewhat eagerly. She stepped forward, took out 3 checks for 10,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath, grabbed the potion in her hand, and poured it into her mouth. A cyan demonic light enveloped Madam Pina, and the countless wrinkles on her face slowly faded away, revealing an extremely charming and enchanting face. Her somewhat dry and thin body was also full of vitality, becoming moist and full of luster. The somewhat shriveled and drooping twin peaks also became plump and full, proudly standing upright. In just a dozen or so seconds, the old woman, who was still somewhat ugly despite wearing heavy makeup, had suddenly become a top beauty who was full of charm and luster, as if her body was enveloped in a layer of sparkling light. When Madame Pina was young, she was also a charming and peerless beauty in the imperial capital. Now that she had money, she cherished the memories of her youth even more, and at the same time, longed to regain it even more. The old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair turned into a charming and peerless beauty at once, making the old women of Madame Pina's generation envious. Their somewhat turbid eyes were filled with jealousy, as if they wanted to swallow Madame Pina whole. Madame Pina immediately took out the shining bronze mirror that she always carried with her. She looked at the beautiful woman in the mirror, and then at her own hands that were full of youthful vigor. She was filled with excitement and emotion, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Lady Pina smiled and took a check that Kath gave her, then walked in the direction she came from with a flirtatious look. An elegant middle-aged man in his 50s came to Madame Pina's side and praised with a smile, "Madame Pina, you are as beautiful as the legends say." Attracted by Madame Pina's beauty, one after another, middle-aged men surrounded her, complimenting and fawning over her, just like when she was young. The old women of Madame Pina's generation gnashed their teeth and stared at Pina with regret and jealousy in their eyes. Many of them could come up with more gold coins, but they felt that it wasn't worth spending so much gold coins for 18 days of youth. But after seeing Madame Pina, their hearts were filled with regret. When the bigwigs of the Morince Empire saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Once they missed out on the precious elixirs, they might miss out completely. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he said with a smile, "Amazing, this auctioneer is pretty good." Kath's small action made the bigwigs of the Morince Empire feel competitive. It could be imagined that they would compete even more crazily for the remaining elixirs. Garka said with a smile, "Ian, if you like her, I'll give her to you." A trifling auctioneer was nothing in Garka's eyes. Even a beautiful auctioneer wasn't worth mentioning in Garka's eyes. Yang Feng said with a smile, "All right." With a few words, the fate of the beautiful auctioneer Kath was decided. This was the power of influence. Kath held a vial of blood-red elixir in her hands and said with a sweet smile, "The next item is the potion Knight's Praise. This is a potion carefully formulated by Master Ian. After an ordinary person goes through a certain amount of night training, they can give birth to formidable chi inside them in one fell swoop. This vial of Knight's Praise can also help knights break through the bottleneck of the Sky Knight, Firmament Knight, and even Star Knight realms. This is definitely a tribute left by the mighty gods to knights in the secular world. The starting price of this Knight's Praise is 10,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when Karl, the young master of the Salamander family, immediately shouted impatiently. The potion Knight's Praise was a potion that he absolutely couldn't give up, 31,000 gold coins. After a moment of silence, the bigwigs began to exert their strength and quickly raised the price of the potion Knight's Praise. The potion Knight's Praise was definitely a potion that powerhouses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial Dao yearned to obtain. The potion Knight's Praise might be able to bribe a firmament knight with a very high status. For these bigwigs, it was definitely a cost-effective deal. The price of the potion Knight's Praise quickly broke through the 100,000 gold coins mark, and it continued to rise. Only when it reached 300,000 gold coins did it stop slightly, and the competition slowed down. After all, while the potion Knight's Praise could guarantee the promotion to a knight rank powerhouse, but it couldn't guarantee the promotion to a star knight. If it was a potion that could guarantee the promotion to a star knight rank powerhouse, then the price would definitely exceed several million gold coins, 400,000 gold coins. When the price of the potion Knight's Praise reached 350,000 gold coins, Karl's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted a sky-high price, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. 400,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, smiled sweetly, and maintained a certain rhythm. 400,000 gold coins going twice, 400,000 gold coins going thrice, sold. Karl immediately strode forward, took out 4 cash checks with a face value of 100,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath, grabbed the bottle of potion Knight's Praise, and drank it on the spot. An incomparably powerful life force immediately pervaded Karl's body and flowed in accordance with the meridians of his family's fighting chi. It broke through many powerful barriers and stimulated the vitality of his body. An incomparably powerful fighting chi directly gushed out of his body. The eyes of an extraordinary firmament knight shimmered gravely, and he said solemnly, "Great knight. This is the chi cultivation base of a great knight." Great knight, Karl, the only heir of the Salamander family, was born unable to cultivate chi, yet he has now become a great knight. What a powerful potion! Amazing, what an amazing potion, worthy of being the product of a grandmaster pharmacist. Many envious and jealous gazes were focused on Karl. The fact that the only heir of the Salamander family was unable to cultivate martial arts and magic had spread in the upper class. After seeing Carl's physical condition, all the martial arts experts determined that he could not become a knight-rank powerhouse. But today, a bottle of potion solved everything. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.